On a deserted island, I found a girl. It was the famous actress who had been on the same flight as me. She had a pretty rotten personality, arrogant, spoiled, sitting in business class on the plane and looking down on everyone like we were her servants. Her face was known all over the world, but in person she was even more beautiful, natural beauty, delicate features, like the sweet girl next door type, only perfect. The waves had washed her body onto the sand with no signs of life. I checked her pulse, nothing. Breathing, nothing. I did everything by the book, cleared her mouth and nose of sand and water, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, chest compressions. I worked on her for half an hour, zero response. A wild thought even flashed through my mind, no one around, the body still warm. But I immediately slapped myself hard. Have you completely lost your mind? I decided to at least give her a proper burial. Found a piece of metal from the plane to use as a shovel and started digging a grave for her above the high tide line. I myself had woken up a little earlier, lying face down in the sand, my body rocking with the waves like a corpse. I coughed up half the ocean, rolled onto my back, looked up at the endless sky, and laughed like a maniac. Holy shit, I actually survived. My name is Xiao Qian. I'm a freelancer by profession, but my true passion is wilderness survival. This time I was flying to another city for an offline survival event, but instead the plane hit a storm with lightning, broke apart midair, and I was thrown into the ocean not far from this island. I barely swam to shore, my strength gave out. I thought that was it. But the waves tossed me onto the beach alive. I looked around, thick jungle, food shouldn't be a problem, the main issues are fresh water and safety. All those years watching Bear Grylls finally paid off. I even felt a slight adrenaline rush, like theory had finally turned into practice. I immediately started gathering everything the waves had washed up from the plane, seat belts, half-empty water bottles, passengers' suitcases full of clothes. Evening was coming, the tide was rising, I had to hurry before everything got swept back out to sea. Plus, I really wanted to find my own suitcase. I'd packed a ton of useful survival gear for the event. And that's when I saw the wave carrying her in, the very celebrity from business class. I ran over, tried to resuscitate her, no luck. Decided to bury her. Picked her up, took a couple of steps toward the spot I'd chosen for the grave, and she suddenly started coughing violently, convulsively, spitting out a mouthful of seawater. The woman I'd already mentally buried came back to life. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? Pervert, put me down right now. Waking up and realizing some strange guy was carrying her, she panicked, wriggled free, scrambled back across the sand, and stared at me with wide, terrified eyes. To keep her from fully convincing herself I was some kind of creep, I just laid it out straight. I was about to dig a grave and give you a proper burial. When Wang Qianqian heard this, she immediately took Xiao Qian as a scoundrel who raped before killing. She screamed in fear and started slapping Xiao Qian with both hands, trying to break free. Ah, stop moving, I can't keep my balance, damn it, I'm not carrying you anymore. Although Wang Qianqian was petite and light, her hitting and scratching still annoyed Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian thought, I saved you out of kindness, even planned to dig a hole to bury you, yet not only are you ungrateful, you even think I'm a pervert. Truly don't know what's good for you. You're upset? I won't serve you anymore. In a fit of anger, he let go of his hands and released Wang Qianqian. Fortunately, they were on a beach by the coast, so when Wang Qianqian fell, she landed on the sand and wasn't hurt badly. You bastard, you're not a man, you bully women. Wang Qianqian was a big star, when had she ever suffered such grievances? She pointed at Xiao Qian and cursed. Shut up! Xiao Qian shouted coldly, then said, First, the reason I was going to dig a hole to bury you is because our plane crashed, and we ended up on this island. I thought you were dead, so I planned to bury you. Second, my name is Xiao Qian, I'm not a pervert, and I never intended to rape you. Third, in this situation, even if I did rape and kill you, do you think anyone would find out? So you'd better behave and not piss me off. After saying this, Xiao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and continued searching for supplies before nightfall. As for Wang Qianqian, after hearing Xiao Qian's words, she froze in place. The scenes from the plane crash replayed in her mind. After a moment, she realized she had misunderstood Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian really intended to rape and kill her, he wouldn't have left after just scaring her a bit. After all, fresh is better than dead, right? So what if I misunderstood him? Just because he yelled at me, he's still not a man. Ow! Wang Qianqian tried to stand up and move under a tree to avoid the sun, but as soon as she tried, she felt intense pain in her foot. Looking down, she realized it was sprained. It must have been sprained during the crash. When Xiao Qian carried her earlier, she didn't feel it, but now she noticed it when trying to walk. Just then, Zhao Qian found 2 more suitcases and was carrying them to the makeshift shelter. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian could only beg, "Hey, I twisted my ankle, can you help me?" Zhao Qian only glanced at her lightly, ignored her, and walked past as if he didn't see her. "Hey, don't go, I'll pay you." Seeing that Zhao Qian didn't respond, Wang Qianqian offered money to get his help. "Given our situation now, is 100 million worth anything?" Zhao Qian stopped, looked at her expressionlessly. This female star is pretty smart in TV dramas. Why is she so dumb in real life? Her chest isn't even that big. Wang Qianqian froze, looked at the desolate island, and suddenly realized Zhao Qian was absolutely right. No matter how glamorous one is outside, on a deserted island, they're nothing. The money everyone chases outside isn't even as valuable as a bottle of water here. What do I have to do for you to help me? Wang Qianqian looked pitifully at Zhao Qian, her big eyes welling up with tears, about to cry. She wasn't acting this time, she really felt helpless. Seeing Wang Qianqian about to cry, Zhao Qian softened a little. After all, he wasn't heartless. He couldn't really just ignore her. "I'll say it again. My name's not Hey, it's Zhao Qian." Zhao Qian squatted down in front of her and gestured for her to get on his back. "Get on. You better not try anything." Wang Qianqian warned cautiously. "Heh, you're flat-chested, keep dreaming." Zhao Qian said bluntly. If you're not getting on, I'm leaving." Zhao Qian didn't want to waste words with Wang Qianqian. He needed to use his remaining energy to build a safe shelter. Otherwise, once he ran out of strength and had no food, water, or shelter, he wouldn't survive in the wild. "Fine, I'll get on." With others, Wang Qianqian might still act spoiled. But she knew Zhao Qian's iron-willed personality. If he said he'd leave her, he really would. She didn't dare act spoiled. She struggled onto Zhao Qian's back. Since he still had 2 suitcases to pull, she had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. At this moment, Zhao Qian's usually trained body showed its strength. He stood up from the sand with force, dragging the 2 suitcases, and walked toward their shelter. In reality, Zhao Qian's so-called shelter was just a spot between 2 trees a bit away from the beach. The trees were about 3 meters apart, trunks as thick as thighs. Zhao Qian took some clothes from the suitcase and made a hammock to sleep in at night. He put Wang Qianqian down and, seeing that it was almost completely dark, stood up to go find some firewood. But, just as he stood up, Wang Qianqian quickly grabbed him and asked, Where are you going?" This was a deserted island, pitch black all around, no lights at all. If Zhao Qian left, she'd be terrified alone in the dark. "I'm going to get firewood, to make a fire later. Don't go too far. I'm scared." "Okay." Zhao Qian replied coldly and walked into the forest. He first found some dry wood, then a palm tree, from which he collected some soft, dried tinder to start a fire. Then he came back. Left behind, Wang Qianqian suddenly felt an itch on her face after Zhao Qian left. She touched her face and felt small grains. Picking one up and tasting it, she realized it was salty. "It's seawater. I must have been unconscious in the water earlier," Wang Qianqian said, panicked. "I heard seawater is really bad for the skin. I have to wash my face right now or else." Nowadays, male stars are like sissies who care about their looks, let alone female stars. Some would even cut their faces to stay pretty. To others, soaking in seawater might be no big deal, but to Wang Qianqian, it was a matter of life and death. Luckily, she quickly found over 10 half-full bottles of mineral water, and a few unopened ones. Without hesitation, she opened an unopened bottle and started washing her face. Splash! As the clean water washed off the salt, Wang Qianqian felt a deep sense of relief. But just then, a figure rushed over and snatched the bottle of mineral water from her hand. The person who came wasn't someone else, it was Zhao Qian, who had just gone out to look for firewood and kindling. He had already started walking back, and just as he was about to return to the shelter, he heard the sound of running water. Taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, he saw Wang Qianqian actually using the hard-earned fresh water he had collected to wash her face, and she used an entire bottle. At that moment, a wave of anger rose in his heart. What a brainless celebrity, even on a deserted island, she was wasting purified water. Didn't she know that the most important thing on a deserted island is fresh water? So, he strode back to the camp, snatched the bottle of mineral water from Wang Qianqian's hands, drank the remaining water at the bottom in one go, then glared at her and said, "You're not welcome here. Please leave." "What did I do?" Wang Qianqian looked completely baffled, thinking she had only washed her face. How did that offend this iron man? "Are you aware that we're now stranded on a deserted island?" Zhao Qian asked. "I know." Wang Qianqian nodded. "Then do you know what's most important on a deserted island?" Zhao Qian asked again. I don't know." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Actually, she had a rough guess in her heart, but thinking about what she had just done, she was too embarrassed to say it. Fresh water. Zhao Qian didn't spare her. He said directly, we don't even know the exact situation on this island yet, and you've already wasted a bottle of water. If we can't find more fresh water, that bottle could have lasted the two of us for 2 days. Zhao Qian wasn't exaggerating. Fresh water on a deserted island is scarce, some islands don't have any fresh water at all. Without fresh water, the only way is to distill seawater. But with the current containers they had, the amount of distilled water each day was minimal, not nearly enough for 2 people. Of course, if they were lucky and it rained, they could collect a good amount of fresh water. But Zhao Qian didn't want to place his survival on chance. Got it. Why are you so fierce? I'm a girl, can't you cut me some slack? Wang Qianqian knew she was wrong, but still refused to admit it out loud. Zhao Qian glanced at the woman and sneered, don't you women always talk about feminism? Always yelling that anything a man can do, a woman can do too. If that's the case, why should I go easy on you? You're not getting any water tomorrow. Zhao Qian couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. After saying that, he moved the firewood and kindling he had gathered back into the camp. He didn't start the fire right away, but first gathered some stones to form a circle. Only then did he start trying to make fire by rubbing sticks. On survival shows, making fire by friction looks easy, but in reality, even Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford sometimes struggle with it. Zhao Qian had only a few experiences with firemaking, and those were under fully prepared conditions with all the necessary tools. Right now, they were far from well prepared, so the difficulty was much higher. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Zhao Qian began quickly rotating a stick, using friction to generate sparks on the lower stick. But making fire manually was very difficult. There was a burnt smell and smoke coming from the lower stick, but no sparks. After working hard for half an hour, his hands were sore, and finally, a tiny spark appeared. Zhao Qian quickly dropped the spark onto the tinder, carefully cupped it in his hands, and gently blew on it. Smoke began to rise from the tinder. As it thickened, a small flame emerged. Zhao Qian had no time to celebrate. He quickly placed the tinder onto the dry firewood, and only when the firewood started burning did he let out a sigh of relief. Wow, you're amazing. You actually made fire by rubbing sticks. Wang Qianqian shouted excitedly when she saw the fire. Darkness is scary, and fire drives away darkness. A campfire alone can provide a sense of security. But Zhao Qian just glanced at her, thinking, this female star is really clueless, he just told her she won't have water tomorrow, and she's not even worried. You should think about what you're going to drink tomorrow. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then kindly reminded her. You're really not going to give me water? Wang Qianqian looked at him pitifully and said, I heard deserted islands usually have coconut trees. We can just pick some coconuts then. Do you know how tall coconut trees are? Zhao Qian asked while rummaging through the suitcases. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. Coconut trees are usually 7 to 8 meters tall, about the height of a 3-story building. Can you climb that high with your bare hands? Zhao Qian asked. No, Wang Qianqian looked at him and said, but you're so capable. Can't you climb it? I can climb that high, but it's very dangerous. What if I fall and get hurt? If both of us get injured, we won't survive. Zhao Qian said honestly. The foundation of survival on a deserted island is having water and food. If they couldn't secure those even when at full strength, it would be even harder when they were weak. But the prerequisite was, don't put yourself in danger. There might be coconut trees on the island, but not everyone can climb trees that tall. Unless coconuts naturally fall down, it's best not to take the risk. Because once injured, surviving alone on a deserted island would be even more difficult. Fine. Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes turning red, feeling so wrong she wanted to cry. But before her tears fell, she saw Zhao Qian throw her some clothes and say, it gets very cold on the island at night. Cover yourself so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. Wang Qianqian suddenly felt Zhao Qian wasn't that much of an Iron Man after all. But Zhao Qian's real thought was, now that your ankle is hurt, you're already a burden. If you catch a cold too, you'll be even more of a burden. I don't want to be surviving on a deserted island and taking care of a sick person. No need to thank me. Just watch the fire and don't let it go out, Zhao Qian said as he covered himself with some clothes and added, if the fire goes out, you're the one making fire tomorrow. You want me to take the night watch? Wang Qianqian asked in disbelief. She was a big celebrity, and a woman, and injured. No way it should be her taking watch. But Zhao Qian naturally nodded and said, there's a lot to do tomorrow. I need to rest. Watching the fire is the only thing you can do right now. After saying that, Zhao Qian ignored her and closed his eyes to sleep. Even though they were stranded on a deserted island, Zhao Qian quickly fell asleep. He knew that his top priority now was to rest well. But, just as he drifted into sleep, Wang Qianqian's cry for help suddenly rang in his ears. "Zhao Qian, help! Help!" Zhao Qian, who was fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got up from the ground, running toward the sound. In the darkness, Zhao Qian saw Wang Qianqian sitting on the ground in fear, her pretty face full of terror. Zhao Qian asked, "What's going on?" "A body." Wang Qianqian pointed to the bushes, her voice stuttering. "A body?" Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard that. He looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw someone lying motionless in the bushes. But Zhao Qian wasn't afraid. On the contrary, there was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. In a situation where they were stranded on a deserted island, the more people alive, the higher the chances of survival. He walked over to the so-called body and began to check. He found that the body wasn't dead, she still had weak breathing. What surprised him was that it was a woman. Zhao Qian carefully turned the woman over, first checking her nose and mouth. There was no sign of drowning, so the cause of unconsciousness must be something else. "How is she?" Wang Qianqian, a few meters behind Zhao Qian, asked nervously. "She's not dead. Still alive, but very weak." Zhao Qian answered briefly, then said, "Let's bring her back first. Whether she survives or not depends on fate. What if she suddenly dies? That's scary." "How about?" Wang Qianqian was reluctant to bring the woman back, worried about the psychological burden if she suddenly died. But Zhao Qian didn't wait for her to finish and said directly, "On a deserted island, one more person means more strength and better chances to survive." "Oh." Hearing that, Wang Qianqian could only step forward to help. But as soon as she got close and saw the woman's face, she exclaimed, "Xiaoyun, it's Xiaoyun." "Who's Xiaoyun?" Zhao Qian frowned at Wang Qianqian's fuss. "Her name is Lu Yun. She's my personal assistant," Wang Qianqian explained. "Let's carry her back first." Zhao Qian wasn't too interested in the woman's identity. Next, the two of them spent a lot of effort to carry Lu Yun back to the camp and placed her near the fire. Maybe it was the warmth of the fire, but Lu Yun's breathing gradually strengthened, although she was still unconscious. "She could have eaten less. She's exhausting me." Wang Qianqian moved her arms, full of complaints. Hearing that, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, unhappy with Wang Qianqian's words. Actually, Lu Yun wasn't heavy, about 1.6 meters tall and weighing only about 90 pounds. She was quite slim. Wang Qianqian clearly felt that as a celebrity, it was beneath her to care for her assistant, like a master serving a servant, which caused her emotional resistance. "Carrying Xiaoyun back wore me out. Can't I take a break?" Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian pitifully. "You mean you want me to take the night watch?" Zhao Qian asked calmly. "Yeah, you're a man." Wang Qianqian nodded. "No." As soon as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhao Qian rejected her firmly, saying, "We haven't eaten anything all day. Our strength is already declining. If I stay up all night, are you going to find food tomorrow?" "I?" Wang Qianqian looked down at her sprained foot and couldn't say anything. "Don't let the fire go out. Otherwise, even if we find food tomorrow, we'll have to eat it raw." Zhao Qian said as he lay down again to rest. "Steel straight man. No wonder he's single for life." Wang Qianqian pouted angrily. In fact, Zhao Qian wasn't as cold-hearted as Wang Qianqian thought. He only seemed that way because he understood what was truly important for survival. Given their current situation, even though there were 3 people now, Wang Qianqian had a sprained foot, Lu Yun was unconscious, and only he could move freely. However, even he, after a day without food, was starting to feel his strength fade. If he didn't rest well, how would he search for food tomorrow? And without food to replenish energy, his strength would only keep declining, eventually making food gathering impossible. So, he couldn't afford to be tender-hearted, only this way could he survive. The next day, Zhao Qian had a good night's sleep. Although he was still hungry, he had about 80% of his full energy. While his strength was still decent, he had to find food today. Otherwise, even with good rest, tomorrow his energy would drop to 50 to 60%. After getting up, the first thing Zhao Qian did was check the fire. He didn't want to waste energy making fire again. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had taken good care of the fire. It hadn't gone out during the night. Near the fire, Wang Qianqian leaned against a tree, holding her head up with one hand, dozing off. "I've rested. You can rest now." Zhao Qian walked up to Wang Qianqian and said in a much gentler voice. "Okay." Wang Qianqian responded, but just as she was about to lie down, she looked at Zhao Qian warily and asked, "You won't do anything bad to me while I'm asleep, right?" At that moment, Zhao Qian was tearing some clothes into strips, planning to braid them into a rope for hunting. When he heard Wang Qianqian's question, he was slightly stunned. His hands paused for a second before he resumed his work and said, "You're overthinking. I won't waste energy or attention on you." "Good." Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. But after speaking, she felt something was off. According to Zhao Qian's words, didn't that mean she wasn't attractive? "What do you mean by that? Am I not pretty? Not attractive?" "You're very pretty and attractive to men," Zhao Qian replied honestly. "Then why did you say that?" Wang Qianqian asked. "Then how do you expect me to answer? Would saying I want to sleep with you count as respect?" Zhao Qian asked in return, then added, "Of course, if you insist on me doing something to you, it's not impossible, but you'll have to do it yourself. I need to conserve energy." "You?" Wang Qianqian was so angry she couldn't speak, finally saying, "Shameless. I'm going to sleep." Facing the angry Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian didn't bother comforting her. The energy it would take to comfort her would be better spent hunting, to stay alive. A little while later, Zhao Qian finished braiding the cloth rope, stood up, and said, "Take care of your assistant. I'm going to find food." Zhao Qian, holding the rope he had woven, entered the forest on the deserted island. Generally speaking, there are no large animals on a deserted island, and even less likely are there large carnivorous animals. The simplest reason is that the ecosystem of an island cannot support the survival of large animals. Take a tiger for example. If food is plentiful, it can survive within a range of about 30 square kilometers. But if food is scarce, like with Siberian tigers, their territory can reach up to 1,000 square kilometers. And how big can an island even be? Even if the island is big enough for a tiger to survive, don't forget that tigers need to reproduce. If the space on the island can't support the reproduction of the species, they will go extinct all the same. Of course, the absence of large animals doesn't mean there's no danger. Venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and other toxic creatures are still very dangerous. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Qian pushed through the forest with effort. It was much harder than he had expected. He had to cut through thick vegetation with almost every step, working hard to carve out a path. Although he was already being very careful, his hands still got many small cuts. But considering that food was more important right now, and since he wasn't some top-tier idol, there was no need to worry about little cuts on his hands. Zhao Qian searched the forest for a long time. What he wanted most to find was a water source. Fresh water is extremely valuable on a deserted island. A water source could attract many small animals to drink, and then he could set traps nearby. Unfortunately, finding a water source on a deserted island was very difficult. After a long time searching with no success, he had to give up on that initial plan and change his approach. He found what looked like small animal paths and set simple traps along them. As long as a small animal passed by, the trap would be triggered. But Zhao Qian knew that relying only on these traps meant the chances of catching prey were low. To avoid going hungry, he had to find other ways to get food. "I could try the beach. But before that, I need to find some branches to make fishing tools," Zhao Qian muttered with a frown. Sure, the ocean had plenty of food, but that food wasn't going to be caught bare-handed. He needed tools. Given the current situation, he didn't even have a knife, so making a spear was out of the question. The best he could do was use branches and cloth strips to make a few simple nets. Just then, as Zhao Qian was looking for branches, he spotted a plant that made his eyes light up. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Palm trees, one of the most common plants on a deserted island. The core of a palm tree is edible and can provide carbohydrates, Zhao Qian muttered as he walked toward the palm trees. Meanwhile, at the camp, Wang Qianqian was fast asleep when a faint voice suddenly reached her ears. "Water? I want water." Wang Qianqian jerked awake and quickly looked toward the voice. She saw her assistant Lu Yun weakly calling out, "Water, coming." Wang Qianqian immediately found the water Zhao Qian had stored, took out half a bottle, and brought it to Lu Yun. She unscrewed the cap and placed the bottle at Lu Yun's mouth, carefully feeding her water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lu Yun, though weak, felt the water and drank greedily like someone who hadn't had water in ages. She grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. The half bottle of water visibly dropped level by level and was soon completely empty. After drinking, Lu Yun fell back into unconsciousness. "Hey, slow down, leave me a little." Wang Qianqian looked at the now empty bottle, tipped it upside down, stuck out her pink tongue, and licked the drops that came out, grumbling with frustration. Because she had wasted water the day before, she had been banned from drinking water today, a punishment. She had planned to sneak a sip, but when she saw Zhao Qian count the bottles like they were treasures before leaving, she gave up the idea. So thirsty, so hungry. I wonder if Zhao Qian will bring anything to eat. Wang Qianqian rubbed her belly. She hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was growling loudly. It wasn't until this moment that she truly realized she was in a survival situation, not in a big city anymore. In the city, she had to resist delicious temptations. On the island, just having something to eat was a luxury. Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling both hungry and thirsty, she saw Zhao Qian come out of the forest, carrying a bunch of things in his hands. She wanted to run up to him, but her sprained ankle still hurt too much. So she could only wait in the camp. "Did you find anything to eat?" As soon as Zhao Qian returned, Wang Qianqian asked eagerly. "Only this." Zhao Qian handed her the core of the palm tree. Wang Qianqian looked at the snow-white palm core. She had never seen this food before and asked, "What is this stuff?" "It's the core of a plant. It can give you carbs and fill your stomach in an emergency." As Zhao Qian spoke, he took one and bit into it, chewing hard. In truth, the palm core didn't taste good. It was very bland. If he weren't so hungry, he wouldn't touch this stuff at all. Seeing Zhao Qian eat so happily, Wang Qianqian thought it must be tasty. She grabbed one and took a big bite. But after a few chews, her face twisted in disgust and she spat it out. "What the hell is this? Tastes terrible." "That's just how palm core tastes," Zhao Qian said. "I don't want this. Is there anything else to eat?" Wang Qianqian asked. "You need to understand the situation. We're on a deserted island. Having anything to eat is already lucky, and you're being picky?" Zhao Qian was speechless. If he wasn't thinking that Wang Qianqian might be useful later and that having more people increased the odds of surviving, he really wouldn't bother with this pampered celebrity. "What's so bad about a deserted island?" Wang Qianqian said. "When I watched short videos before, some survival shows on deserted islands caught lobsters, groupers, king crabs, super easy by the sea. We're near the ocean. How hard can it be to catch a fish?" Hearing that, Zhao Qian immediately thought of those so-called survival influencers. He had always scoffed at them, thinking, who could believe those fake videos? He never expected someone like that to appear right in front of him, and she was even a celebrity. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "Do you not need a brain to be a celebrity?" At first, Wang Qianqian didn't understand what Zhao Qian meant. Once she figured it out, she angrily asked, "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling brainless?" Zhao Qian looked around and then turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, "Other than your unconscious assistant, do you see anyone else around? In other words, besides you, who else could I mean?" Wang Qianqian got the message and angrily said, "You're calling me brainless? Do you have proof? If you don't have proof." "If I don't, what? You're going to send me a lawyer's letter and sue me for slander?" Zhao Qian interrupted her and continued, "But before sending a lawyer's letter, you'd better find a lawyer first." One moment earlier, Wang Qianqian had been full of confidence. After hearing Zhao Qian's words, she deflated on the spot. On this deserted island, forget about sending a lawyer's letter, it was probably hard enough to even find a fourth person. How could she possibly send a lawyer's letter? Besides, with how often celebrities threaten with legal letters, netizens didn't take them seriously anymore. Especially recently, a male star committed a crime. At first, he also threatened to sue and swore that if he had done anything wrong, he'd go to prison himself. And in the end, he really went in. Though he was scummy, at least he kept his word, and that earned some respect. "Anyway, I'm not brainless." Wang Qianqian protested weakly. "Then why don't you go try at the beach, see if you can catch a lobster or king crab?" Zhao Qian teased. "Don't get cocky. If I weren't injured, I'd definitely catch a lobster and a king crab." Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and said. Zhao Qian was speechless upon hearing Wang Qianqian still dreaming about catching lobsters and king crabs. So after everything he just said, this brainless celebrity still hadn't realized those short videos she saw were fake. Sigh. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said, "King crabs are deep-sea crabs. They usually live around 850 meters underwater. Even at high tide, they don't get washed up? Also, if king crabs were really that easy to pick up, do you think they'd be so expensive? 850 meters deep?" Wang Qianqian might lack knowledge, but she wasn't stupid. She still understood basic facts. So, when she heard that king crabs live 850 meters below sea level, she realized those short videos were fake. "Ah?" Wang Qianqian mumbled for a bit and said awkwardly, "Thanks. Otherwise, I'd still be in the dark." "No need to thank me. I had selfish reasons too," Zhao Qian waved his hand and said casually. "On a deserted island, one more person means one more chance of survival. I was just worried that after watching those dumb videos, you'd get yourself killed, and then we'd have one less person. Well, we're at least going through this hardship together. Do you really have to be so harsh?" Wang Qianqian pouted, feeling wronged. "So do you want me to tell the truth or lie? If all your truths are just to insult me, I'd rather you lie." "Lie?" Zhao Qian paused, then seriously said, "You're really smart." Wang Qianqian was so angry she couldn't speak. She grabbed a palm heart and bit into it hard. Even though the palm core was bland, it could still fill the stomach. After eating 2 of them, Wang Qianqian didn't feel as hungry. Just then, Lu Yun, who had been unconscious, suddenly started coughing violently and slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Yun, thank goodness, you finally woke up. Wang Qianqian hurried over and helped Lu Yun sit up. Lu Yun was still in a daze, her mind a mess. She held her head and asked, Qianqian, where are we? Our plane crashed. Right now, we're stranded on a deserted island. Wang Qianqian's expression darkened a bit as she continued, but thankfully, we're both safe. Plane crash, deserted island. After hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Lu Yun froze, unable to react for a while. What surprised Zhao Qian was that he had thought this timid-looking girl would panic, but instead, Lu Yun only dazed out for a bit and then accepted the reality. It seemed that behind her timid appearance, she was actually quite strong. Xiao Yun, do you think someone will come rescue us? Wang Qianqian asked. Under normal circumstances, if a plane goes missing for several hours, the airline will arrange a rescue. Lu Yun clearly had a much better grasp of the basics than Wang Qianqian. Today's already the 2nd day since the crash. That means the rescue team will find us soon. Wang Qianqian counted on her fingers and looked very happy. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't know what to say. What Lu Yun described was just standard airline protocol. It didn't mean the airline would find them within a week. Many crashed planes aren't found for years. Even the ones found quickly usually take dozens of days. And Wang Qianqian was still dreaming of being rescued soon. Zhao Qian couldn't be bothered to explain and looked at Lu Yun. Now that you're awake, it's time for you to help too. Do you have no heart? Xiao Yun just woke up and you're already making her work. Wang Qianqian spoke up before Lu Yun could. We only have this much water left. Now it has to be shared among 3 people. How many days do you think it'll last? Zhao Qian didn't argue, just calmly asked back. The rescue team will arrive soon. We don't need to hold out that long, Wang Qianqian said. Are you 100% sure the rescue team will find us before we die of thirst? Zhao Qian asked again. I? Wang Qianqian immediately lost confidence because she couldn't be sure when they'd be rescued. Mr. Qianqian didn't mean it that way. Whatever work you need, feel free to assign it to us, Lu Yun quickly said, seeing that Wang Qianqian had no response. Zhao Qian didn't hold back and said directly, before the rescue team comes, we have to think about how to survive here. You both have 2 tasks, find fresh water and materials to build a shelter. If there's time, go to an open spot on the beach and lay out an SOS sign. We have so much to do. Wang Qianqian started complaining again. If we're doing all this, then what are you doing? I've got just one job, to make sure we don't starve. Zhao Qian replied, then looked playfully at Wang Qianqian and added, of course, if you can catch lobsters and king crabs, I'll do your jobs instead. TMD, so annoying. Wang Qianqian could tell Zhao Qian was mocking her and shouted angrily. Zhao Qian briefly replenished his energy. After avoiding the hottest hours of midday, he set out again in the afternoon to look for food once the sun wasn't so scorching. Although palm hearts could temporarily satisfy hunger, it was only a short-term solution. Humans who don't eat meat for a long time lack protein, which leads to fatigue and body swelling. Once that happens, it becomes a disaster. So his afternoon task was to find something that could supplement protein. Don't forget the tasks I assigned you. Zhao Qian, worried that Wang Qianqian wouldn't take the task seriously, reminded her again before leaving. Got it. Wang Qianqian pouted, full of resentment, and muttered under her breath, totally not a man. We're 2 women, one injured, one just back from the brink of death. How could he still have the heart to make us work? Zhao Qian, of course, heard her complaints, but he didn't respond to the pampered celebrity. Given the current situation, surviving was the top priority. Whether his approach was appropriate or not no longer mattered. After all, if they couldn't survive, when they were found later, they'd just be 3 skeletons. No one would care whether they had been male or female. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian once again entered the forest. He first went to check the traps he had set up. But after inspecting all of them, he found that not only were there no animals, the traps hadn't even been triggered. Helpless, he could only turn to his backup plan, finding branches and vines to weave fishing tools. Compared to other wild environments, one advantage of a deserted island was that getting food was somewhat easier. Soon, Zhao Qian found some branches and vines, the basic materials needed to make fishing tools. With these, all that was left was to weave them. Weaving a fishing tool wasn't simple. First, he had to mentally construct the design, then, he had to have the necessary weaving skills. Fortunately, as a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian had both. I'll use a fish trap structure for this, Zhao Qian said to himself as he sketched a basic diagram on the ground, then began weaving step by step. The fish trap structure was well suited for fishing. It consisted of a funnel-like entrance and a tightly woven cage. The entrance was wide, but the exit was narrow. Once fish, shrimp, or crabs entered, it was nearly impossible for them to get out. The weaving process was very tedious. Even with his knowledge, it still took Zhao Qian several hours to finish the trap. Growl. Just as he finished the trap, Zhao Qian's stomach growled. It's been 2 days, other than palm hearts, I've eaten almost nothing. I'm starving. Zhao Qian rubbed his stomach and said with a bitter smile. He knew that if he didn't eat something soon, his energy would drastically drop, and surviving would become even harder. He continued, the fishing tool is ready, but it's almost dark. I'll have to fish tomorrow. Right now, the priority is restoring energy. I'll go check the traps again. If there's still nothing, I'll have to rely on palm hearts for food again. Thinking this, he dropped the fishing tool on the ground and went to check his traps. First one, no animal. Second one, no animal. Third one, still nothing. He had set 4 traps in total. After checking the first 3, he had nothing. Just as he was about to give up hope and arrived at the 4th trap, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. There's something. Zhao Qian's frustration vanished. He rushed forward and saw a gray figure caught in the trap. It was a mouse, about 10 centimeters long. Maybe it sensed danger from Zhao Qian's presence, so it squeaked loudly and struggled wildly. But it wasn't strong enough and couldn't break free. Heh, don't be scared. I'll eat you tonight. Zhao Qian let out a creepy laugh, then stomped on the mouse to knock it out. He didn't catch it with his hands because he was afraid the mouse might bite him. He couldn't guarantee whether it carried viruses, so stepping on it was the safest method. Zhao Qian picked up the mouse, weighed it, and sighed, this is way too small. With 3 of us, even just me, it's not enough. After removing the guts and skin, the edible part of this mouse was less than a chicken leg. It wasn't nearly enough to fill his stomach. Before it gets totally dark, I'll go get more palm hearts, Zhao Qian said, then headed toward the palm trees. But halfway there, he saw a fallen dead tree and paused for a few seconds, eyes lighting up. To others, it was just a dead tree. But to him, it was a rich source of protein. Thinking this, he picked up a rock from the ground, walked quickly to the dead tree, and smashed it hard. Bang, the rotten bark broke apart. Zhao Qian quickly reached in. Moments later, a smile appeared on his face, and in his hand was a burst grub. Burst grub isn't its scientific name. It got famous because Bear Grylls once ate one raw on a show. The memorable moment was when Bear bit into it, and the guts burst out on the spot. Actually, burst grubs are beetle larvae. They're edible and rich in protein, a pretty good wild food source. Back when Zhao Qian was training himself in survival, he even bought some of these grubs. Of course, he didn't eat them raw, he washed and deep-fried them. Nice and crispy, tasted pretty good. Growl. Just thinking about it made his stomach growl again. Looking at the plump, wriggling grub in his hand, he had a sudden urge to eat it. But just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he paused and scolded himself, how can I be so selfish? Good things should be shared. I can't eat alone. Saying that, he put the grub away and continued searching the tree for more. Maybe because no humans had disturbed this area, the number of grubs in the dead tree was quite high. In no time, he dug out dozens of them. Looking at the pile of grubs, Zhao Qian smiled. He felt tonight's dinner would be a feast. Why isn't he back yet? I'm starving. At the camp, Wang Qianqian sat by the fire, her stomach growling uncontrollably. She felt completely drained. She was both hungry and thirsty, and didn't want to move at all. Only now did she finally understand why Zhao Qian always talked about conserving energy, because it was just too hard to find food on a deserted island. That afternoon, while looking for water sources and materials to build a shelter, she had also paid attention to anything edible, but found nothing at all. Qianqian, have some water. Luyun opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian stared at the bottle and swallowed repeatedly. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, forget it. That guy watches the water like a hawk. He'll notice even if I drink a little. Luyun said, it's fine. I've already thought of a way to get fresh water. It's enough for the 3 of us. Xiaoyun, you're amazing. Hearing that, Wang Qianqian excitedly took the bottle and drank in big gulps. Maybe because she'd been thirsty all day, she downed the entire bottle in one go, not leaving a single drop. After drinking, she sighed with satisfaction, that was so good. That's just because you were thirsty. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came from the darkness. Hearing it, Wang Qianqian was so startled that she instinctively hid the empty water bottle behind her, afraid he'd notice. Don't bother hiding it. I already saw everything. Zhao Qian walked out of the dark, glanced at Wang Qianqian, and said, banning you from drinking water for a day was to make you cherish it. Looks like it worked. I'm allowing you to drink now. Wang Qianqian snorted, unconvinced. Zhao Qian smiled without saying anything, threw a bundle made from clothes onto the ground, and said, "You're all hungry, right? This is the food I found today. Prepare it and you can eat." Food! Wang Qianqian was already starving, and upon hearing that, she quickly ran over and opened the bundle. At this moment, even if it was palm hard, she'd eat it without hesitation. What is this? It's soft and moving. Because the fire was dim, Wang Qianqian couldn't see clearly and reached into the bundle. A second later, when she realized she was holding a plump, squirming white worm, the excitement on her face turned into fear at lightning speed. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed in terror, threw the grub away, and ran off. "Zhao Qian, you jerk. This is the food you found? What else did you expect?" Zhao Qian walked over, picked up the grub, and said, "Beetle larva, its protein content is several times that of beef." Wang Qianqian cut him off and said firmly, "Even if I starve to death, I'll never eat bugs." Hearing this, Zhao Qian took out the mouse he'd caught and said, "If you won't eat bugs, then you'll have to eat this. It's nutritious too." Wang Qianqian looked at the mouse, and her expression now showed not only fear but disgust. She shouted at Zhao Qian, "Can't you find some normal food? It's either bugs or mice, how are we supposed to eat that? If you won't eat, then stay hungry." Zhao Qian frowned in annoyance. He'd been willing to share the good stuff with her, but she didn't appreciate it and even called the food he found not normal. In that case, let her starve. No need to pamper her. He then began preparing the mouse and the grubs. Actually, only the mouse needed preparation. The grubs feed on wood, so their insides were clean. No washing needed, just skewer them on a stick and roast over the fire. "I'll help." At this moment, Luyun stepped forward and offered to handle the skewering. Zhao Qian was surprised. "You're not scared?" "I am." Luyun's hands trembled as she held the grubs, but she forced herself to stay calm. "But given our situation, it's already good that we have something to eat. If we don't eat, we'll go hungry. You're better than someone else who still doesn't get the reality," Zhao Qian said while intentionally glancing at Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian glared back fiercely. She wanted to argue but in the end kept her mouth shut. Normally, most people can't eat this kind of thing. It's understandable that Qianqian doesn't want to. Luyun spoke up for her, then curiously asked Zhao Qian, "But you, how do you know so many survival skills and facts? It's really surprising." "I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast," Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Compared to Wang Qianqian's airheadedness, he preferred chatting with Luyun. And so, the two of them chatted while preparing the ingredients. During this time, the first grilled grub was done. It gave off a fragrant smell, a deadly temptation to their starving bodies. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then decided to show rare gentlemanly behavior. He picked up the grilled grub and handed it to Luyun, saying, "This one's done. You can have it first." "Thank you." Luyun hesitated briefly, thanked Zhao Qian, and took the grub. But instead of eating it, she walked over to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you eat it." "I'm not eating it." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Though very hungry and tempted by the smell, the sight of the roasted grub still made her mentally resist. Just thinking about eating a bug gave her goosebumps. Growl. But just as she refused, her stomach growled loudly. No matter how much her mind resisted, her body's instincts couldn't be controlled. Luyun was about to try persuading her again, but after thinking about it, she held back. Knowing Wang Qianqian, trying to persuade her might trigger her rebellious streak. After a moment of hesitation, Luyun stuck the grilled grub in the ground in front of Wang Qianqian and returned to the fire. "Here's another one for you." Zhao Qian wanted to say, why bother with her? Starve her a few times and she'll stop being picky. But since it wasn't his business, he didn't comment and just handed another grub over. "Thanks." Luyun thanked him and took the grub but didn't eat it right away. Zhao Qian understood, even if she acted calm, it still wasn't easy to eat bugs right off the bat. So, he picked up one of the roasted grubs and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Crunch crunch crunch. The grub made a crispy sound as he chewed, that was the burnt skin cracking. Crispy and tasty. "You guys better eat up," Zhao Qian said, showing how delicious it was. In fact, Zhao Qian was lying, the burst grubs were not delicious. Actually, if you think about it, it's obvious. Without any seasoning, not even salt, it's impossible for burst grubs to taste good. But to avoid Wang Qianqian and Luyun rejecting them, he had no choice but to say that. Crunch. After hesitating for a moment, Luyun overcame her fear and put a burst grub into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, she turned to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, it actually tastes pretty good. You should try one too." Watching the two of them eat enthusiastically, Wang Qianqian felt even more strongly the hunger from her stomach. It was like a voice in her head kept telling her to eat the grub in front of her. Finally, after a long hesitation, she gathered her courage and picked up a burst grub. She wanted to stay stubborn, but after 2 days of only eating the not-so-filling palm hearts, she was simply too hungry. Crunch. Wang Qianqian closed her eyes, shoved the grub into her mouth, and bit down hard. Because it was cooked, there was no explosion of juice, only the crispy outer layer and soft, mushy innards. How to describe it? It wasn't as tasty as Zhao Qian and Lu Yun had made it seem, but it also wasn't as disgusting as she had imagined, barely acceptable. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both smiled. After Wang Qianqian finished one grub, they handed her another. This time, Wang Qianqian didn't refuse. She grabbed it and ate it, clearly starving. Zhao Qian, seeing that Wang Qianqian had fallen to the true fragrance law, didn't mock her. Instead, he asked, "Today I asked you to look for a water source and materials for building a shelter. How did it go?" Hearing this, Wang Qianqian acted like she didn't hear and just lowered her head to keep eating. Because the tasks Zhao Qian assigned them weren't completed at all. They didn't find a water source, nor did they gather materials for building a shelter. "We didn't find a water source," Lu Yun said, "but I figured out a way to get fresh water from seawater, enough for the 3 of us to drink. Not only that, I can extract sea salt. It's not the same as the salt we're used to, but it's fine for long-term use." "How do you get fresh water from seawater? Using distillation?" Zhao Qian asked. "Yes. Distillation alone won't get enough fresh water for the 3 of us to drink." As a survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian naturally knew about distilling seawater. The problem is, this method is too inefficient. On a good day, you might get just 1 cup of water, which is far from enough. "Traditional distillation isn't enough, of course," Lu Yun said. "But I mean boiling the water to create steam." She explained her method in detail. After listening, Zhao Qian generally understood what she meant. Traditional methods use solar evaporation and collect the steam, very slow. Lu Yun's method used fire to speed up the evaporation process, making it much faster to get drinkable water. "That's a good method. It can indeed solve our drinking water problem," Zhao Qian agreed. Lu Yun continued, "After seawater evaporates, the leftover is sea salt." Zhao Qian reminded her, "Boiling seawater gives you raw salt. It's okay short-term, but long-term, it's not good for your health. Seawater contains lots of salt, but it also has many harmful elements. That's why nobody eats raw salt made from boiling seawater. Edible sea salt is refined industrially to remove harmful substances. And now, ever since a certain country that's doing quite well decided to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean, whether sea salt is even edible anymore is another question." "Don't worry," Lu Yun said confidently. "I know how to purify sea salt." "You know how to refine sea salt?" Zhao Qian was surprised, even he didn't know how to do that. After all, a deserted island is just one survival environment. He mainly trained for mountains, deserts, and forests, so he didn't study island survival much. Lu Yun is a top graduate from Peking University. Purifying raw salt is easy for her, Wang Qianqian said proudly when she saw Zhao Qian surprised by her assistant. "Peking University?" Zhao Qian glanced at Lu Yun again. Anyone who got into Peking University was definitely a top student. "Impressive, right?" Wang Qianqian asked smugly. "Very impressive," Zhao Qian nodded, then looked at the smug Wang Qianqian and asked, "Since your assistant is from Peking University, your education level must be high too. Tell me so I can admire you." "Me?" Just a second ago she was smug, but Wang Qianqian instantly deflated and couldn't speak. Lu Yun explained, "Qianqian has always dreamed of becoming a star since she was little, and she worked hard for it, so her academics weren't her strength." Zhao Qian paused for a moment at this polite explanation, then asked playfully, "Bachelor's degree?" Wang Qianqian said nothing. "Associates?" Still no response. "High school?" Silence again. "You're not like Xiao Yeye, are you?" Zhao Qian suddenly thought of the possibility. Wang Qianqian finally nodded. "As expected, you don't need brains to become a celebrity," Zhao Qian sighed. He had always looked down on modern-day internet celebrities. Most of them were just a marketing product with no real talent or knowledge. Which is why so many of them get exposed: tax evasion, surrogacy, drugs, you name it. There's nothing their fans can imagine that they haven't done. Even Wang Qianqian, whom he had a good impression of before, turned out to be just a pretty face with shockingly little common sense. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue, but thinking of her low education level, she could only grumble, "You sound like you have some amazing education. Go ahead, tell me so I can admire you." Zhao Qian gave her a contemptuous glance and said, "If you compare yourself to me, you're just embarrassing yourself. I've had higher education." Wang Qianqian was startled. Don't tell me, you're from a 985 or 211 university? Zhao Qian shook his head. I graduated from Jinghai City No. 3 High School. No. 3 High School? Wang Qianqian was confused and didn't get it. Lu Yun explained, No. 3 High School is a senior high school. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened. You're just a high school graduate, and you dare look down on me? Zhao Qian said, I'm a high school graduate. You're a middle school graduate. My education is still higher than yours. Wang Qianqian wanted to fight back but had no argument. She never thought, even in her dreams, that one day she, a big celebrity, would be looked down on by a high school graduate. Seeing that Wang Qianqian didn't speak, Zhao Qian did not press the point. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, now that the drinking water problem is solved, do you have any ideas on the shelter materials? Lu Yun shook her head and said, no. We searched a large area this afternoon and didn't find material suitable for building a shelter. Xiao Yun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Wang Qianqian, who had been quietly upset, spoke up when she heard Lu Yun. When we were searching this afternoon, didn't we see a lot of trees? Those trees can be used to build a shelter. Those trees can't be used as materials. Lu Yun shook her head. Why not? At first Wang Qianqian didn't understand, then suddenly realized and said, could it be that you are worried about damaging the environment? This is indeed a problem. Last time a film crew shot a movie and forgot to collect their trash, and they were criticized online for half a month. If I damage the environment, wouldn't I be criticized to death? The more Wang Qianqian talked, the more she felt she was right. Confidently she said, yes, that's exactly it. Brains are a good thing, too bad you don't have any. Zhao Qian tossed a burst grub into his mouth and said while eating, we're already stranded on a deserted island. Whether we can survive is one thing. Do you think anyone will care about our damaging the environment? Wang Qianqian angrily asked, if it's not an environmental issue, then what is the reason? Zhao Qian answered, the fundamental reason is we don't have tools to cut wood. If they were in a city, cutting wood would be too easy, go to a store and buy an axe or a chainsaw, there would be plenty of tool options. But they were on a deserted island. Forget axes and chainsaws, they didn't even have a fruit knife. Trying to cut down trees under these conditions was almost impossible. That was exactly why he had sent Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to look for shelter materials, instead of directly cutting down trees. Is there really no way at all? Wang Qianqian understood the reason and looked at Lu Yun. I don't have much knowledge about wilderness survival. In this situation, I really don't have a way either. Lu Yun shook her head slightly. What about you? Wang Qianqian then looked at Zhao Qian. I can think of 3 methods. Zhao Qian's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he explained in detail. The first method is to use fire to burn the trees into pieces. This is something we can do right now. The only problem is controlling the fire. It could easily cause a forest fire. The second method is to find stone suitable for making stone tools and make stone tools that can cut trees. However, stone tools are easy to break, so we would need to make many of them. This means it will take a relatively long time to build the shelter. The third method is to find the plain wreckage. The wreckage must have metal in it. As long as we find the metal, we can grind it into wood-cutting tools. The problem is, we don't know where the wreckage is. We might spend a long time searching and find nothing. Of the 3 methods he thought of, the first method was the most dangerous. A slight mistake could cause an irreversible disaster. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider it. As for the other 2 methods, he preferred finding stones to make stone tools. Although stone tools are far inferior to metal in all aspects, the materials are easy to obtain. Once a suitable stone is found, there will be many similar stones nearby, providing a continuous supply. Finding plain wreckage, however, depends on luck. If the wreckage is on the island, they still have a chance to find it. If it's in the sea, they might never find it in this lifetime. Of these 3 methods, which one do you want to choose? Lu Yun asked. The second method, making stone tools, Zhao Qian explained. The first method is too dangerous, and the third depends on luck. Yes. I also agree with the second method. Lu Yun nodded. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Qianqian suddenly laughed out loud and said, I think we don't need to be so troubled. Didn't you both say that in a couple of days rescue would come? We can just wait quietly for rescue. Even after being on the island for 2 days, Wang Qianqian still believed that rescue would come in a short time. Seeing the naive Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian did not tell the truth, because he knew that if he told the truth, Wang Qianqian might collapse. When in a desperate situation, it's best to maintain an optimistic mindset, it helps one live longer. I'm full. Zhao Qian felt tired. He stood up from beside the fire, picked out some clothes to use as bedding, and found a quiet place to sleep. When Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian leave, she made a disgusted face. Then, with a look of grievance, she turned to Lu Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, when Zhao Qian looked down on my education earlier, why didn't you help me? Lu Yun answered softly, Qianqian, it's not that I didn't want to help you, I couldn't. Why not? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. Lu Yun didn't answer immediately. She glanced in Zhao Qian's direction and said, we are lost on a deserted island. On our own, just the two of us, we won't survive. Only by staying with Zhao Qian do we have a chance to survive. Wang Qianqian questioned stubbornly, he's just a steel-straight guy. Why can't we live without him? Lu Yun asked, putting everything else aside, without him, could we find any food? Well, Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit she and Lu Yun didn't know how to find food on the deserted island. Not just food, there are other dangers on the deserted island. With him here, he will protect us when there is danger, Lu Yun said. But I don't like him. He always argues with me. I've never suffered such grievances before, Wang Qianqian said, clenching her pink fist and pouting. He's actually pretty good. What is he good at? In the wilderness, there's no order. Human evil gets amplified here. Even the smallest wicked thought gets magnified. What do you mean? You're so beautiful, and a big star. Won't men have thoughts about you? At these words, Wang Qianqian's face changed drastically. She understood what Lu Yun meant. Even in human society, some sleazy people would use all sorts of excuses to get close to her and even openly offer money for her to spend a night with them. Luckily, the law restrained them, and they didn't dare act forcefully, so she escaped danger every time. But on a deserted island, there were no restraints. If Zhao Qian had even the slightest evil thought, it would be infinitely amplified, and he might act on it. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian became terribly scared and asked, Xiao Yun, since I'm so beautiful, isn't that very dangerous? You're overthinking it. Lu Yun comforted her. From what I've observed, Zhao Qian isn't interested in women who are stupid. Then I can rest assured. Wang Qianqian first breathed a sigh of relief, then thought again, wait, Xiao Yun, you just said I'm stupid. She raised her hand and said, accept my dragon claw hand punishment. Early morning? The sun slowly rose from beneath the sea, its dazzling light shining on the earth, casting rays on Zhao Qian's face. Feeling the glaring sunlight, Zhao Qian instinctively raised his hand to block it. His still drowsy eyes opened, and after sitting up, he stretched lazily. After a night of rest, he had returned to his best state, marking the first step in surviving on the deserted island. In deserted island survival, the scariest part is the first few days. As long as the first few days are endured, and no accidents occur afterward, it's entirely possible to survive on the island for a long time. Wow! Just then, Wang Qianqian's exclamation came to Zhao Qian's ears. Xiao Yun, you're amazing, you actually got fresh water from seawater. Fresh water. Zhao Qian, still a little sleepy, instantly became alert. He climbed off his bed and ran toward the sound. Fresh water is the most important thing in surviving on a deserted island. Solving the problem of fresh water is equivalent to solving the biggest survival issue. Zhao Qian came up behind the two and saw Lu Yun using a straw to connect two empty mineral water bottles, creating a simple version of a distiller. The principle of the distiller was very simple. Two empty mineral water bottles, one was used to evaporate seawater into steam, and the steam would travel through the straw into the other empty bottle. After condensation, the steam turned into water droplets, which gathered at the bottom of the bottle, thus producing drinkable fresh water. This is just a very simple principle, no need to make a fuss. Lu Yun paused and continued, also, this distiller is just a temporary solution. We can't rely on it to get fresh water long term. Why? Wang Qianqian tilted her head and asked. Zhao Qian explained, when plastic is heated above 90 degrees, it releases toxic substances. Once or twice won't harm the body, but long-term use isn't okay. The sudden voice startled Wang Qianqian. When she turned to look at Zhao Qian, she rolled her eyes but didn't respond to him. However, Zhao Qian wasn't paying attention to Wang Qianqian. His eyes were fixed on the distiller, increasingly convinced that saving Lu Yun had been a wise decision. Although he had a wealth of wilderness survival knowledge, he lacked knowledge in other areas. If it had been up to him, he might not have thought of using this method to obtain fresh water. Knowledge is power, this saying often proves true. How much fresh water can be obtained in a day like this? Zhao Qian asked his most pressing question. Not sure. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, this is also my first time making something like this, so I don't know how much fresh water can be collected each day. But it should be enough for us to drink. That's enough. Zhao Qian didn't ask for much. As long as the three of them had drinking water, he was satisfied. Besides, they still had to find a freshwater source. Getting fresh water from seawater was just a temporary solution. After admiring the distiller, Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and said, "A new day has started, let me assign some tasks. Lu Yun, you're in charge of fresh water and salt." "Okay." Lu Yun nodded slightly. Zhao Qian said to Wang Qianqian, "Your task is the same as yesterday, look for a water source and materials to build a shelter." Wang Qianqian protested, "That kind of task doesn't suit me. My leg still isn't fully healed." She didn't want to continue doing yesterday's task. There were no roads on the island. She had to push through dense vegetation to move around, and branches had scratched many places on her body. Also, she didn't have sunscreen. Being directly exposed to the sun would damage her skin. How could she continue her entertainment career then? Besides looking for water and shelter materials, what else can you do? Zhao Qian asked. Wang Qianqian pointed to the distiller and grinned, "I feel like this suits me. I can do this." Zhao Qian bluntly said, "Forget it. Fresh water and salt are essential for our survival on the island. Do you really think I'd entrust such an important job to you?" Honestly, he'd rather believe the national football team could become world champions than believe Wang Qianqian could do this job well. And this task was extremely important. If something went wrong, they would lose both fresh water and salt, directly affecting their survival. Wang Qianqian had no self-awareness and even blamed Zhao Qian, "You're just biased against me. But I'm more reliable than you, right? Yesterday you were in charge of finding food, and all you brought back were bugs and mice. Are those considered food? It's already generous I didn't let you eat air." Zhao Qian muttered to himself and said, "If I remember correctly, you ate quite a lot of those bugs and mice yesterday. You ate them, so they're food, right?" Wang Qianqian blushed and muttered, I was just hungry. Anyway, what you brought wasn't food." Seeing Wang Qianqian acting shamelessly, Zhao Qian didn't want to argue with her but couldn't let her stay idle either. So he thought for a moment and said, "How about this, if you complete your task properly today, I'll bring back fish for you." Wang Qianqian looked skeptical and asked, "You can catch fish?" Zhao Qian nodded, "Yesterday I made a fishing tool. It should be able to catch fish." Wang Qianqian said, "Do you think I'm dumb? When you came back yesterday, you didn't have any fishing tool on you." Zhao Qian replied, "Fishing tools are heavy. Of course I left them where they were. It would have been exhausting to carry them back." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes darted around, and then she suddenly got fired up and said, "You're always telling Xiaoyun and me to be careful, but actually, you're the most careless one. Something as important as a fishing tool, and you just left it out. What if it got stolen? Before, I got punished for wasting fresh water washing my face. You said fresh water was vital to our survival. Now, because of your carelessness, our fishing tool might get stolen. That also affects survival. Shouldn't you be punished too?" Zhao Qian understood what Wang Qianqian meant and froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. It took him a while to stop. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Qianqian was annoyed. She felt like Zhao Qian was trying to get out of it. "I used to suspect that being a celebrity didn't require brains. Now, thanks to you, I'm convinced, being a celebrity really doesn't require a brain." Zhao Qian laughed until he teared up. "You're saying I have no brains again? Did I say anything wrong?" Wang Qianqian clenched her fists, itching to punch Zhao Qian. "Qianqian." Lu Yun, who had been silent, gently tugged Wang Qianqian's sleeve and quietly reminded her, "We're on a deserted island right now. It's just the three of us. Even if the fishing tool was left outside, it couldn't have been stolen." As soon as she said that, the expression on Wang Qianqian's face froze. She wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. "Slow down, wait for me." In the forest of the deserted island, Wang Qianqian shouted discontentedly at Zhao Qian, who was over 10 meters ahead of her. Zhao Qian, walking in front, observed the surroundings of the forest while saying, "The two of us have heavy tasks. We're responsible for finding food, a water source, and materials to build shelter. We can't slow down." Because he didn't agree to let Wang Qianqian stay at the camp, she retaliated by insisting he accompany her, using the excuse that it's too dangerous for a girl to be alone on the island. Just like that, Zhao Qian, who was originally only responsible for finding food, now had the added tasks of finding water and building materials. "Got it." Wang Qianqian replied resentfully, quickly caught up with Zhao Qian, and asked, "What are we doing next?" Zhao Qian said, "First, check if the traps I set have caught any prey, then catch some burst bugs." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Didn't you say we wouldn't eat burst bugs at night?" She was too hungry last night, so she couldn't resist eating burst bugs, but after getting full, she felt disgusted and regretted it all night. "This time we're catching burst bugs not to eat." Zhao Qian explained, "We'll use burst bugs as bait for fishing later." That's more like it. Wang Qianqian let out a sigh of relief. Then Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to check the traps he had set. All 4 of the traps had been triggered, but unfortunately, not a single animal had been caught. After resetting the traps, the 2 of them found a fallen dead tree in the forest, cracked open the hard outer shell of the tree, and began looking for burst bugs. Because there was no human interference, the number of burst bugs, a type of pest, was very large. In no time, Zhao Qian found more than 10 burst bugs in the dead tree. Looking at the plump, wriggling white burst bugs, Wang Qianqian felt her stomach turn again and regretted eating them once more. Zhao Qian naturally noticed Wang Qianqian's reaction, but he didn't comfort her. They were on a deserted island, survival was the most important thing. If she couldn't even handle eating bugs, she simply wouldn't survive. He had to help Wang Qianqian face reality as soon as possible. Besides, compared to Bear Grylls' show, their current situation was already pretty good. He remembered one episode where Bear Grylls got water from elephant dung, and another where he gave himself an enema. Not making her drink urine or eat maggots was already merciful. After collecting enough burst bugs, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the location of the fishing tool he made yesterday, based on memory. This thing can catch fish? Wang Qianqian looked at the strangely shaped fishing tool, not believing it could work. Whether it can catch fish or not, I don't know, but it's more reliable than picking up a king crab by the sea, don't you think? Zhao Qian replied. I think you'll drown while fishing later. Wang Qianqian cursed loudly, displeased with Zhao Qian mocking her again. Now that you've said that, I don't dare go fishing anymore. Forget it, let's go dig up burst bugs to eat. Zhao Qian dropped the fishing tool and turned to go back. Wang Qianqian panicked. Zhao Qian might not care what he eats, but she couldn't be that indifferent. Just the thought of eating burst bugs again made her stomach queasy. If she had to keep eating burst bugs, she'd rather starve. Thinking this, she grabbed Zhao Qian and said, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Let's go fishing. Zhao Qian said deliberately, have you ever heard of Murphy's Law? It means bad things are more likely to happen than good ones. Just in case, I better not take the risk. Wang Qianqian asked, what will make you go fishing? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, swear an oath. Fine. Wang Qianqian clenched her teeth, raised 3 fingers, and said, I swear Zhao Qian won't drown while fishing. If he does, I'll die with him. Don't do that. Zhao Qian quickly stopped her and said, you being alive is already annoying enough. If you die with me, wouldn't that mean I won't find peace even in death? No one torments like you do. Zhao Qian, you bastard. Wang Qianqian shouted angrily. She was a top celebrity back in the country, she had only ever looked down on others, never had anyone look down on her. Let's go, time to fish. Zhao Qian had Wang Qianqian completely under control, just one sentence made her quiet for now. Then, in a good mood, Zhao Qian carried the fishing tool and headed to the sea. But he didn't throw the fishing tool into the water right away. Instead, he followed the coastline for half an hour and found a spot full of reefs. The reefs here formed an oval shape. On the ocean-facing side, there was a gap through which fish from the sea could enter the oval. Over time, many fish gathered inside the oval. After confirming the spot, Zhao Qian picked up a rock the size of a head, took out the burst bugs he caught, and crushed them one by one. In an instant, the dark green guts of the burst bugs sprayed out. The scene looked a bit disgusting, and Wang Qianqian backed away far. Zhao Qian didn't mind at all. He smeared the crushed bug guts onto the rock, then put the rock into the fishing tool, and finally lowered it into the sea. The moment the fishing tool entered the water, the burst bug guts on the rock dispersed, immediately attracting many fish. The fish gathered around the fishing tool, opening and closing their mouths, eating the burst bug guts. But since those dispersed guts were only a small part, and more burst bugs were inside the fishing tool, the fish instinctively searched for an entrance, trying to get inside. Look! A fish just went in. Wang Qianqian saw a fish swim into the fishing tool and started jumping with excitement. Pull it up. We've got fish to eat today. But Zhao Qian stayed calm and said, don't rush. Leave the fishing tool here for now. We'll collect it when we return to camp. We still have other things to do. Wang Qianqian asked, what if the fish eat their fill and escape before we come back? Zhao Qian replied, don't worry. The fishing tool I made, once a fish enters, it can't get out. Unless someone steals it, but that's unlikely, don't you think? Wang Qianqian glared hard at Zhao Qian, knowing he was mocking her again. Looking at the sulking Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that this celebrity had a pretty good attitude. Even though he had snapped at her again and again, she never exploded in anger. And she didn't hold grudges. Every time she got mad, she'd get over it quickly and even take the initiative to talk to him again. With your kind of temper, how did you survive in the entertainment industry? Zhao Qian summed up Wang Qianqian's personality in 3 words: silly, naive, sweet. With such a character surviving in the entertainment industry, she was simply an oddball. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Qianqian was pretending, but Zhao Qian didn't think that was likely. Others pretended to be dumb. Wang Qianqian was truly dumb. What kind of temper do I have? Why couldn't I survive in the entertainment industry? Wang Qianqian looked confused. Well, this time, Zhao Qian didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say, "You're so dumb, have no scheming, don't hold grudges, and don't have a temper. There's no way someone like you could survive in the entertainment industry." That would basically be insulting her. Zhao Qian had to rephrase and asked, "I heard there are a lot of unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Have you ever come across anything like that?" Wang Qianqian didn't shy away, and was even happy to share. She nodded vigorously and said, "Of course I've come across that. Some people go through my agent, directly offering prices, asking me to accompany them." Zhao Qian's eyes lit up with gossip and quickly asked, "Then what?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "I don't know." Zhao Qian felt like he was being tickled, exclaiming, "You're the person involved, how could you not know?" Wang Qianqian explained, "Every time that happened, I handed it over to Xiaoyun to deal with. She's really good at handling those things." Zhao Qian asked curiously, "How does she deal with them?" Wang Qianqian said, "She never tells me. She just tells me to focus on filming. But one thing is certain, those people never bothered me again." Hearing this, Zhao Qian wished he could go back to camp right now and ask Lu Yun how she handled it. After all, Lu Yun was just Wang Qianqian's assistant, not even her agent. Theoretically, she shouldn't have had much influence. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "You completely trust her?" Wang Qianqian asked back, "Why wouldn't I trust her?" Ah? Zhao Qian was left speechless and forced a bitter smile, thinking he shouldn't have asked. With Wang Qianqian's personality, even a stranger smiling at her would make her think they were trustworthy, let alone someone she spent every day with, like her assistant. "Zhao Qian, how about this, you pull up the fishing tool and take out the fish inside, and I'll tell you more gossip about the entertainment industry." Wang Qianqian was still thinking about the fish. "You're betraying the entertainment industry over one fish?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "There's no way I'm pulling up the fishing tool now. But don't worry, I'll make sure you eat as much fish as you want today." With that, he suppressed his curiosity for gossip, turned around and said while walking, "Let's go, time to continue our next task." Wang Qianqian pouted, followed him and asked, "Still looking for water?" Zhao Qian replied, "Finding water is just one task, we also need to make stone tools and build a shelter as soon as possible. The 4 basics of wilderness survival are water, fire, food, and shelter." So far, they already had 3, water, fire, and food. The only thing they hadn't figured out was shelter. Shelter might seem unimportant, but it actually protects them from rain, snow, strong winds, wild animals, and insects, and helps ease the fear of the wilderness. The reason they hadn't yet felt the importance of shelter was because they hadn't encountered bad weather. And to build a proper shelter, they needed tools. That's why wilderness survival experts always carry knives and fire starters with them. These tasks can't be completed in one day, right? Wang Qianqian asked with a long face. Zhao Qian nodded and didn't hide the truth from Wang Qianqian. He said, "Even if everything goes smoothly, it'll still take several days." Hearing that it would take several days, Wang Qianqian panicked. "I'm a celebrity, if I get sunburned every day, my skin will get worse. Zhao Qian, can you help me?" After panicking, Wang Qianqian's voice turned soft and sweet. Her big eyes, full of admiration and plea, blinked at Zhao Qian. If it were any other man, faced with such a soft and cute Wang Qianqian, he would have instantly turned into a fool and taken on all the work. However, after 2 days of contact, Zhao Qian had some understanding of Wang Qianqian and had built up some resistance. So at this moment, instead of feeling sorry for her, he got goosebumps all over and couldn't help but shiver. It felt like Molly was acting cute with him. He'd much rather she slapped him on the shoulder and said loudly, "Bro, help me out, I'll leave everything to you." Zhao Qian looked at her with disgust and grinned, "Don't act cute, it's gross." "You." Wang Qianqian wanted to get mad, but remembering that she still needed Zhao Qian's help, she could only hold back her anger and said sweetly, "Zhao Qian Gij, if you say that, you'll hurt my feelings. Help me out, okay? Damn, get lost." Zhao Qian held back his urge to curse and said righteously, "We've already ended up on a deserted island. Survival is the real issue. Stop worrying about your skin." With that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to speak and quickly walked away. Wang Qianqian stared blankly at Zhao Qian fleeing, then reached up and touched her own face. For the first time, she started doubting her appearance. Why did he look so disgusted with me? Am I not pretty enough? No, impossible, how could I not be pretty? If it's not my problem, then it must be his. Could it be that he doesn't like women? That's it, he likes men. Wang Qianqian was very confident in her looks. After thinking it through logically, she concluded that Zhao Qian liked men. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Qianqian showed a typical fujoshi expression and chased after him, saying, "Sis, no, Zhao Qian, wait up. Let's talk more. I suddenly want to get to know you better." But as a weak girl, how could she catch up to Zhao Qian? There was always a distance of more than 10 meters between them. It wasn't that Zhao Qian couldn't widen the distance, it was because he was afraid she'd get lost. If she walked fast, he sped up, if she slowed down, he slowed down too. But their chase didn't last long. Zhao Qian suddenly stopped. "Finally caught up with you. Can't you slow down a bit?" Wang Qianqian panted and caught up, seeing Zhao Qian standing still and not moving. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhao Qian turned around with an excited look on his face and pointed ahead. "Coconut tree, we found a coconut tree." Coconut trees. Wang Qianqian followed Zhao Qian's pointing direction and saw several tall coconut trees scattered around, with coconuts hanging on them. For people trying to survive on a deserted island, coconuts are perfect. Coconut water can quench thirst, and coconut meat is rich in protein and fatty acids, with high nutritional value, and can be used to fill the stomach. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as a few coconut trees can be found on a deserted island, one basically doesn't need to worry about dying of thirst or hunger before the coconuts run out. However, Wang Qianqian wasn't very happy. She said in a resentful tone, "So what if there are coconut trees? You said before that you wouldn't take the risk to climb the tree to pick coconuts." Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, feeling a bit awkward. Previously, when Wang Qianqian wasted water and was punished by not being allowed to drink for a day, she had suggested picking some coconuts to quench her thirst, but he refused, saying they were too high and it was dangerous. In fact, that reason wasn't the main one. The real reason he didn't want to pick coconuts at that time was because he hadn't seen any coconut trees. And he didn't want to waste energy looking for them. After all, they had just arrived on the island and still had many things to do. He couldn't afford to waste strength searching for coconut trees. He hadn't expected that they would now stumble upon some coconut trees by accident, which made things awkward. "I did say I wouldn't take the risk to pick coconuts, but ripe coconuts fall from the trees on their own. We can just collect the ones that have already fallen." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. Upon hearing that there might be fallen coconuts, Wang Qianqian couldn't wait and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go pick up coconuts." After speaking, she didn't even wait for Zhao Qian and ran straight toward the coconut trees. Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly chased after her. Before they even reached the trees, they saw coconuts lying on the ground. Each tree had only 2 or 3 coconuts under it, but together there were more than 10 coconuts. "This one's mine, this one's also mine." Wang Qianqian picked up a coconut and, without even checking it, hurried to pick up more. However, coconuts are not light, and they are quite large. After picking up 3 in a row, she couldn't hold any more and stomped her feet anxiously. In contrast, Zhao Qian was much more relaxed. He picked one good-looking coconut, walked over to a nearby rock, and slammed it down hard. Thump! A dull sound rang out, and the coconut hit the rock solidly, immediately cracking open, with juice flowing out non-stop. Zhao Qian quickly picked up the coconut, aimed at the crack, and sucked hard. The fragrant, rich coconut water flowed into his mouth, and he drank the whole coconut in one go. At this moment, Wang Qianqian noticed what Zhao Qian was doing and complained, "Zhao Qian, is this really the time to be drinking? Hurry and help pick coconuts." Zhao Qian smiled and asked, "Why, are you afraid someone else will come and take them?" Wang Qianqian froze at his words. Her pale face turned red, and she was so embarrassed she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Then, she picked a coconut herself and, imitating Zhao Qian, slammed it hard against a rock. However, she wasn't as strong as Zhao Qian. After trying 6 or 7 times, she barely managed to crack it open and immediately began drinking. So delicious. Wang Qianqian took several big gulps, looking very satisfied. Don't throw away the empty coconut. After cracking it open, the coconut meat inside is still useful. As Zhao Qian spoke, he took his finished coconut and smashed it against the rock again. Since he needed to break it completely open, he slammed it 3 times before it split into 2 halves, revealing the snow-white coconut meat inside. However, he didn't eat the meat. Instead, he rubbed it on his face and exposed arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian asked in confusion while drinking coconut water. Zhao Qian explained, "Coconut oil is a great natural sunscreen. As long as you apply it on your skin, you won't have to worry about getting sunburned." Wang Qianqian was doubtful and asked, really? Why have I never heard of that? Zhao Qian paused his actions and asked back, what have you heard of? Wang Qianqian fell silent. She used to think she knew a lot, but after coming to the island, she realized she lacked basic survival knowledge. So, after thinking for a moment, she said, I believe you. As she spoke, she tried to crack open her coconut like Zhao Qian. But she was too weak. After trying more than 10 times, her arm was sore, and the coconut still wasn't open. Let me do it. Zhao Qian couldn't bear to see the coconut being tortured, so he took it from Wang Qianqian and smashed it hard against the rock. Thump! The moment the coconut hit the rock, it cracked open with a large gap. Zhao Qian pulled it apart along the crack, and the coconut split in two. You're so strong. Wang Qianqian widened her eyes in disbelief. Men are naturally stronger than women. Zhao Qian didn't think much of it. He handed the coconut back to Wang Qianqian and said, you girls have a lot of areas to apply it to, so I won't stay here. I'll go gather the coconuts. With that, he turned and walked toward the coconut trees. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian walk away and smiled faintly. She whispered, don't think I don't know you like men just because you act like a gentleman. Humph, I see right through you. What are you pretending for? In fact, out of curiosity about whether gay men react to women, she had the urge to call Zhao Qian back. But after thinking it over, she held back. If he didn't react, fine. But if he did, that would be a problem. She picked up the coconut and went into the bushes to apply the coconut oil. Zhao Qian had no idea that Wang Qianqian thought he was gay. The reason he walked away was to avoid suspicion. After all, he was a healthy, hot-blooded man. If Wang Qianqian revealed something in front of him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and do something inappropriate. Even on a deserted island, he couldn't lose his humanity. However, just as Zhao Qian finished gathering the coconuts, a terrified scream from afar came from Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian, come save me, there's a monster here. Monster? A bunch of question marks popped up in Zhao Qian's head. He thought, how could there be a monster on a deserted island? But he didn't dare stop for a second. He grabbed a rock from the ground and ran toward Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian moved quickly. In just a few seconds, he found the panicked Wang Qianqian behind the bushes. However, he didn't see any monster, only Wang Qianqian alone. Where's the monster? Zhao Qian's heart was beating fast. While staying alert to the surroundings, he asked. Wang Qianqian pointed at the bushes and said, the monster went into the bushes. It even snatched my coconut. The monster snatched your coconut? Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, almost thinking he had misheard. He had only heard of monsters eating people. This was the first time he'd heard of a monster stealing a coconut. Could it be that monsters are vegetarian now? What did the monster look like? Zhao Qian asked. I didn't see the whole thing, just saw a huge claw. It was so scary, Wang Qianqian said, still shaken. A huge claw? Upon hearing Wang Qianqian's description, a certain creature popped into Zhao Qian's mind. Without even saying a word to Wang Qianqian, he chased in the direction the monster had fled. What are you doing? Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's action and shouted, don't go provoking the monster. Let's hurry back to camp. After all, the normal reaction to meeting a monster is to run. Why was he chasing after it? Wasn't that just asking to die? While Wang Qianqian was at a loss, Zhao Qian soon returned, but unlike before, he now held a half-meter-long creature in his hands. This creature had a pair of huge claws, and in one of them, it still held half a coconut. Is this what you saw earlier? Zhao Qian asked. Yeah, that's it. Wang Qianqian saw the familiar claw and nodded vigorously. That's not a monster, it's a creature called a coconut crab, Zhao Qian explained. The coconut crab is a type of hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter long. It's not only the largest land crab but also the largest land-dwelling arthropod. It has terrifyingly strong claws that can easily crack open the hard shell of a coconut. Coconut crab. Wang Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then said, I've heard of them before, but never seen one. I didn't expect it to look like that, so scary. Right, why did you catch it? Zhao Qian said, to eat it, of course. Wang Qianqian looked at the strange coconut crab and said in disbelief, you can eat this thing? Zhao Qian replied, not only can you eat it, it's delicious. Coconut crab meat is very tasty. Because it's been overhunted, coconut crabs are protected in many countries. Then, Wang Qianqian wanted to say something. Don't ruin the mood. Zhao Qian, as if knowing what Wang Qianqian was about to say, cut her off and said, we've ended up on a deserted island. The most important thing now is survival. Whether the coconut crab is protected or not, to me it's just food. Wang Qianqian went silent for a while after hearing this, then nodded and said nothing more. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was afraid Wang Qianqian would suddenly act like a saint and stop him from eating the crab. That would be a big loss. Next, Zhao Qian tore some clothes into strips and tied up the coconut crab securely using a method similar to binding crabs. After doing all that, he smiled and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "All right, we." However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on Wang Qianqian. At first, Wang Qianqian didn't understand, but then she looked down and suddenly realized, she had taken off her t-shirt earlier to apply coconut oil, and now she was only wearing underwear, with large areas of her white skin exposed. "Ah!" Wang Qianqian screamed, covering herself with both hands and shouted at Zhao Qian, "Pervert! Turn around now." "Pfft, so small, acting like someone wants to look." Zhao Qian put on an expression like he didn't care, but his eyes stayed on her chest for a few more seconds before reluctantly turning away. Hiss. "Who?" After turning around, Zhao Qian took deep breaths to suppress the desire burning inside. He had to admit, Wang Qianqian's figure was quite good. Combined with her delicate facial features, he had nearly lost control. But Wang Qianqian didn't know any of this. When she heard Zhao Qian say she wasn't big, she even glanced down and felt a bit unconvinced. Not that big, but definitely not small. Wang Qianqian thought, besides, many women nowadays get implants, theirs are fake, mine is all natural. Oh, right. I almost forgot, he doesn't like women. What am I doing, caring about what a gay guy thinks? That's so silly. Once she thought that, her mood instantly improved. The only thing that still annoyed her was that Zhao Qian questioned her size. Even if mine isn't big, it's still bigger than most men's, right? How could he say something so contradictory? I'm dressed now. Wang Qianqian finished fixing her clothes and told Zhao Qian. Okay. Zhao Qian turned back around and tried to stay calm. Let's go collect the fishing tool, then head back to camp. Wang Qianqian asked, we're going back already? We're not finishing the rest of the task. Zhao Qian shook his head and said, it's almost noon. The temperature on the island will rise a lot, it's easy to get heatstroke. The temperature on a deserted island is a bit like in the desert. At night, the temperature drops very low, below zero. If he hadn't collected a lot of luggage and found clothes, they would have frozen during the night. But during the day, the island gets very hot. Even he didn't dare do strenuous activity at noon, it was too easy to get heatstroke. He continued, also, we've used up a lot of energy. We need to eat to recover, so we can stay in top condition. Since arriving on the island, the only proper meal was last night's dinner, but even then, they hadn't eaten enough. They hadn't eaten anything this morning, and they had walked far during the morning. Now Zhao Qian was starving, he had to eat something. Alright, let's go back. Seeing Zhao Qian explain so thoroughly, Wang Qianqian wanted to interrupt. She didn't care about any of the reasons. From the start, she hadn't wanted to come out. Now that she could go back to camp, she was more than happy. Next, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the shore to retrieve the fishing tool. They were lucky, they caught 5 fish. Although none of them were big, each was about the size of a palm, enough for a good meal. After collecting the fish, Zhao Qian added more bait, put the fishing tool back into the sea, and then the two of them headed back to camp together. While they were gone, Luyun hadn't been idle, she had collected 3 bottles of fresh water and now seemed to be making salt. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian quickly went over, wanting to see how salt was made. Actually, Luyun had already obtained quite a bit of coarse salt through seawater distillation. This coarse salt wasn't in granular form, but in chunks, which Luyun had collected into an empty bottle. Xiaoyun, this salt looks weird. Wang Qianqian looked at the salt, which was completely different from normal salt, and while asking, couldn't help but pinch a bit and put it into her mouth. Tui tui tui. As soon as she put it in her mouth, before she could even taste it properly, she started spitting it out forcefully, her expression twisting. Why does this salt taste like this? Wang Qianqian continued, it's salty, but also bitter. It tastes terrible. That's how coarse salt is. Zhao Qian also pinched a bit to taste. The flavor was indeed not great. Seawater doesn't only contain salt, it has many other impurities. Distilling seawater only removes the water, not those impurities. Luyun followed up Zhao Qian's words, this kind of coarse salt isn't good for long-term consumption. It needs to be refined. Wang Qianqian asked, how do you refine it? Although asking questions when you don't understand is a good learning habit, you're just a middle schooler. Even if I tell you the method, will you understand it? Zhao Qian was unhappy because Wang Qianqian kept asking questions and was holding up Luyun's progress. You're only a high schooler yourself. What are you so proud of? Wang Qianqian shot back. I have a higher education level than you. Zhao Qian puffed out his chest, showing off that unique high schooler aura, then immediately bent down and looked at Luyun, saying, "Let's ignore the middle schooler. You demonstrate for me how to purify sea salt." The top student from Peking University looked at the bickering high schooler and middle schooler and slowly nodded. Luyun took a bottle of her purified freshwater, crushed the coarse salt into granules, and began adding it to the water bit by bit, until no more salt could dissolve. Then she stopped. Seeing this, the high schooler and middle schooler were both confused. They didn't understand why the top student from Peking University was adding salt to the precious purified water. Wasn't that turning fresh water back into seawater? While they were puzzled, Luyun fetched some clothes to use as a filter, layering them over the bottle mouth, 3 layers in total. On the 4th layer, she added some black powder. The middle schooler didn't know what the black powder was, but the high schooler recognized it. It was charcoal powder. In wilderness survival, charcoal powder has many uses, one of which is to absorb harmful substances in water or air. In this case, it was used to absorb impurities from the saltwater. Of course, this method only removes water-insoluble impurities. It doesn't work for impurities dissolved in water. Luyun added 3 more layers of cloth, then turned the bottle upside down. Very soon, water began dripping through the layers of cloth and charcoal. The entire process was quite long. It took a lot of time to filter all the salt water. After removing the cloth, they found lots of residue left behind, most on the innermost layer, decreasing with each layer, and almost none on the last. This step removes the water-insoluble impurities from the saltwater. If conditions allow, it's best to repeat it multiple times, Luyun said, seeing that the middle schooler looked like she wanted to ask but didn't dare, so she explained first. After the explanation, Luyun took an empty bottle and poured out half of the filtered saltwater. Then she placed that half over the fire to distill and heat it. As the water evaporated from the saltwater, crystals began forming at the bottom of the bottle. This time, both the high schooler and the middle schooler recognized it as salt. Compared to the initial coarse salt, this salt was more refined and whiter. "Xiaoyun, is this the refined salt that we can directly eat?" Wang Qianqian asked. "This is only the first refinement. Although it's better than before, it's still best not to eat it directly." Luyun shook her head. "Still can't eat it? So troublesome," Wang Qianqian said. "Don't worry, we're almost there," Luyun replied. She then crushed the newly refined salt and brought back the other half of the filtered saltwater. In the stunned eyes of the high schooler and middle schooler, the Peking University top student poured the once refined salt back into the remaining saltwater and stirred continuously. But a surprising thing happened. This time, the coarse salt didn't dissolve and remained as crystals at the bottom. After enough stirring, Luyun poured out the saltwater and heated the crystals left at the bottom. Since there wasn't much moisture this time, the distillation finished quickly, and she obtained salt once again. Whether it was their eyes playing tricks or the refinement actually worked, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were shocked to find that this batch of salt was even whiter. "Try it." Luyun placed the twice-refined salt in front of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. "I'll go first." Wang Qianqian pinched a bit, hesitated, and put it in her mouth. After tasting it carefully, she said in disbelief, "Amazing. This salt barely has any bitterness now." "Xiaoyun, how did you do that?" Zhao Qian also looked confused. He hadn't figured it out either. Luyun didn't keep it to herself and smiled as she explained. "The first purification removes the water-insoluble impurities. The second removes the impurities dissolved in the water. Because we don't have ideal conditions right now, I used the saturation purification method." "Do you know what saturation means?" Wang Qianqian shook her head. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and said, "Is it when a substance is dissolved in water to its maximum limit, and adding more won't dissolve it? More or less?" Luyun said, "At first, I kept adding coarse salt to fresh water to make the salt water saturated. At that point, if I continued adding salt, what would happen? If it's saturated, it won't dissolve anymore," Zhao Qian answered, then suddenly had a realization. Every substance has a different saturation point. The salt water had already reached the saturation point for salt, but the other dissolved substances in the coarse salt hadn't. So, when we added more coarse salt, the salt couldn't dissolve, but the other impurities still could. That's how the resulting salt became even purer. After listening, Luyun smiled and said, "Exactly. That's the reason. You're pretty smart." Being praised by Luyun gave Zhao Qian a sense of being praised by a teacher. He smugly glanced at the middle schooler beside him and lifted his chin high. As if to say, "Middle schooler, feel the superiority of my education?" "Childish." Wang Qianqian snorted and turned her head, with an expression that said she wouldn't stoop to his level. But her tightly clenched fists showed that she was not in a good mood. When Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian returned to the camp, it was not yet noon, but by the time salt-making was finished, it was already afternoon. It had to be said, salt-making was a very tedious process. Just filtering and evaporating the salt water took a lot of time. And the refined salt was very little, only about 2 bottle caps worth. Even so, Zhao Qian still had Lu Yun continue making salt. Because once a person goes more than 10 days without eating salt, their sodium levels drop, which can lead to loss of appetite, limb weakness, dizziness, and in severe cases, rapid heartbeat, muscle spasms, blurred vision, slowed reflexes. Just imagine experiencing those symptoms on a deserted island. It would basically be a death sentence. This was the first time making salt, and I'm still not very practiced. Next time it will be faster, Lu Yun said as she handed the refined salt to Zhao Qian. Xiao Yun, this is already amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to get this much salt. Wang Qianqian didn't give Zhao Qian a chance to speak. She stuck out her pink tongue, licked her lips, and said, with this salt, we don't have to eat flavorless food anymore. Lu Yun smiled and asked, what did you two catch to eat? Wang Qianqian immediately replied, we caught 5 fish, found over 10 coconuts, but they were too heavy, so we only brought back 3. And we also got a coconut crab. With these, we don't have to eat rats or burst bugs anymore. She then vividly and dramatically told the story of their morning, exaggerating along the way. At first, Zhao Qian didn't think much of her version, but after listening for a while, he suddenly realized that it sounded like he didn't do anything the whole time. Whether it was catching fish or grabbing the coconut crab, all the credit went to Wang Qianqian. He was just a bystander. If this had been when he first met her, Zhao Qian would have snapped back without hesitation. But after spending 2 days together, he knew Wang Qianqian meant no harm, she just liked showing off. So he didn't bother arguing and instead went to clean the fish. Soon, all 5 fish were gutted and cleaned. Then Zhao Qian found 5 sticks, skewered the fish, and placed them over the fire to roast. Not long after, the smell of roasted fish spread through the air, drifting toward Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Wang Qianqian, who had been chatting away, immediately stopped, sniffed the air, realized it was Zhao Qian roasting fish, and pulled Lu Yun over to check it out. Unable to resist, she reached out for the fish. Slap. Just as Wang Qianqian's hand was about to touch the fish, Zhao Qian slapped the back of her pale hand. Ow! Why did you hit me? Wang Qianqian pulled her hand back in pain and asked angrily. The fish just went on the fire, it's not cooked yet, Zhao Qian explained. Even if it's not cooked, you didn't have to hit me. Couldn't you just tell me? Wang Qianqian asked. Nope. Zhao Qian shook his head, and before Wang Qianqian could ask why, he explained, your hand moves faster than your brain. Even if I told you, your brain wouldn't finish processing what I said before your hand already grabbed the fish. Wang Qianqian thought about it and then smiled happily, asking, are you saying I have fast reflexes? Why would you think that? Zhao Qian shook his head again, looked at her, and said clearly, I'm saying you're dumb, you act without thinking. You called me dumb? That's it, I'm fighting you. Wang Qianqian shouted, baring her teeth. If you want to eat delicious fish, go play somewhere else. I'll call you when it's ready, Zhao Qian said while focusing on the fish, completely ignoring her outburst. Humph. What does he take me for? Am I someone who would bow down for food? Wang Qianqian thought Zhao Qian was being ridiculous. She was a top-tier celebrity, how could she be won over by a grilled fish? Yet somehow, just like Zhao Qian said, her mouth moved faster than her brain. Okay, call me when it's ready. As soon as she said it, Wang Qianqian froze in place and wished she could slap herself. So embarrassing. Luckily, Lu Yun changed the subject and asked, are we eating the coconut crab today? Zhao Qian looked at the crab, thought for a moment, and shook his head. These 5 fish are enough for 1 meal. No need to eat the crab now. Besides, the coconut crab is still alive, we can keep it as emergency food. There was no guarantee of food on a deserted island. They might be eating fish now, but next time, they might catch nothing and go hungry. To avoid that, they needed to stockpile food, and this live coconut crab was the best option. It was also quite big, 5 to 6 pounds. Eaten sparingly, it could feed them for a day or 2. That's what I was thinking too, Lu Yun said. Let me help you with the grilling. Sure, if we both do it, the fish will be ready faster. Zhao Qian handed 2 fish to Lu Yun so they could roast together. Wang Qianqian saw that Lu Yun had taken Zhao Qian's attention and walked off sulking, pouting, unsure if she was angry at Zhao Qian or herself. Pop pop pop. While she was pouting, she suddenly heard bubbling sounds and looked over. It was the coconut crab blowing bubbles. In that instant, Wang Qianqian felt a sense of shared misery. She patted the crab's head and said, we're both pitiful creatures. Crab, I'm bullied by that jerk every day, and you got caught by him too. Now he wants to eat you. So cruel. Pop pop pop. Whether the crab understood or not, it kept blowing bubbles. You agree with me, right? Wang Qianqian smiled. Since we share the same fate, we're friends now. Don't worry, I, Wang Qianqian, value loyalty the most. I'll never abandon a friend. Pop pop pop. The coconut crab seemed to respond. Grilling fish is a skill. Without experience, it's easy to burn them. But with Xiao Qian's careful guidance and Lu Yun's great learning ability, they managed to cook the 5 fish perfectly. The roasted fish had golden skin and gave off a mouth-watering aroma. All 3 of them instinctively swallowed their saliva. One last step. Zhao Qian took the salt they had made earlier and carefully sprinkled it on the fish. With that done, Zhao Qian called out loudly to Wang Qianqian, "All right, come eat." Coming. Wang Qianqian, who was full of complaints just moments ago, immediately ran over at the mention of grilled fish, leaving the coconut crab behind. If the coconut crab could talk, it would definitely ask her, "Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon your friend?" Although the only seasoning for the grilled fish was salt, when Wang Qianqian put the fish in her mouth, she felt it was the most delicious food in the world, better than anything she had eaten before. In just a few bites, the 3 of them finished all 5 fish, each showing a satisfied expression on their face. Since getting stranded on the island, this was the most enjoyable meal they had. After eating, they even got to drink some refreshing coconut water. "Xiaoyun, this should be the 3rd day since the plane crash, right?" Wang Qianqian asked suddenly while drinking coconut water. As soon as she said this, the smiles on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun's faces froze, and their expressions turned silent. The 2 of them both knew what Wang Qianqian would ask next. Sure enough. Wang Qianqian followed up, "When do you think rescue will arrive? I really don't want to stay on this island forever." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, it should be soon." Soon? Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile, knowing Lu Yun was lying to Wang Qianqian. Normally, after a plane crash, rescue teams search for 3 to 7 days. Once that time passes, search efforts greatly decrease, and the chance of being rescued becomes nearly zero. If no one is found within 2 years, the law can officially declare the person dead. At that point, there's basically no rescue effort at all. Although it had only been 3 days, finding them in the vast ocean was like finding a needle in a haystack. He didn't hold out much hope. Now, the only thing he could rely on was Wang Qianqian's fame back in China. If the incident got enough attention, perhaps the search effort wouldn't stop so soon. "That's good," Wang Qianqian said excitedly. "When I get back, I'm going to hire some screenwriters to turn my story into a script. We'll make a movie out of it, it'll definitely be a hit. Do you want to be in it? I can give you the male lead." "No, forget it, you've never acted before. You probably won't do well and will just get yelled at by the director. But we can do a wilderness survival show. I'll invite you as a guest, you'll make a lot of money." Zhao Qian played along and said, "Thanks." Wang Qianqian waved her hand and said, "Although you always argue with me, you did save me. I'm not someone who forgets kindness. I, Wang Qianqian, value loyalty above all. I never abandon my friends." After saying that, she suddenly remembered Lu Yun and continued, "Xiaoyun, you're so capable, when we get back, don't be my assistant anymore. I plan to start a film company and put you fully in charge." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Thank you. I'm full now, I'm going to take a beauty nap. Wake me up when the sun isn't so harsh." Wang Qianqian finished her coconut, stretched, and went off to find a shady spot to sleep. Sigh? Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both sighed. In the end, they still couldn't bring themselves to tell Wang Qianqian the truth. Afternoon. The sun dropped slightly, and the temperature wasn't as high. Zhao Qian stood up and said to Lu Yun, "I'm heading out." Lu Yun hesitated and asked, "Should we wake Qianqian?" Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian, who was still sleeping, and shook his head, "No need. She'll only be a burden. I'm better off going alone." Normally, 2 people working is better than 1, but Wang Qianqian was an exception. The entire morning, not only did she not help at all, she actually got in the way and slowed him down. She wasn't a helper, she was a damn burden. Fortunately, this burden had a conscience and didn't have the usual diva attitude. As long as it was within his ability, Zhao Qian was willing to take care of her. Of course, besides Wang Qianqian, part of the reason was also Lu Yun. Lu Yun was Wang Qianqian's assistant and clearly protected her. If Zhao Qian ever tried to kick Wang Qianqian out, Lu Yun would definitely leave with her. While Zhao Qian could survive alone on the island, it wouldn't be nearly as easy. He didn't have to worry about fresh water or salt, Lu Yun could handle all of it. So, even if it was just to keep Lu Yun, he couldn't send Wang Qianqian away. "Thanks." Lu Yun thanked Zhao Qian. "Can I ask something?" Zhao Qian said, voicing his curiosity. "With your education, you could easily find a better job. Why are you willing to be her assistant? Doesn't it waste your talent?" Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, "My mother has a terminal illness. We didn't have money for treatment. Qian supports one patient every year, my mother was the one she supported. Zhao Qian was surprised and asked, does she know about it? Lu Yun shook her head, she doesn't need to. After hearing this, Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment and chose to believe her. First, he didn't think Lu Yun would lie. Second, with Wang Qianqian's level of intelligence, she really might do something like support a sick person. Without saying anything more, Zhao Qian left the camp. After leaving, he first checked his traps, but found nothing. If food wasn't an issue, he'd really consider giving up on such an inefficient hunting method. Luckily, when he reached the coast and checked the fishing device, he found 3 more fish. Seeing that dinner was covered, Zhao Qian focused entirely on his next task. He didn't search aimlessly for water like Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian had. After thinking for a while, he climbed to a higher spot on the island. From up high, his view widened and he could see far into the distance. His purpose was to find lower terrain on the island. After all, water flows downhill, and lower ground usually means a higher chance of finding a water source. After observing for a while, Zhao Qian got a rough idea of the island's terrain and picked a direction to go. As the elevation dropped, Zhao Qian noticed the air becoming less dry, there was a hint of moisture. That's when he knew he was heading in the right direction. However, the path ahead was full of obstacles. Not only was it far, but just moving through the forest was hard. By dusk, he finally emerged from the woods, and the space before him suddenly opened up. He had reached a lake. The lake wasn't small. Looking out, he couldn't even see the edges. The water was clear. Now, he just had to confirm whether it was fresh water. Zhao Qian rushed to the lake, scooped up some water with his hands, and touched his tongue to it. No salty taste, it's fresh water, Zhao Qian said excitedly. But as he looked up in another direction, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he didn't even dare breathe. Because he saw, not far from him, several wild boars were drinking from the lake. Although the resources on one island are not enough to support large carnivores, omnivorous animals like wild boars can completely survive. Zhao Qian just didn't expect he would encounter them. Zhao Qian's eyes were fixed on the wild boars, and he didn't dare move at all, because he knew very well that if he angered these wild boars, he would surely die. Don't compare wild boars to domestic pigs, there's no comparability. Hunters used to describe the ferocity of wild boars with 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Those hunters were still wary of wild boars even with weapons, let alone him, who didn't even have a weapon. As Zhao Qian stared at the wild boars, he began to slowly retreat with extremely slow steps. In this situation, you must not turn your back and run, because before the wild boars attack, if you turn your back, they will immediately attack. Instead, if you face the wild boars without showing fear, you might intimidate them enough that they dare not attack easily. Those wild boars were also startled by the sudden appearance of Zhao Qian. They stopped drinking water and looked at him warily. These wild boars were seeing a human for the first time. Not knowing how much of a threat he was, they did not dare attack. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. But Zhao Qian understood that a stalemate couldn't last long. Wild boars have a strong sense of territory, and any creature entering their territory will be attacked. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Qian slowly moved backwards, his feet making slight sounds against the ground. However, he only managed to move back about 2 meters when one of the wild boars suddenly snorted twice. At first Zhao Qian didn't understand what that meant, but the next second, when he heard continuous snorting responses from the surrounding forest, he knew the boar in front was calling its kind. Zhao Qian realized he had to make a decision immediately, otherwise he would be surrounded by wild boars with no chance of survival. Huff huff. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and let out a piercing roar toward the wild boars. The wild boars that were steadily approaching were startled by his roar. Not only did they stop in their tracks, but one timid wild boar even turned to run away. Using this moment of intimidation, Zhao Qian turned around and ran. He knew very well that his roar could only intimidate the wild boars temporarily. Once more wild boars surrounded him, he still had no chance of survival. As for using roars to intimidate wild boars, although it seemed risky, it was actually based on reason. In China, wild boars are protected animals and cannot be killed at will. But wild boars often destroy crops, so people came up with the idea of making loud noises to drive them away, and it worked quite well. Snort, snort. The lead wild boar saw Zhao Qian running, hesitated for a moment, then let out an angry grunt and chased after him. Snort, snort. The other wild boars followed behind. If there was a high-altitude camera at this moment, you would see more than a dozen angry wild boars chasing a human. What do I do? While running for his life, Zhao Qian's mind raced with strategies. Even though he had taken the lead and run dozens of meters ahead, he knew he couldn't escape. Human speed cannot compare to wild boars. Wild boars can run at an average speed of 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, while a human's fastest instantaneous speed is still under 45 kilometers per hour, and that was achieved by Usain Bolt at a certain moment in a 100-meter race. At this moment, Zhao Qian didn't dare look back. He was afraid that if he did, he would find the wild boars right behind him. However, even without looking, he could hear the sounds of the wild boars chasing him. He felt that if he stopped even for a second, in the next second he would be overtaken. There was never a moment when he felt so close to death. In this situation, his brain raced. Countless thoughts flashed, thoughts about being killed by the boars, thoughts of being rescued, thoughts of escaping the boars. Eliminating useless thoughts, he finally came up with a feasible idea: climb a tree. Although wild boars are strong fighters, after all they are not feline animals and cannot climb trees. At once, Zhao Qian chose a tree, didn't slow down, and leaped toward it, grabbing onto it. The impact from the high speed made Zhao Qian feel like his bones were about to shatter, but he gritted his teeth and held onto the tree, not daring to let go. Ignoring the pain on his body, he quickly climbed up. After climbing just over a meter, the whole tree began to shake violently. Zhao Qian didn't even need to look down to know it was caused by the wild boars hitting the tree. They were moving so fast they couldn't stop in time. Huff huff. Zhao Qian climbed to a branch and, maybe because he finally knew he was safe, he breathed heavily with relief. Just now, driven by survival instinct, he didn't feel tired. Now that he was safe, exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside, as if his insides were on fire, and he even felt like vomiting. After a while, this uncomfortable feeling slowly faded, and he had enough strength to check the situation below. Looking down gave him another fright. Below the tree were more than a dozen wild boars, surrounding the tree in a circle, appearing ready to ram the tree. Thud. Just as this thought occurred, Zhao Qian saw a wild boar speed up and ram the tree. The massive impact made the whole tree shake continuously. Fortunately, the tree Zhao Qian had chosen was not a small one. Other than shaking violently, the wild boar's impact did not break the tree. However, these wild boars were persistent. One boar hit the tree, then another, continuously ramming without stopping. Gradually, Zhao Qian realized the situation was very unfavorable for him, because with each boar's impact, the tree swayed more and more. Without even looking, it was clear, the tree would not withstand the boar's impacts. The trunk was being damaged. Once the damage reached a certain point, the tree would break, and then he would have no chance of escaping. If I had known, I should have chosen a bigger tree. This tree is still a bit too small, Zhao Qian said with a frown. The force of a wild boar's impact can break a tree as thick as a wrist. Although the tree Zhao Qian chose was much thicker than a wrist, it still wasn't strong enough to ignore the force of the boar's impacts. He hadn't chosen a thicker tree because a tree that thick would be harder for him to climb. He never expected the wild boars to be so stubborn. They didn't plan to let him go even after he was up the tree. I can't just wait to die. I must think of another way. Zhao Qian said, and a crazy idea appeared in his mind. Someone once said that the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to use fire. And the method Zhao Qian thought of was to use fire. Except for humans, almost all wild animals fear flames. This is their instinct, just like humans instinctively fear darkness. However, once he thought about using fire, Zhao Qian hesitated. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, he knew how dangerous it was to use fire in a forest. A small mistake could start a forest fire. But this hesitation only lasted a few seconds before Zhao Qian made up his mind. He didn't care whether his decision would start a forest fire, he just wanted to stay alive. For that, burning the whole forest was fine. Anyway, given time, the forest would grow back, but his life only happens once. After making up his mind, Zhao Qian began preparing to create fire by friction. Fortunately, he had carried tinder and tools with him. The only thing missing was how to keep the flame going once the tinder caught fire. After thinking for a few seconds, he took off his clothes. Then Zhao Qian found a spot, fixed his fire-making tool in place, and began rubbing wood to make fire. The stick spun quickly in the wood. Where it made contact from the friction, it quickly turned black, and a burnt smell rose. But when he placed the sparks on the tinder, possibly because he was too nervous, his hand shook and the sparks went out. Calm. If I'm not calm, I'll die. Zhao Qian slapped his trembling hand hard and took several deep breaths to steady himself. Zhao Qian started making fire by friction again. Soon sparks appeared again. When he saw the sparks, he didn't even dare breathe, because at this point the situation was not enough to allow a third attempt. This time, either he succeeded, or he died. Zhao Qian carefully put the tinder onto the sparks and gently flipped the wood board over. The sparks entered the tinder and smoke started rising. Zhao Qian cupped the tinder with both hands, constantly blowing air with his mouth. Thick smoke began to rise from the tinder. When the smoke reached a certain point, the tinder ignited completely. Zhao Qian didn't have time to cheer. He immediately used the tinder to set his clothes on fire. Only when he saw the clothes burning did he relax. Bang bang bang. Below, the wild boars were still ramming the tree. Most of the tree trunk had already been smashed. It wouldn't take many more hits before it broke. Zhao Qian stood on the shaking tree, looked at the burning clothes in his hands, and said with a cold expression, "I really didn't want to do this, you forced me." After saying this, he didn't hesitate and threw the clothes down. The burning clothes fell to the ground and immediately scared the wild boars back. They looked at the flames with fear. Crackle. But fire and water are merciless. The flames did not go out because the wild boars were scared. Instead, after touching the dry leaves and twigs beneath the tree, the fire spread rapidly. The small fire became a big fire, and then became a wall of fire. At that moment, the wild boars were truly afraid. They had long forgotten Zhao Qian and turned to run away frantically. And Zhao Qian, on the tree, seeing the wild boars escape, quickly climbed down the other side of the tree. Turning around to look at the burning wall of fire, he did not think about putting out the fire. Of course, the fire now was not something he could put out. For the sake of staying alive, I have no guilt. Zhao Qian said this, throwing away the last trace of guilt in his heart, and ran off in another direction. After he had gone far away and looked back at the forest again, the flames had turned into a forest fire. A large area was burning with high flames. Late at night, at the camp, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun sat around the fire. No one said anything. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. It was already this late, and Zhao Qian still hadn't returned. In their minds, both of them had a bad thought. "Xiao Yun." Wang Qianqian called out and asked, "Do you think Xiao Qian met with an accident? At this time yesterday, he would have already come back." "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head and said. In fact, in her heart she thought that Zhao Qian most likely did meet with an accident, but she couldn't say this because Wang Qianqian would be scared. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't overslept and had gone with him, he wouldn't have had an accident." Wang Qianqian knew less common knowledge but wasn't really stupid. She could tell what Lu Yun was thinking. She immediately began to blame herself. "Qianqian, don't blame yourself. He's so capable, he might be okay." Lu Yun comforted her right away. "Xiao Yun, don't lie to me. If he were okay, he would have come back already," Wang Qianqian said sadly. It's possible he ran into trouble, or he might have gone far away and didn't have time to return yet," Lu Yun said. "Even so, he should have come back by now. He must have had an accident." Wang Qianqian was sure Zhao Qian had met with an accident, so no amount of comfort from Lu Yun helped. "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry, it's my fault," Wang Qianqian blamed herself. "After Xiao Yun and I are rescued, you must appear in her dream and tell her what you need down there. I'll burn it for you then." Just then, a voice came from the darkness, curiously asking, "Why appear in Lu Yun's dream?" "I'm scared of ghosts." Wang Qianqian instinctively replied, then suddenly froze and quickly hid behind Lu Yun, shouting, "A ghost! Xiao Yun, there's a ghost." "What ghost?" "I am Zhao Qian," Zhao Qian said unhappily. "Zhao Qian." Wang Qianqian stuck her head out and, looking at the figure in the darkness, asked, "You didn't die?" "Of course I didn't die," Zhao Qian said matter-of-factly, "but I almost did. I encountered a group of wild boars when I was looking for a water source. I got lucky and survived." "That's great, you didn't die. You scared me to death." Wang Qianqian immediately changed to a happy expression, came out from behind Lu Yun, and ran toward Zhao Qian's figure. It wasn't that she had fallen for Zhao Qian, she was simply happy he was still alive. "Don't come over." Seeing Wang Qianqian running toward him, Zhao Qian shouted to stop her. But he was already a step too slow. Wang Qianqian had reached his side and was staring at him with her eyes. The next second? "Ah!" Wang Qianqian let out a shrill scream, followed by a furious roar, "Pervert, go die." Slap. The sound of a slap came. After that, Wang Qianqian covered her face and ran away like she was escaping. Lu Yun, sitting by the fire, was stunned by what she just saw. She didn't understand at all what had happened. In the darkness, Zhao Qian covered his face and gave a bitter smile, muttering, "I told you not to come over. You didn't listen. Not only did you see everything, you even hit me. I lost big time." Originally, Zhao Qian had used all his clothes to start the fire. Apart from his underwear, he didn't have any extra clothing. At this moment, Wang Qianqian was like a frightened ostrich, burying her head in the pile of clothes, her mind uncontrollably replaying the scene she had just seen. Pervert, so shameless, actually came back without wearing any clothes. Wang Qianqian cursed Zhao Qian under her breath, touched her burning face, and wondered, "What's wrong with me, why am I blushing?" Although what she saw of Zhao Qian was very revealing, in today's society, such revealing scenes are not uncommon: divers at the Olympic Games, swimming pools, seaside resorts. However, seeing similar scenes of other people never made her blush like this. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice came, "Qianqian, the grilled fish is ready, come eat." "I don't." Wang Qianqian originally wanted to say she wouldn't eat, but the words stopped at her lips. She questioned herself inside. Zhao Qian is the pervert, why shouldn't I eat? Besides, if I don't go eat, Zhao Qian will definitely think I'm embarrassed, and he'll act superior later. Eat, I must eat. After thinking it through, Wang Qianqian removed the clothes covering her head and loudly replied, "Coming." On her way to the fire, Wang Qianqian had the look of, "I didn't do anything wrong, Zhao Qian is the pervert," but when she saw Zhao Qian, her heart suddenly panicked, and the image she saw earlier came to her mind again. In comparison, Zhao Qian was much calmer. After glancing casually at Wang Qianqian, he continued eating grilled fish, with no trace of awkwardness on his face. First of all, he had reminded Wang Qianqian. It was Wang Qianqian who acted without thinking and rushed up without clearly hearing his words. Second, it was Wang Qianqian who saw him fully exposed, not the other way around. And yet she slapped him, making it seem like he was the bad guy. From these 2 points, he was the one who suffered and felt wronged, so there was nothing for him to feel embarrassed about. "Qianqian, this biggest fish is for you." Lu Yun knew Wang Qianqian was starving, so she handed over the biggest grilled fish. "Thanks." Wang Qianqian didn't hold back, thanked her, and started eating the fish. She had only eaten once at noon that day. Now it was almost the next morning, and she was already starving. If Zhao Qian hadn't come back, she'd probably have gone to dig up juice bugs to eat. "Zhao Qian, you said you ran into a group of wild boars today, what happened?" Lu Yun picked up a grilled fish herself and asked while eating. Although Zhao Qian had briefly explained why he came back late, she still wanted to know exactly what happened. Hearing the question, Zhao Qian paused eating the fish. Even now, thinking back on what happened during the day still left him with lingering fear. But he still told everything that had happened to him, detail by detail. During this time, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were so tense that their hearts were in their throats. They seemed to forget to eat the grilled fish and focused entirely on Zhao Qian's story. "At that time, I had no choice but to set a fire to scare those wild boars away, only then did I come back alive." Zhao Qian paused, then continued, "But when I came out of the forest, the fire had already become a forest fire." Wang Qianqian said, "So what if it caused a forest fire?" "In that situation, I would have done the same. Staying alive is the most important thing. Besides, there's a poem that says, wildfire can't destroy everything, spring breeze brings life again. When the wind blows next year, the forest will come back." Hearing this, Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to be the first to support him. He thought Lu Yun would be the one to say something like that. But then again, you're a public figure, saying things like this, aren't you afraid of being criticized by animal rights or environmental activists? Qianqian means that human life is the most important, Lu Yun quickly explained for Wang Qianqian, afraid her words might get out and affect her celebrity career. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian understood, Lu Yun had always been wary of him and hadn't truly accepted him as one of them. But thinking about it, it was normal. Their relationship was based on cooperation, and a bit of caution between them was understandable, especially since the two of them were women. "I understand." Zhao Qian nodded and continued, "If there's no external interference, this forest fire could go on burning for a long time. Luckily, our camp is far from the forest, so even if it keeps burning, it won't spread here." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Compared to the forest fire, I'm more concerned about the size of this island. There's such a big freshwater lake and a group of wild boars. This island probably isn't small." Wang Qianqian asked, "Xiao Yun, did you find something?" Lu Yun nodded slowly and held up 2 fingers. 2 suspicious points. First, I checked the route of our flight, and there were no big islands along the way. Second, an island this big couldn't be undeveloped. Even some tiny islands have been developed. Wang Qianqian scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Xiao Yun, I didn't get it." Zhao Qian helped Lu Yun explain, "She means our current location may have deviated from the original flight route." If Lu Yun hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed these 2 issues either. After all, he wouldn't normally go check the route and what places it passed. If they had really deviated from the original flight route, then the already slim hope of rescue would become even less likely. What does that mean? Wang Qianqian seemed to realize something was wrong and nervously asked, "The rescue team?" Zhao Qian wanted to tell her that the rescue team might not come. But just as he started to speak, Lu Yun quickly interrupted, the rescue team will start by searching along the flight route and then gradually expand the search area. Since we've deviated from the route, it will take more time for them to find us. After speaking, she kept signaling Zhao Qian with her eyes. Zhao Qian had no choice but to nod, admitting that Lu Yun was right. You scared me. Wang Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, judging by your expressions just now, I thought the rescue team wouldn't come at all. Turns out they'll just be late. I'll just treat it as a long vacation. Ever since I became a celebrity, I haven't had any real rest. After saying that, Wang Qianqian stretched and said goodnight to Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, then went to sleep. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and asked, the rescue thing can't be hidden forever. You have to tell her in advance so she's mentally prepared. Lu Yun said, I know. I'll handle this. You don't interfere. Okay. Zhao Qian shrugged, then said, actually, besides the 2 points you mentioned, I've also found something suspicious. What suspicious point did you find? Lu Yun was about to go to sleep too, but when she heard Zhao Qian's words, she frowned and asked. There's no garbage on this island. Zhao Qian shared his suspicion. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't understand, he explained, humans dump a lot of household waste into the ocean every year. So even on uninhabited islands, you can still find human garbage. But this island is different. I searched along the coastline for a long time. Except for items from the plane, there was no household waste at all. Theoretically, such an island shouldn't exist. In fact, Zhao Qian had noticed this suspicion 2 days ago, but he didn't pay attention to it at the time. It was Lu Yun's 2 suspicions that reminded him. And the reason he brought up this suspicion was mainly to give Lu Yun more information, to see if she could use it to figure out their approximate location. Of course, he didn't know how to calculate it. But Lu Yun was a top student. Maybe she could work it out based on ocean currents and other factors. No household garbage. Lu Yun frowned even more. After a while, she said, this suspicion is very important. I need to think it over. You should be tired today, go rest first. Zhao Qian stood up and suddenly thought of something. He asked, are you standing guard for Wang Qianqian again? Lu Yun didn't speak, just nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The next day? Maybe because he was too tired yesterday, the sun was already high in the sky when Zhao Qian woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Qianqian's voice rang out in his ears, you're finally awake. I thought you'd sleep forever. It's getting late, we should head out quickly. Why are you so proactive today? Zhao Qian, still half asleep, thought he misheard. After all, yesterday Wang Qianqian didn't want to go out with him. Isn't it because I'm worried you'll die? After saying that, Wang Qianqian felt her words sounded too caring and quickly explained, Lu Yun and I still need you to find food for us. If you die, we'll have to find food ourselves. Zhao Qian didn't argue about whether her words were true or not. He said, thanks for your concern, but starting today, you can't follow me anymore. Wang Qianqian asked, why can't I follow you? Zhao Qian said, it's too dangerous with me. One wrong move and you could die. It's safer for you to stay at the camp. Thinking about what happened yesterday evening, he was glad he didn't bring Wang Qianqian. Otherwise, when they encountered the wild boars, she would have been dead for sure. Because whether it's running or climbing trees, Wang Qianqian isn't good at either. That's exactly why I should go, 2 people can look out for each other. Wang Qianqian insisted. There's no looking out for each other between us, you're just a burden to me. If it were before, Zhao Qian would have said this directly. But now that Wang Qianqian was showing concern for him, he couldn't say something so harsh. So, he smiled and said, actually, I'd like to bring you along too, but right now there's a very important task I have to give you, so you really can't come with me. Wang Qianqian asked, what task? Zhao Qian said, I want you to weave a few more fish-catching tools. That way, we can catch more fish, and in case something happens, we'll have backup food. Wang Qianqian said, that's a good idea, but I don't know how to weave fish-catching tools. Zhao Qian continued, it's very easy to weave them. I'll teach you when I get back at noon. In the morning, you can collect materials first. After saying that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to respond and quickly left. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian's back angrily, stomped her foot, and then went to collect materials for weaving the tools. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian didn't check the traps he had set, didn't dig for juice bugs, and didn't check the fish-catching tools either. Instead, he walked toward the lake. He wanted to see how far the forest fire had spread and how much forest had been burned. At the same time, he was also hoping he might find animals that had been burned to death in the forest to improve their meals. It would be best if the group of wild boars had all died. Then he could turn them into smoked meat, enough for the 3 of them to eat for a long time. However, after spending quite some time and reaching the forest by the lake again, Zhao Qian was shocked to find that the forest fire he had imagined to be disastrous had already gone out. Not only that, but he also noticed the area burned was about the same as when he left. In other words, the moment he left, the forest fire went out. How is this possible? Zhao Qian's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how the forest fire had gone out. You have to understand, once a forest fire starts, it's basically impossible to put it out so easily. Take the 2019 Australian bushfire, for example. It burned for 4 months, killed nearly 200 people, and the number of animals that died was as high as 3 billion. And that was with human intervention. The fire still burned for 4 months. But now, with no human intervention, the forest fire only burned a small area and went out. That was too abnormal. Of course, he didn't want the forest to burn. But everything was just too strange. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian gathered his courage and carefully approached the burned area. The trees here just started burning and were put out. Zhao Qian arrived at the edge of the burned forest and found that these trees were only burned on the surface, the inside was fine. He broke open the bark and touched the inside, mumbling to himself, "These are normal trees, so the fire going out has nothing to do with them." Zhao Qian kept walking deeper. The deeper he went, the more seriously the trees were burned. The tree he climbed yesterday to escape the wild boars was already completely burned away. He looked around for a long time but still couldn't find the reason the fire went out. Forget it. I should go back. Don't want to run into those wild boars again. Zhao Qian didn't dare keep investigating, worried he might encounter the wild boars again. But just after walking a few dozen meters, something suddenly caught his eye. He quickly walked over, squatted down, and picked it up. He wiped off the ash on the object, revealing it completely. It was a dead fish, half of it was cooked, the other half completely untouched. How could there be a fish on the shore? Zhao Qian frowned and said, "Judging by this fish, it must have been exposed to high heat, otherwise it wouldn't be half cooked. The other half isn't cooked, which means while it was exposed to heat, the fire went out. Could it have rained? But how is that possible? The camp isn't far from here. If it rained here, we would have noticed." Although Zhao Qian had many doubts in his heart, he did not pursue them further, mainly because he was worried about encountering that group of wild boars again. So after pausing for a while, he left the forest. As for the water source of this lake, if they really ran out of fresh water in the future, they could come here to refill. But he did not plan to move here. The root reason was that the forest around the lake was unsafe and might have dangerous wild animals. He did not want to go through something like yesterday again. However, not long after Zhao Qian left the forest, the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly showed a huge ripple. The ripple kept spreading outward, and in just a short time, it covered a large area of the lake surface. At this moment, if there were a camera shot from above, it would see a huge shadow slowly swimming through the lake, and eventually the shadow slowly disappeared. After leaving the forest, Zhao Qian didn't return to the camp but went to explore a mountain in the distance. The problem of the water source was temporarily solved, so next, he had to look for materials to make stone tools. Ordinary rocks couldn't be used to make stone tools. The suitable ones must be hard but brittle, such as obsidian, flint, quartzite. He didn't know much about these kinds of stones and didn't understand what kind of geographical environment would produce them, so he simply went to check the mountain. There should be no shortage of stones on a mountain. The mountain Zhao Qian wanted to go to looked not far away, but it actually took him several hours to reach the foot of it. The mountain rose into the clouds. Looking from the bottom up, he could only see the mountainside, because the view above was blocked by clouds. That showed how tall the mountain was. The stones here seem hard enough, just not sure if they're good for making tools. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Qian picked up some rocks and tested their hardness. He was satisfied with that. But whether the stones could be used to make tools depended on other criteria too. He didn't want to chop down a tree and have to replace dozens of stone axes. Sigh, if only I had a military shovel. If not that, even a dagger would be nice. Zhao Qian sighed, then added, even if I'm not sure these stones can make tools, making a hammer should be no problem. Ever since being chased by the wild boars, he had been eager to make a weapon for self-defense. Even if it was useless against the wild boars, it would at least give him peace of mind. Thinking of this, he found a stick a bit thinner than his wrist and a sharp stone. He made a cross-shaped cut at the top of the stick. Then he picked out a suitable stone from many rocks and placed it into the cross notch. Finally, he secured it with strips of cloth. After securing it, a not-so-good-looking stone hammer was made. Zhao Qian swung it a few times and felt it was okay. It could be used as a weapon. I wonder if one hit with this could drive away a wild boar? Zhao Qian had been frightened by the boars, so his main imaginary enemy for the stone tools was that group of wild boars. Of course, he was self-aware. Even with a stone hammer, at best he could drive them away, not kill those thick-skinned wild boars. Keep exploring. Zhao Qian put the hammer away and said. At the same time, in the camp, Lu Yun was walking back and forth on the beach under the scorching sun, holding a strip of cloth in her hand. Wang Qianqian came back from collecting materials for fish-catching tools. Seeing Lu Yun like that, she quickly pulled her into the shade. Xiao Yun, are you trying to fry yourself under the hot sun? The UV rays are so strong, they'll speed up skin aging. I put on coconut oil. Lu Yun smiled slightly at Wang Qianqian, then put the cloth strip away. At this moment, Wang Qianqian noticed that something was tied to the end of the cloth strip, covered with dense, very tiny black particles. Xiao Yun, what are these? Wang Qianqian saw Lu Yun collecting the black particles and looked confused. Magnetite. Lu Yun explained. What's magnetite? Wang Qianqian asked again. An iron compound. Through a replacement reaction, it can be refined into iron. Lu Yun explained again. Oh my god, you're not planning to smelt iron, are you? Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun didn't hide it from Wang Qianqian and said, Zhao Qian ran into wild boars yesterday, which means this island isn't safe. Just in case, I'm trying to see if I can smelt iron. Actually, she didn't have this idea at first. It was Zhao Qian's encounter with the wild boars that warned her, making her realize they must have weapons. On such a deserted island, due to limited conditions, the first choice would be stone tools. But deep down, she always wanted to make iron tools. Compared to stone tools, iron tools were superior in every way. However, smelting iron wasn't easy. At the very least, she needed iron ore or iron-containing materials, and she had none of those. Fortunately, she thought of another method. Xiao Yun, you're amazing. Wang Qianqian said, then looked at the magnet tied to the cloth and asked, where did you get these magnets? Taken from the suitcases. Lu Yun pointed to the suitcases Zhao Qian had collected and said, every suitcase has some magnets. A little adds up to a lot. Then, using magnets to extract magnetite from sand, we'll quickly have enough iron sand to smelt a weapon. Wang Qianqian didn't quite understand but felt impressed. Xiao Yun, I suddenly feel like making you my assistant is such a waste of talent. Compared to you, I don't know anything. Lu Yun smiled and said, people have different talents. I'm just good at studying. Your talent is acting. You don't need to compare with me. Wang Qianqian pouted, but a lot of people online say I have no acting skills. Lu Yun replied seriously, write down their IDs. When we get back, I'll sue them for defamation. Mimi. Wang Qianqian finally smiled, feeling much better. Lu Yun said, you take a rest. I'll go collect more iron sand. Don't go, it's bad for your skin. Wang Qianqian stopped Lu Yun and suddenly noticed the coconut crab. She grinned and said, Xiao Yun, I have a way that can collect iron sand and keep you out of the sun. What way? Lu Yun asked curiously. Wang Qianqian didn't answer. She snatched the cloth strip from Lu Yun and walked over to the coconut crab. Coconut crab, I, Wang Qianqian, always keep my word. I promised to let you go before, and now I'll release you. Wang Qianqian said, but whether you're a person or a crab, you must know how to be grateful. I'm letting you go now, and you have to do me a favor. Wang Qianqian paused for a few seconds, then continued, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. After saying that, without caring whether the coconut crab could speak or not, she took it upon herself to agree on the crab's behalf. She tied the cloth strip with the magnet to the crab, then untied the rope that was binding it. It was unclear whether the coconut crab was already half dead from being tied up for 2 days, or if it really understood Wang Qianqian's words, but after being released, the coconut crab didn't move at all, as if it were waiting for instructions. I almost forgot, you haven't eaten in 2 days. I'll get you something to eat first. As she spoke, Wang Qianqian brought over the coconut she had emptied yesterday and placed it in front of the coconut crab. The crab saw the coconut and immediately stretched out its huge pincers, clamping onto the coconut. The extremely hard coconut was slowly pried open. The coconut crab used its pincers to slowly pull out the coconut meat piece by piece and ate it bit by bit. It took a long time to finish the coconut. Then, it raised its head and looked at Wang Qianqian. Don't just think about eating, get to work first. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand what the coconut crab meant. If Zhao Qian had been there, he would definitely think Wang Qianqian was brainless. Coconut crabs have no intelligence at all, how could they possibly understand human commands? And yet you're talking to a coconut crab. However, the coconut crab froze for a few seconds, then actually started moving. The most unexpected thing was that the crab didn't try to escape. Every time it walked out several dozen meters, it would return again. Lu Yun's eyes widened, thinking she must be seeing things. She wouldn't be surprised if Wang Qianqian trained a dog, but a coconut crab? How could it be tamed? Qianqian, how did you do it? Luyun couldn't help but ask. What do you mean how? Wang Qianqian looked confused. How did you make the coconut crab work for you? Luyun pointed at the crab walking back and forth. It's very simple. It's just like how I trained Daodu. A little training, and it can do simple tasks for you, Wang Qianqian said. How can that be the same? Daodu is a border collie, Luyun replied. Border collies are the smartest dogs, with intelligence comparable to a 6 or 7-year-old child, and they're very good at imitation. With some training, they can do a lot of things. But coconut crabs don't have the same intelligence. Luyun even doubted if they had intelligence at all. It was completely impossible to tame them. But I just used the way I trained Daodu to train the coconut crab. Wang Qianqian replied, then added, it's actually very simple. You just have to think of it as a friend. Why don't you try? How do I try? Luyun asked. First, in your heart, make friends with it. Then call its name and ask it to come back, Wang Qianqian said. Are you sure you're not joking? Make friends with a coconut crab? If Luyun didn't know that Wang Qianqian was sincerely teaching her, she would have thought Wang Qianqian was messing with her. She took a moment to gather herself, then called out to the coconut crab, come back. But the moment the words were spoken, the coconut crab completely ignored Luyun. It didn't even pause and just continued walking back and forth on the beach, doing the task Wang Qianqian assigned. Doesn't seem to work, Luyun said. Ah? Wang Qianqian froze, looking surprised, and said, how can it not work? How could it work? Don't tell me you really believe this is how you tame animals? Luyun thought for a moment and said, why don't you try again? Maybe it was just coincidence before. All right, I'll try. Wang Qianqian said, then looked at the crab, coconut crab, come back. This time, the moment Wang Qianqian's voice fell, the crab stopped where it was, froze for a few seconds, and then actually walked back toward Wang Qianqian. Good boy. Wang Qianqian patted the crab's head and said, keep going. The coconut crab obediently left again. Seeing this, Luyun was completely shocked. There were no words to describe how stunned she felt. Because she was now sure, Wang Qianqian could really command the coconut crab. Xiaoyun, want to try a few more times? It's easy, Wang Qianqian said. No need. Luyun smiled bitterly and shook her head, then said, if I'm not wrong, this must be your unique talent. Just like how some people can hold their breath underwater for 20 to 30 minutes, and some have a photographic memory. Your talent is controlling coconut crabs. Aya, I'm so dumb. Suddenly, Wang Qianqian smacked her forehead in frustration and said, since I can control the coconut crab, why not let it go to sea and catch fish for us? Not just fish, it could catch abalone, sea cucumbers, lobsters. Ah? Luyun looked at the excited Wang Qianqian and kindly reminded, coconut crabs are land-dwelling arthropods. If they go into the sea, they'll drown. Zhao Qian was at the foot of the mountain, looking for a path to climb to the top. After searching for a while, he confirmed one thing, the mountain was too steep, it was impossible to climb. He looked at the time, it was already afternoon. He hadn't gone back at noon, and if he returned late today, Wang Qianqian and Luyun would worry. But just as he was leaving and about to exit the mountain area, he suddenly saw a cave. The cave was well hidden. Because of the angle, you couldn't see it while climbing, only when going down could you barely spot the entrance. At the entrance, Zhao Qian looked at the dark and deep cave and suddenly felt the urge to explore it. After thinking for a few seconds, he made up his mind and gave himself a reason. I'm not doing this for adventure. It's because we still don't have a place to live, and no tools to build a shelter. We can only live in a cave, this is for survival. After speaking, he made a torch and took out the stone hammer he made, then slowly walked into the cave. As soon as he entered, he felt a cool breeze, just like staying in an air-conditioned room during summer. It was very comfortable. The cave was deep. Zhao Qian walked dozens of meters holding the torch and still didn't reach the end. But he did hear the sound of dripping water. He walked toward the sound and saw a crack in the mountain wall. Water from the mountain was flowing through the crack and dripping onto the ground. Over the years, a small puddle with a half-meter diameter had formed on the ground, collecting a good amount of fresh water. I'll move here when I get back. Almost instantly, Zhao Qian decided to move. Because once they moved into the cave, it would solve both the shelter and water problems. This kind of water flowing through cracks and filtered by layers of rock was cleaner than most outdoor water sources, possibly even drinkable directly. There's no other animal feces on the ground, which means this cave isn't a nest for other animals. Plus, there's a water source, this place is basically a natural shelter. Zhao Qian was more and more satisfied with the cave. He felt that moving into the cave would save them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just building a shelter would take a lot of time, not to mention the water issue hadn't been solved yet. However, to be safe, Zhao Qian continued deeper into the cave. During the exploration, Zhao Qian found that the cave was really big. He went in dozens more meters and still didn't reach the deepest part. Also, the deeper he went, the bigger the space became. For example, when he first entered the cave, the space could only hold 4 people at once. But after going over 100 meters in, the space could hold more than 10 people. In shape, it was like the ground traps he had made, only inverted, a small entrance, large space inside. Clang! Just as Zhao Qian was fully focused on looking ahead, he stepped on something and almost tripped. He quickly lowered his torch and saw that he had stepped on a bone, to be exact, a rib, a very large rib. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian had no knowledge in this area and couldn't tell what animal the rib belonged to. But one thing he could be sure of, the creature this rib belonged to was very large when it was alive. Who cares whose rib it is? With some polishing, it can be used as a weapon. Zhao Qian didn't try to figure out what animal the rib came from. Instead, he thought about turning it into a weapon. But just as he tied the rib and strapped it to his back, he suddenly saw a dark shadow not far away. Earlier, because he had been holding the torch the whole time, his eyes weren't adjusted to the darkness, so he hadn't noticed the shadow. But while tying the rib, he had put the torch aside, and once his eyes adapted to the dark, he saw it. All of a sudden, Zhao Qian felt his heart tighten. His whole body went cold. He didn't even dare breathe, afraid the shadow would jump out. However, after a long while, the shadow didn't move at all, it was like a dead object. After waiting a bit more, Zhao Qian saw the shadow really didn't move. He calmed his fear, picked up the torch, grabbed the stone axe in his hand, and slowly walked toward the shadow. As the distance got closer, Zhao Qian's worry gradually faded, because he could confirm the shadow was a dead object. But when he got in front of the shadow, he gasped sharply and couldn't speak a word for a long time. In front of him was the skull of some animal. And this animal, long ago, was called Tyrannosaurus rex. In the camp, although Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hadn't eaten all day, neither of them felt hungry, because their attention was all on iron smelting. Of course, it wasn't because they had collected enough iron sand. They just wanted to try first, otherwise, if the smelting failed, it would be a waste of time. Xiao Yun, is this okay now? Wang Qianqian had dug a small pit in the ground and built a tall, tube-shaped furnace from mud. Next to it was a simple bellows that could supply air continuously to the furnace. Almost. Lu Yun wasn't idle either, she was busy preparing charcoal. Although coal is best for smelting steel, under their current conditions, they couldn't get any. So they had to settle for charcoal. The method to make charcoal is simple. Just let the wood burn incompletely, and what's left is charcoal. So, she first collected a large amount of wood, stacked it into a pyramid, then covered it with dirt, leaving only a small hole. In this state, once the wood is ignited, since not enough air gets in, the wood burns incompletely, thus becoming charcoal. Although the method isn't hard, it takes a lot of time. Lu Yun had been preparing since morning. Only by now had she finished making the charcoal. Xiao Yun, can we start smelting iron now? Wang Qianqian asked excitedly. Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian, who treated iron smelting like a game, and said, "Don't get so excited. I'm super nervous right now. If this fails, we'll have wasted a whole day." Wang Qianqian didn't care and said, "As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As long as we keep playing, keep trying, we'll succeed eventually." Lu Yun smiled but didn't say anything. She put the collected iron sand into a clay bowl, with stones supporting it from below so it sat near the lower middle of the furnace. Then, she put the charcoal into the furnace, filling it completely, with no space left. "We can light it now." After thinking it over and finding no problem, Lu Yun told Wang Qianqian to ignite the charcoal. In fact, Lu Yun had wanted to light it herself, but Wang Qianqian insisted, saying it was fun. Lu Yun didn't see what was fun about it. As the charcoal caught fire, the temperature inside the furnace rose quickly. In a short time, heat waves radiated from around the furnace. At this point, Wang Qianqian started to hesitate and asked, "Xiao Yun, how long will this take? It's so hot." Lu Yun kept operating the bellows, sending air into the furnace, and said, "Charcoal burns at a lower temperature than coal, so smelting iron takes longer. If you're too hot, go rest for a while." Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hand, "I'm fine. I can handle it. No need to rest." Then she took over and started operating the bellows. The temperature inside the furnace kept rising. Looking from the top, the inside looked like volcanic lava, bright orange from the high heat flames. As time went on, the charcoal gradually burned down. When the furnace reached its highest temperature, the iron sand finally started to change. Half an hour later? The charcoal was fully burned out, and the temperature inside the furnace began to fall. An hour later, when the furnace cooled significantly, she finally dared to open the furnace mouth and used a wooden stick to pull out the clay bowl. But the ash from the charcoal had covered the bowl, so she didn't see the iron at first. Xiaoyun, I didn't find the iron we smelted. Did you find it? Wang Qianqian searched for a long time and found nothing. Here it is. Lu Yun found a small, black, soybean-sized bead at the bottom of the clay bowl and showed it to Wang Qianqian. This little thing is the iron we smelted? Wang Qianqian looked disgusted. She had never imagined their smelted iron would look this ugly, completely different from what she imagined. The steel you usually see has all gone through modern industrial processing. With our primitive method, this is the only kind of iron we can produce. Lu Yun saw her dislike and smiled as she explained. I'm back. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came out from the darkness. Although Zhao Qian started heading back as soon as it got dark, because he had delayed some time exploring the cave, and the distance was a bit far, it was already very dark when he returned. You big liar. Didn't you say you'd be back at noon? Are you trying to starve us to death? Wang Qianqian hadn't felt too hungry earlier because she had been focused on smelting iron. Now that it was over and she heard Zhao Qian's voice, she suddenly realized she hadn't eaten all day. Isn't there still a coconut crab? If you're hungry, you can eat it. Zhao Qian said. The coconut crab is my friend, no one is allowed to eat it. Wang Qianqian said loudly. Making friends with food, if you're not hungry, who is? Zhao Qian didn't look too surprised, because in his mind, with the way Wang Qianqian thinks, she could make friends with anything. You. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue, but then she remembered she had never won an argument with him, so she backed down and said, I won't stoop to your level. Then she noticed what Zhao Qian was carrying on his back and curiously asked, Where did you get that big bone club? Is there still marrow inside? Big bone club? Zhao Qian almost didn't react. When he realized Wang Qianqian was talking about the bone he brought back, he loudly said, This bone is not for eating, it's worth a fortune. Wang Qianqian snorted, How valuable can it be? She was a top-tier celebrity, earning good pay from movies and variety shows. She had saved up a lot of money over the years and considered herself quite wealthy. What's expensive to others might mean nothing to her. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a friendly price, 200 million. Zhao Qian said. 200 million. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, Are you crazy from being poor? A big bone club, and you want to sell it to me for 200 million? Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think your big bone club is a dinosaur bone? Zhao Qian grinned and said, You guessed right. This big bone club really is a dinosaur bone, a Tyrannosaurus rex bone. In the cave, he had examined the skeleton repeatedly and was quite sure it was the remains of a T-Rex. The skeleton was very complete, from head to tail, not a single bone missing. He had seen news before that a complete T-Rex fossil was auctioned for $31.8 million, worth over 200 million yuan. A T-Rex bone? Wang Qianqian leaned in to take a closer look, then pouted, You say it is, so it is? I could say it's a cow bone. Don't treat people like idiots. Zhao Qian glanced at the clever Wang Qianqian, too lazy to argue, and instead walked over to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was highly educated and definitely knew more than he did. He wanted her to help check whether the bone he found was valuable. However, he noticed the smelting furnace that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had built and asked, What's this thing? A smelting furnace. While you were gone, Qianqian and I were smelting iron. Lu Yun said. Did it work? Zhao Qian asked. It worked. Lu Yun handed over the iron bead they had smelted. Zhao Qian picked it up and saw that it was indeed iron. He immediately admired Lu Yun even more. Although he really wanted an iron weapon, his plan was to look for plain wreckage, get steel from it, and then refine it. But to a top student, the method was to smelt it directly, and it worked. That made him feel like, given enough time, Lu Yun could probably build planes and tanks. Sister Yun, can you help me see if this bone is valuable? Zhao Qian even changed how he addressed her. This really is a T-Rex bone? Lu Yun had heard Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian's conversation too. Like Wang Qianqian, she thought Zhao Qian was joking. After all, even if there were T-Rex bones, they'd be buried deep underground. With the tools Zhao Qian had, it was impossible to dig them up. Absolutely true. Zhao Qian nodded hard and said, Today I went to that mountain to look for rocks to make stone tools. I accidentally found a cave and explored it. The T-Rex skeleton was found inside. It's a very complete skeleton, but I only brought this one bone, the rest are still in the cave. When Wang Qianqian heard that, she started to think Zhao Qian might not be lying and said, Let me take another look. I've never seen a T-Rex bone before. Zhao Qian stopped Wang Qianqian's hand and said, Forget it. I'm afraid you'll eat my T-Rex bone. Wang Qianqian said, you call yourself a man? So stingy. Zhao Qian said, give me 200 million and I'll sell you the bone. Then whether you make soup or eat the marrow, it's up to you. Wang Qianqian shook her head, don't think I'm dumb. T-Rex lived a long time ago. A bone that old must be expired, it's not edible anymore. Now it was Zhao Qian's turn to be speechless. He hadn't expected Wang Qianqian to actually want to eat the T-Rex bone. While Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian were talking, Luyun carefully examined the bone. From Zhao Qian's words, she didn't doubt that it could be a T-Rex bone. However, Luyun hesitated and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, if this really is a T-Rex bone and it's very complete, it would indeed be worth a lot. But this bone is too fresh. Wang Qianqian immediately asked, too fresh? You mean it's still edible? No. Luyun shook her head and said, T-Rex lived in the late Cretaceous period, about 65 to 68 million years ago. Even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have fossilized or turned to jade. But this bone clearly shows no signs of fossilization or jadeization. Zhao Qian hadn't noticed that before and said, that's true. Compared to other T-Rex bones, the one I found is too fresh, doesn't look like it's been dead for tens of millions of years. But I swear to you all, this really is a T-Rex skeleton. I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't have mistaken it. Luyun shook her head, then I don't know what the reason is. Wang Qianqian cautiously said, I once watched a movie that said there's another world inside the earth, where animals that are extinct on the surface still exist. Maybe we're now at the entrance to the inner world. Luyun shook her head again, with today's technology, the Earth's interior has already been explored. That inner world you mentioned doesn't exist. Wang Qianqian added, I also watched another movie where humans used cloning technology to bring dinosaurs back to life. If that's the case, then we might be in a secret base where they're doing evil experiments. Zhao Qian hadn't planned to respond to Wang Qianqian, but after hearing so many absurd theories, he finally couldn't help it. He said, you'd better watch fewer movies in the future. Wang Qianqian asked, why? Zhao Qian answered, you're not very smart to begin with. Watching those ridiculous movies will only make you seem even dumber. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Wang Qianqian first shouted back at Zhao Qian, then lowered her voice and asked Lu Yun, Xiaoyun, was I wrong again? Lu Yun nodded and explained, cloning is much more complicated than you think. With today's technology, it's impossible to clone dinosaurs, and we can't even find complete dinosaur DNA. Wang Qianqian said, but didn't the movie say that a mosquito had just sucked a dinosaur's blood and became amber? Doesn't that work? No. Luyun shook her head and explained, even in that case, DNA can't last tens of millions of years. Previously, a mammoth that died 10,000 years ago was found in the polar regions, and even then it couldn't be cloned, let alone a dinosaur from tens of millions of years ago. Cloning isn't as simple as the movies show. It requires many conditions. Even if dinosaur DNA was found, without a suitable host to carry it, it still couldn't be cloned. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, Wang Qianqian realized she was wrong again. But when she saw Zhao Qian's smug smile, she didn't think about correcting herself. Instead, she secretly vowed that if she ever got the chance, she would make Zhao Qian lose face. This man was just too hateful. Wang Qianqian snorted coldly and said, so what if I said something wrong? At least I dare to make bold guesses, unlike you, you don't even have the courage to guess. Zhao Qian smiled and said, although you sincerely sought my advice, wanting to hear the thoughts of someone with higher education, I'm sorry, I don't make groundless assumptions. Wang Qianqian said with disdain, you just don't dare to guess, don't act tough. You're not even a man. Zhao Qian didn't mind and shrugged, provoking me won't work. Don't waste your energy. So annoying. Wang Qianqian became angry from embarrassment and was frustrated. At this moment, Lu Yun asked, Zhao Qian, what do you plan to do with this bone? Hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile faded. He stared at the bone for a while and said, at first, when I just picked up this bone, I thought of polishing it into a weapon. But later, after discovering it's a complete T-Rex skeleton, I thought I could sell it after we're rescued and retire early. Although Zhao Qian enjoyed wilderness survival, that didn't mean he didn't love money. He also wanted to have more than enough money, so he wouldn't have to work and could travel the world freely. The world is so big, he wanted to see it all and go wherever he pleased. Lu Yun asked, so what's your thinking now? I don't know. Zhao Qian shook his head and continued, if it were a regular fossilized T-Rex, I'd keep it without hesitation. But this skeleton isn't fossilized, it might be considered fake. Appraisal institutions have their own standards. For example, to authenticate a T-Rex skeleton, it must at least date to the correct period. If it's too recent, it might get rejected at the first stage. Now, appraisers care a lot about age, as if age is the only measure of value. Better to keep it for now, Luyun thought for a moment and said. We've already smelted iron, and we'll soon be able to make iron tools. There's no need to waste this bone. If we get back alive, a complete T-Rex skeleton will be even more valuable. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, then added, oh right, when I explored the cave, I found it's very suitable for living. There's even a water source inside. We can move in directly. Wang Qianqian said, we're living just fine here. Why move into a cave? Zhao Qian explained, we don't have tools to build a shelter. In normal weather, it's fine. But if there's a storm or heavy rain, without shelter, we'll be exposed to the wind and rain. Imagine it rains non-stop for 3 or 4 days, we won't even be able to make fire. We'll have to eat raw fish and won't be able to sleep because the rain will be pouring on us. As Zhao Qian described it, the image immediately popped into Wang Qianqian's mind, herself standing, shivering in a storm, unable to eat or sleep. And Zhao Qian, hiding in the cave, eating grilled fish, lying comfortably on dry ground, mocking her as brainless. No way. We must move. Wang Qianqian instantly changed her mind, but she refused to admit it out loud. She said, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if it rains and storms, I don't care. But, she paused, then changed tone, but I can't bear to see Xiaoyun suffer with me, so I'll reluctantly agree to move into the cave. Zhao Qian said playfully, how about this, you stay, and Sister Yun and I move into the cave. Wang Qianqian said, you've got that sneaky look, you're definitely a pervert. How could I let Sister Yun stay in a cave with you? I have to be there to keep an eye on you. Thanks, Qianqian. Luyun immediately thanked her while also winking at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian understood, Luyun was worried that if he kept arguing with Wang Qianqian, she'd lose face and refuse to move. So, for Luyun's sake, he dropped the topic and said, it's already late. Let's eat something. Tomorrow morning, we'll start moving. Let's try to get it done in 1 day. 1 day, isn't that a bit rushed? Luyun shared her concern. I was planning to collect more iron sand and smelt a tool. Weather at sea changes quickly. Bad weather could hit at any time, so the sooner the better. Actually, over the past 2 days while fishing, he had noticed the waves were getting rougher, which gave him a feeling that a major weather change was coming. If they didn't move into the cave before then, things could get very bad. Zhao Qian continued, as for smelting iron, there's no rush. Iron sand collects slowly anyway, so losing 2 days doesn't matter much. Luyun thought about it and nodded, alright then, let's try to move everything into the cave tomorrow. Wang Qianqian said, let me make this clear, I'll only carry my own things. Those suitcases and clothes aren't mine, so I won't help. But, if someone begs me, I might consider helping. On the day of the crash, Zhao Qian had collected a lot of suitcases. Honestly, 90% of the items at the camp were his. If no one helped, it would take Zhao Qian 2 days to move everything by himself. You want me to beg you? Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said, has this certain someone thought about, without the suitcases and clothes I collected, where would she sleep at night? What would she use to keep warm? Of course, if that person begs me, I might consider lending her some clothes. The moment before, Wang Qianqian had been proud and smug, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she immediately panicked a little. She wasn't used to sleeping on straw or the ground, and didn't want to be cold at night with nothing to cover herself. So, she instantly changed her expression, smiled, and said, look at you, why are you taking it seriously? I was just joking with you. We share life and death together, how could I not help you? You know, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person. Really? Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and said calmly, so, that means I was petty and wrongly accused you. Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hands and said, no, we're all friends, just joking. I wouldn't take it seriously. Zhao Qian pointed at the suitcases and asked, then you're in charge of those 2 suitcases tomorrow, no problem, right? Wang Qianqian said with a bitter face, I'm a weak woman, how could I possibly carry 2 big suitcases? Zhao Qian said, you're not a weak woman. When you were arguing with me just now, you seemed pretty strong. That's settled then. After speaking, Zhao Qian didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to object and turned to leave. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian's back and muttered in a low voice, I curse you, you iron-headed man, to be single for life, never to find a wife. The next day? Just as the sun rose, the 3 of them woke up. The temperature on the island was very high at noon, so the best time to move was before it got hot. After spending some time packing, they ended up with a total of 10 suitcases. Wang Qianqian and Luyun each pulled 2 suitcases, Zhao Qian pulled 4 at once. The remaining 2 would be picked up later when there was time. Wang Qianqian originally wanted to complain about being too tired, but when she saw Zhao Qian pulling 4 suitcases, she didn't say anything. Although Zhao Qian was pulling 4 suitcases, he wasn't tired at all. He thought about it and figured it must be because of all the physical activity he had been doing on the island, it had strengthened his body. To be clear, before, he struggled to pull 3 suitcases. Now he was pulling 4 and felt relaxed, walking ahead of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun the whole time. Of course, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were not moving fast either. After all, there were no roads on the island, and the suitcases couldn't be pulled, they had to be carried, which took more effort. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had walked for an hour. Zhao Qian didn't feel much, but Wang Qianqian was already exhausted and loudly asked, "Zhao Qian, how much farther? I'm about to die from fatigue." "Still a long way to go." Hearing her question, Zhao Qian stopped walking and turned to answer. The cave was far from their current camp. Even without carrying anything, it would take several hours to get there. Now that everyone was carrying a lot, it would take even longer. "If I knew it was this far, I wouldn't have moved." Wang Qianqian complained. "Zhao Qian, I'm tired too, can we take a break?" Lu Yun quickly suggested, worried that Wang Qianqian might give up. Let's take a break." Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, then nodded. Although he didn't feel too tired, he hadn't even sweated much. He noticed that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were already drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. It was clear that Wang Qianqian wasn't pretending, she really was exhausted. "Drink some water." Zhao Qian took 2 bottles of water from his backpack and handed one to each of them. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had been thirsty for a while. They took the bottles and drank more than half in one go, finally showing satisfied expressions. "I seriously thought I was going to die just now, it was too exhausting," Wang Qianqian said, then looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Aren't you tired at all?" "A little, but overall I'm okay," Zhao Qian replied. "Your physical fitness is crazy. Not like those male actors I've worked with, don't be fooled by their good physiques, they're actually super weak." Wang Qianqian started gossiping again. "A while back, I filmed a TV series. There was a scene where I got injured and the male lead had to carry me to safety. As soon as he picked me up, he dropped me, couldn't carry me at all. In the end, they had to get 2 guys to lift me from underneath just to finish the scene." Cough cough cough. Lu Yun started coughing hard, trying to signal her to stop talking. But Wang Qianqian ignored her. She hadn't been allowed to talk about these things before, but now they were stranded on a deserted island, no restrictions. She had to take the opportunity to say more. Zhao Qian was also interested and jokingly asked, "Is it possible you were too heavy?" Hearing that, Wang Qianqian immediately stood up, lifted her shirt a bit, revealing her slim, white waist and abdomen, and said, "Look at this, do I look fat to you? You know what, just to prove it, let me have you carry me so you can feel my weight." As a woman, especially a female celebrity, the thing she couldn't tolerate most was being called fat. So, the moment Zhao Qian questioned her weight, she did everything she could to prove she wasn't fat. Cough cough cough. Lu Yun coughed violently again. She was reminding Wang Qianqian, "You're a celebrity with a pure image, can you not be so reckless?" Cough cough cough. Zhao Qian also started coughing and said awkwardly, "I believe you're not fat." If Lu Yun weren't there, he might have actually picked her up. After all, this kind of benefit doesn't come every day. But with someone else around, if he really went to carry her, he'd probably be seen as a pervert. "I only weighed 73 Jin when I shot that scene, and he still couldn't lift me, shows how weak he was." Wang Qianqian loved gossip and kept going. "Actually, many male celebrities in the entertainment industry are like sissies, I don't like them at all. Let me tell you another secret, there was this male celebrity who already had a girlfriend, but when he was playing poker with another female celebrity at home, the girlfriend came back from a trip and caught them in the act." Cough cough cough. Lu Yun was afraid that if Wang Qianqian kept talking, she'd offend the entire entertainment industry. So juicy. Zhao Qian's gossip-loving soul was ignited. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Who is this male celebrity?" "It's MMPH." Wang Qianqian was just about to say the name when her mouth was suddenly covered by Lu Yun. Lu Yun said, "Zhao Qian, don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. What she says can't be trusted, it's all just rumors she heard." "It's not a rumor. I have proof." Wang Qianqian shook off Lu Yun's hand, but just as she said a few words, her mouth was covered again. Just as Zhao Qian was smiling and watching the show, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky and hit his face. He instinctively looked up at the sky and found that, without knowing when, the previously clear sky had turned dark. In the distance, a mass of pitch-black clouds was slowly moving toward them. Immediately, Zhao Qian spoke, "All right, stop messing around. We need to keep moving. We just rested for a bit. Let us rest a little more." Wang Qianqian and Luyun stopped, and Wang Qianqian pleaded. We can't rest anymore. Zhao Qian's face was stern as he pointed at the sky and said, haven't you noticed it's about to rain? If we don't reach the cave before that, we'll all be soaked. If we catch a cold from being wet, that will be a big problem. Following Zhao Qian's finger, Wang Qianqian and Luyun saw the pitch-black clouds drifting toward them. Their faces didn't look good. From their life experience, it was easy to judge that this would be a heavy rainstorm. Wang Qianqian's face showed anxiety as she asked, even if we get soaked, there's nothing we can do. With 2 suitcases, we can't move fast. We will definitely get rained on. Luyun thought for a moment and suggested to Zhao Qian, why don't we leave these suitcases here for now and come back for them after the rain stops? That's all we can do. Zhao Qian agreed with Luyun's suggestion with a grave expression. Then he looked toward the cave and said, next, we have to reach the cave in one go. No more resting halfway. Wang Qianqian and Luyun dropped their suitcases and nodded heavily. Let's go. Zhao Qian carried 4 suitcases and walked at the front. Seeing Zhao Qian still carrying suitcases, Wang Qianqian couldn't help asking, aren't you going to leave the suitcases here too? No need. Zhao Qian walked ahead without turning around and explained, first, I don't feel tired. Second, the cave is a bit damp and cold. If we don't bring you clothes to use as bedding, you might get sick. A strange feeling rose in Wang Qianqian's heart, and she asked, you care so much about me, does that mean you've fallen in love with me? Never experienced, doesn't know. Zhao Qian teased in his heart, then said the real reason, you're thinking too much. If you got sick, I'd have to spend energy taking care of you. That's too troublesome. Too troublesome. Hearing those 4 words, Wang Qianqian felt a heavy blow to her heart. She pouted and didn't speak anymore. The 3 continued on. After Wang Qianqian and Luyun dropped the suitcases, their speed clearly increased. Even so, the 2 of them could only barely catch up with Zhao Qian. Looking ahead at Zhao Qian, still briskly walking with 4 suitcases, the 2 were deeply shocked. At first, they just thought Zhao Qian had a little more strength than ordinary people. But along the way, they found his strength wasn't just a little bit more, it was beyond human limits. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Qianqian and Luyun who were surprised. Even Zhao Qian himself was increasingly startled. He was very sure his strength wasn't this great before. After coming to this deserted island, his strength had gradually increased, especially after being chased by the wild boars. His strength increased the most then. Not only strength, but his endurance and speed also improved. However, he didn't know to what extent he could go. Is my body changing on its own, or has this deserted island given me a special ability? Zhao Qian wondered in his heart. He had 2 guesses about the changes in his body. One was that he originally had this talent but it had never been developed. Only after coming to the island did this ability awaken. The other was that the island itself bestowed this ability on him. After all, before coming to the island, he had never experienced anything abnormal. However, whichever reason it was, the change in his body brought only benefits and no downsides. Whoosh! While the 3 were hurrying along, the black clouds had slowly caught up with them and were not far away. Although they didn't turn back, they could already hear the sound of rain. It sounded like a waterfall, showing how terrifying this rain would be. Zhao Qian, how much farther? Wang Qianqian looked back and was instantly frightened, her face changing color as she loudly asked. She had never seen such heavy rain, like the sky had a hole in it. Just 1 second in the rain and you would be soaked through. Almost there. After dropping the suitcases, they had hurried for an hour. The cave was already very close. Can you give a more exact answer? Wang Qianqian was anxious, she didn't want such an answer. Based on our current speed, another half hour. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and answered. Half an hour? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian deflated like a balloon and slowed down, saying, at our current speed, we'll be caught by the clouds in at most 10 minutes. We'll get soaked anyway, I give up. Originally she wanted to avoid getting wet, which was why she was willing to run like this. But now, since they would get wet no matter what, she chose to lie flat and stop wasting energy running. Don't give up, hold on a little longer. Seeing Wang Qianqian wanting to give up, Zhao Qian didn't tease her. Instead, he encouraged her. I really can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian, head covered in sweat and panting, said, besides, what's so bad about getting rained on? My body is so strong, I don't believe I'll get sick. Bang! Just as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, something suddenly fell from the sky and hit the suitcase Zhao Qian was carrying, punching a hole in it. The object rolled on the ground many times before slowly coming to a stop and lying still. Hail! When the 3 saw what it was, they all exclaimed. That's right. What had hit the suitcase was a chunk of hail the size of a fist. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief that it hit the suitcase. If it had hit one of them, they would not have died, but they would have been seriously injured. But they hadn't even had time to relax. Their expressions became very ugly as they looked at the clouds getting closer and swallowed. They had originally thought this was just an ordinary heavy rain, but now they realized it was rain plus hail. Help! Someone's going to die. This time, before Zhao Qian could speak, Wang Qianqian took off running. If it was just rain, she wouldn't be worried. But rain with hail was a completely different matter, especially with hail this big. There was no doubt, if they were caught by the storm clouds, they would definitely die. At this moment, the three were also glad that Zhao Qian had found the cave yesterday, and that they had set off early today. If they were still at the original camp, they probably wouldn't have survived. Under the threat of death, Zhao Qian and the other two ran for their lives. Even Wang Qianqian, who had been shouting about being tired just moments ago, didn't dare complain anymore. Because they knew clearly that once they stopped, it would be a dead end. However, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not have a physique like Zhao Qian's. Even with death hanging over them, after running at full speed for more than 10 minutes, they finally couldn't hold on anymore. At this moment, the dark clouds were only a few hundred meters away. They were already at the edge of the cloud zone. The rain and hail in the edge area weren't as violent as in the center, but they still soaked the three of them completely. The hailstones falling from time to time told them that danger was getting closer. Zhao Qian, I can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian felt as if her legs were filled with lead. She knew she had reached her limit. If you survive, just say I died when the plane crashed. Don't ever tell people about what happened on the deserted island. I don't want my fans to know I was beaten to death by hail. After saying that, the fear of death overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but from her pale face and tightly clenched lips, it was clear that she was also panicking. I get nervous when I see cameras, so I can't help you say it. Zhao Qian walked over to them and said. If you want to say it, then survive and tell your fans yourself. After speaking, Zhao Qian threw away the suitcase he had been unwilling to let go of and, without discussion, lifted Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun onto his shoulders. Don't move. Zhao Qian shouted sharply at the struggling Wang Qianqian and said, this may be uncomfortable next, but this is the only way to save you. I promise you, I will make sure you live. After saying that, he pushed off with his feet and sped up toward the cave. At this moment, Zhao Qian's terrifying strength was revealed. Wang Qianqian plus Lu Yun weighed far more than 4 suitcases. Carrying 2 people while running fast was a huge test of strength and endurance. Even Zhao Qian, after running for a few minutes, felt as if his chest was burning. Every breath hurt his throat, his muscles ached all over, and steam could be seen rising from his head due to his body heat. Obviously, carrying 2 people and sprinting for several minutes had pushed him to his limit. Several times, the thought even appeared in his mind, just die then, I don't want to run anymore. He was simply too tired. But even so, he never thought of abandoning Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, because he had promised them that they would live. This was a man's promise. Just hold on a little longer? That was the only thought left in Zhao Qian's mind. Bang! At that moment, a hailstone fell from the sky and struck Zhao Qian on the head. The enormous force instantly split his scalp open. Blood gushed out and flowed down his face. The sudden blow made Zhao Qian stumble, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong, but being carried on his shoulder, she couldn't see his face. She asked, Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. Zhao Qian's voice was already hoarse from breathing through his mouth for too long. After speaking, he forced himself upright, carried Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun again, and started running once more. At this point, they had already entered the mountain area and were not far from the cave. They just needed to hold on a little longer. But after running only a few hundred meters, Zhao Qian knew he had reached his absolute limit. His legs felt nailed to the ground. He didn't want to take another step. Should I give up? Give up. Even if I die, I don't want to run anymore. I'm too tired. Fine, then give up. The voice urging him to give up grew louder and louder in his head. But just as he was about to give up, another voice appeared. You can't give up. You've already held on for so long. The cave is just ahead. How can you give up now? Hold on for 1 more minute. Once you enter the cave, you'll be safe. Then you can rest as long as you want. You're still young. You can't give up here. You still have a bright future ahead. You're a man. You promised to let them live, so you must let them live. The 2 voices clashed in his mind. In the end, the will to live won. He clenched his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, I want to live. As soon as these words were spoken, a new surge of strength burst out from his exhausted body. Relying on this strength, Zhao Qian roared and sprinted again. 300 meters? 200 meters? 100 meters? 50 meters. Zhao Qian rushed straight into the cave and then collapsed to the ground. Almost at the same time, the dark clouds caught up. Fist-sized hailstones rained down one after another, smashing into the hard rock ground and shattering into ice fragments. "We're in the cave." Wang Qianqian was thrown to the ground and felt dazed for a moment, but she quickly reacted and shouted happily, "We're in the cave. We survived." Luyan also said with relief, "Yes, we survived." The joy of surviving a disaster made the two of them cheer. Just moments ago, without Zhao Qian, they would have certainly died. Zhao Qian. After the excitement, they suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was still lying on the ground. Wang Qianqian thought he had collapsed from exhaustion and walked over, lightly kicking him with her foot. "Zhao Qian, stop lying there. Get up quickly. I, Wang Qianqian, always repay kindness. How about this? I'll spend 200 million to buy your Tyrannosaurus bone. What do you think?" She waited for Zhao Qian to thank her. However, Zhao Qian remained motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian realized something was wrong. Together with Lu Yun, she turned Zhao Qian over, then both of them sucked in a sharp breath. They saw that Zhao Qian's whole body was flushed red, his body temperature was hot to the touch, and his face was covered in blood. Blood? Why is there so much blood? And why is his body temperature so high? What's wrong with him? Wang Qianqian panicked and cried as she looked at Lu Yun. Zhao Qian was probably hit on the head by hail just now, that's why he's bleeding. Lu Yun checked Zhao Qian's head, found the wound, and continued, "As for why his body temperature is so high, I'm not sure. It's most likely due to extreme exhaustion and cardiac overload. We need to cool him down immediately." "How do we cool him down?" Wang Qianqian asked urgently. Lu Yun didn't speak, but her eyes looked toward the cave entrance, where many hailstones had fallen. For cooling down, hail was undoubtedly the best option. However, the hail was falling too frequently. If they went out to collect it, there was a very high chance of being hit. Damn! When Wang Qianqian heard Lu Yun's words, she looked toward the outside of the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, she was about to walk out to pick up the hail. "Qianqian, don't rush, think of another way." Seeing this, Lu Yun grabbed Wang Qianqian, worried she would do something foolish. After all, they didn't have the strong physical strength like Zhao Qian. If they got hit by the hail, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiao Yun, there's no time. If we don't cool Zhao Qian down, he'll die," Wang Qianqian said anxiously through tears. "He's like this because he saved us. We can't just watch him die. Of course we have to save Zhao Qian, but we need to use our brains and think of a solution that works for both sides." Lu Yun tried to persuade her. "There's no such perfect solution." Wang Qianqian shook her head. "There must be one." Lu Yun's brain spun quickly, and suddenly she had a flash of inspiration. She asked, "Do you remember that big bone club Zhao Qian brought back?" Wang Qianqian nodded. "I remember, but so what? That big bone club was thrown away when he saved us. There's no way we can get it back." Lu Yun shook her head. "That's not what I meant. Don't you remember Zhao Qian said he found that big bone club in this cave? There's a complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the cave. That means we just need to find the skeleton and take another bone." After saying this, Lu Yun quickly walked deeper into the cave to look for the T-Rex skeleton. Wang Qianqian stood there stunned for a few seconds, then slapped her head hard with an annoyed expression. "No wonder Zhao Qian always says I don't use my brain. There was clearly a better way, and I almost went to die. What I was about to do is no different from Captain America freezing himself for decades to stop a bomb." Thinking back to how she had just risked everything to save Zhao Qian, with a hero off to never return kind of attitude, she used to think she was loyal, but now she only felt foolish. After cursing herself, Wang Qianqian also went deep into the cave to search for the T-Rex skeleton. Although they had no torches and the cave was pitch black inside, this actually helped them adapt more quickly to the darkness. It only took a few minutes for them to find the T-Rex skeleton. They didn't have time to marvel. They quickly took out a large bone and returned to the cave entrance, using the big bone to push hail into the cave. Thump thump thump! The big bone was only extended outside for a short time, but even so, it was hit by hail several times, showing how fierce the hail was. "Qianqian, take these to cool Zhao Qian down first." Lu Yun handed 2 hailstones to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian didn't dare hesitate. She took the hail to Zhao Qian, smashed them into ice chips, and placed them on his body. At this point, Zhao Qian's body temperature had risen again, so the ice chips melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into ice water. Fortunately, the method worked. The continuously rising temperature was finally brought under control. "Xiao Yun, the hail isn't enough. Bring more." Wang Qianqian quickly used up the 2 hailstones and shouted to Lu Yun. "Coming." While Wang Qianqian was cooling Zhao Qian down, Lu Yun had already pushed in a lot more hail and brought it over. The two of them quickly smashed the hail into ice chips and covered Zhao Qian with them. As large amounts of ice chips cooled him down, Zhao Qian's body temperature finally stabilized and gradually dropped. Seeing this, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, since she wasn't a medical expert. Luckily, she hit the mark by accident, and it actually worked. Xiao Yun, Zhao Qian's temperature has dropped, but why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang Qianqian couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. It's probably related to the body's self-protection mechanism. We just need to wait. Lu Yun wasn't too sure. Xiao Yun, are you sure Zhao Qian is no longer in danger? Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. Lu Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she checked Zhao Qian again. At this point, Zhao Qian's head had stopped bleeding. Judging from the recovery, it wouldn't take long to scab. His body temperature had gone down, heart rate, breathing, all other signs were very stable. Don't worry. He's definitely out of danger. Lu Yun assured. Then I can relax. Wang Qianqian let out a breath of relief and finally smiled. Seeing the smile on Wang Qianqian's face, Lu Yun seemed to realize something, but didn't say it out loud. After that, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. Seeing that he wouldn't wake up for now and having nothing else to do, they started exploring the cave. Unknowingly, time passed from morning to noon, then from noon to afternoon, and now it was getting dark. Having not eaten all day, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were starving. They didn't want to move at all and simply stayed near Zhao Qian, hoping he'd wake up and find food for them. But Zhao Qian showed no signs of waking. As it gradually got dark, the temperature in the cave started to drop. Chills kept creeping in, and the two of them shivered nonstop. But being cold and hungry wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that the rain and hail outside had been falling all day without any sign of stopping, and it hadn't even eased up. In this situation, they were basically trapped in the cave and couldn't go out to find food. Xiao Yun, it's been raining all day. Why hasn't it stopped yet? Wang Qianqian complained. The weather on this island is just too weird. I don't know either. Lu Yun shook her head calmly. If it keeps raining, will we starve to death in the cave? I'm cold and hungry, and I want to sleep but I'm too cold to sleep. After saying that, Wang Qianqian looked at the unconscious Zhao Qian and said, when Zhao Qian was here, I didn't think surviving on a deserted island was that hard. Now that he's been unconscious for just one day, I feel like I can't survive. Although Zhao Qian had tried many times to show her through actions that surviving on a deserted island wasn't a joke, her life had actually been pretty good. She had clothes as blankets when sleeping, food whenever she was hungry because Zhao Qian would bring it, and fires to warm her when it was cold. It's like parents telling their kids that if they don't study, working life will be tough. The kids seem to listen, but they don't really take it to heart, because their life hasn't changed much, they don't feel the hardship. Only after entering society and experiencing the hardships of working life do they realize how lucky they used to be. That's why so many people regret not studying hard once they start working. Lu Yun listened to Wang Qianqian's words and didn't comment, because she had understood all this long ago. Awoo! Just as the two of them were silent, a pig slaughtering-like scream suddenly came from outside the cave. Where did that sound come from? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun became alert. They held the Tyrannosaurus bones in their hands and cautiously watched the outside of the cave. At this time, it wasn't completely dark yet, so they could vaguely see a black figure slowly approaching the cave. During this process, the hail kept hitting the black figure, causing it to let out miserable cries, but it wasn't killed. Oh no, it's a wild boar. As the black figure got closer, Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but cry out. A wild boar? Wang Qianqian quickly said, aren't wild boars supposed to live in the forest? Why would it appear here? Lu Yun frowned and said, it's probably related to this rain and hailstorm. This wild boar wants to enter the cave to escape the hail. Wang Qianqian asked, then what do we do now? Lu Yun said, we can't let it come in, otherwise we're finished. If Zhao Qian were awake, the three of them might be able to deal with a wild boar. But now Zhao Qian was unconscious, and the two of them, being girls with no strength, stood no chance against it. And wild boars are not animals that can coexist peacefully with humans. Once they sense danger, they will attack without hesitation, to the death. How do we stop it from coming in? Wang Qianqian panicked and asked, what if we pretend to be dead? I heard many wild animals won't attack dead people. No. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, wild boars are omnivores. They also eat carrion? If a wild boar can eat rotting flesh, it'll eat our fresh meat even more. Actually, not just wild boars, bears also eat carrion. So when encountering bears or wild boars in the wild, it's best to avoid them. If you can't, then it's basically a dead end. Don't think about running away either. It's not an exaggeration to say most animals are faster and have better stamina than humans. Of course, most wild animals don't actively attack humans unless provoked. But right now, this wild boar has been pelted by hail for a long time and is definitely injured. An injured animal is extremely alert. Even a small movement will make it feel threatened and trigger an attack. Awoo! While Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were discussing countermeasures, the wild boar was getting closer to the cave. The two of them could even clearly see what it looked like. It was a huge wild boar, more than 2 meters long, almost 3 meters. Its weight was unknown but definitely over 400 kilograms. It had 2 tusks sticking out of its mouth and skin that looked like it had a glossy coating. It was precisely this glossy-looking skin that protected the wild boar. When the hail hit it, it only felt pain but didn't suffer fatal injuries. "This is a male wild boar," Lu Yun said. "Is that good or bad?" Wang Qianqian asked. "Both good and bad." Lu Yun paused and continued, "Male wild boars are solitary. They usually don't live in groups. So we only have to deal with this one. But compared to females, male wild boars have worse tempers, are more aggressive, and are bigger in size." While speaking, the wild boar had already entered the cave. Its massive size made both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hold their breath and freeze. Fortunately, they had already moved Zhao Qian to the deeper part of the cave. Otherwise, the wild boar would have seen him immediately upon entering. Thud! Suddenly, the wild boar wobbled and fell to the ground, not moving for a long time. "Xiao Yun, did the wild boar get killed by the hail?" Wang Qianqian asked in a low, excited voice. Lu Yun observed carefully for a moment, then shook her head. "No, its belly is still moving, which means it's breathing. It was probably injured by the hail and is now resting." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Should we strike while it's down and kill it?" Lu Yun looked at the brave Wang Qianqian and reminded her, "That wild boar is so big. Let alone the bones in our hands, even a shotgun might not be able to kill it. Attacking it would only make it angry, and that would be truly dangerous." Wang Qianqian said, "If we don't attack, we can't just wait here forever, right?" Lu Yun nodded. "For now, waiting is the safest option." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent. She stared at the wild boar for a while, then gave up on the risky idea. As the sun set, it became completely dark. Outside the cave, maybe the eyes could still see a little. But inside the cave, there wasn't a trace of light. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were in complete darkness. Actually, the two of them were already exhausted. Their eyelids kept drooping. But knowing that a wild boar was nearby, they forced themselves to stay awake, staying alert to its movements. In the darkness, aside from the sound of rain and hail falling outside the cave, there was no other sound. The next day? No one knew when Wang Qianqian fell asleep, but she was suddenly awakened by a chill. The first thing she did upon waking was look at the wild boar near the cave entrance. Thankfully, the wild boar was still lying there, resting. Then she checked Zhao Qian's condition. All his vital signs were normal, but he still hadn't woken up. She began to worry if the hail had damaged his brain. As soon as Wang Qianqian finished checking, her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. And she had run around for a long time yesterday morning. She felt like she was starving to death. Now, never mind those juicy bugs, even more disgusting ones, she felt like she could eat them without hesitation. But even if she wanted to eat disgusting bugs, she didn't have any. And even if the wild boar weren't blocking the cave entrance, she still couldn't go out looking for food, because it was still raining and hailing outside. It had been going on for a whole day and night. The hail was almost blocking the entire cave entrance. "Xiao Yun, are you awake?" Wang Qianqian gently pushed the sleeping Lu Yun, but no matter what, she couldn't wake her up. "Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you?" Wang Qianqian quickly checked and found that Lu Yun's body temperature was very high. She immediately realized Lu Yun had caught a cold. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Lu Yun got sick. Yesterday, they had been caught in the rain, and at night they slept in a damp, dark cave, full of fear. It would be strange if she didn't get sick. But when Wang Qianqian saw that out of the 3 people, only she was still normal, she suddenly felt helpless. Before, she could rely on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. But now, she could only rely on herself, as if all the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders. Snort snort. Misfortunes never come alone. Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling helpless, the sound of the wild boar snorting reached her ears. She turned around and saw that the massive wild boar had somehow woken up and was now staring at her with fierce eyes. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt as if her heart had risen to her throat. Her body seemed frozen in place, and she didn't dare move at all. What she was feeling now was absolutely not something a bystander could understand just by imagining it. It was like someone saying they are not afraid of tigers, but when they actually see one, just a glance from the tiger can make their legs go weak. Wang Qianqian's situation was even more frightening and panic-inducing than she had imagined. However, the wild boar did not stop because Wang Qianqian was afraid. It was like a predator that had spotted its prey and was closing in. The distance grew shorter and shorter. Wang Qianqian understood that she had to resist, otherwise the three of them would definitely die. No, don't come any closer. Wang Qianqian quickly picked up a tyrannosaurus bone from the ground, pointed the sharp end at the wild boar, gathered her courage, and shouted loudly. It was unclear whether Wang Qianqian's shout had an effect or for some other reason, but the wild boar actually stopped at the exact moment her voice fell. However, after being dazed for a few seconds, the wild boar moved again. Snort, snort. The wild boar seemed to be enraged. It no longer approached slowly, but charged straight at her. You had to understand, this was a huge wild boar nearly 3 meters long and weighing over 400 kilograms. When it charged at a target at full speed, the destructive force was terrifying. Not to mention a weak girl like Wang Qianqian, even if Xiao Qian were awake, he wouldn't dare take such a hit head-on. Scrape. Wang Qianqian instinctively took a step back, but when she thought of Xiao Qian and Lu Yun lying behind her, she forcefully stopped. Still, seeing the wild boar charging at her, she was so scared that she closed her eyes, screamed, and swung the big bone club in her hands. Under normal circumstances, with her eyes closed, it would have been impossible to hit the wild boar. She herself would probably have been knocked flying instead. But in reality, Wang Qianqian felt the big bone club hit the wild boar. The rebound force made her hands ache. I hit it. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed and opened her eyes. But the moment she opened them, she regretted it. She saw that the wild boar was already right in front of her, only a few dozen centimeters away. The big bone club in her hands had hit the boar squarely on the forehead. Seeing the damage she caused, Wang Qianqian couldn't feel happy at all, because just as Lu Yun had said, her attack did not hurt the wild boar in the slightest and instead only enraged it. Sure enough. The wild boar let out an angry roar, thrust forward violently, knocked Wang Qianqian to the ground, opened its mouth, and bit down. Ah, help! Wang Qianqian hurriedly shoved the big bone club into the wild boar's mouth while instinctively screaming for help. But on this deserted island, there were only 3 humans in total. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were both unconscious, and there was no one to save her. The wild boar pressed Wang Qianqian down tightly. If not for the big bone club wedged in its mouth, Wang Qianqian would most likely already be dead. Relying on the big bone club, the wild boar was temporarily held back. But before long, the wild boar realized the problem. It bit down hard on the big bone club, then violently shook its head. The club slipped out of Wang Qianqian's hands and was flung away. Bang, bang, bang. The big bone club hit the hard rocky ground, making sharp crashing sounds. With nothing left to block it, the wild boar launched another attack on Wang Qianqian, its bloody mouth biting down again. Ah! Wang Qianqian closed her eyes and screamed in fear. She knew she had no chance of surviving. But after waiting for a moment, the pain she imagined, having a chunk of flesh bitten off, did not come. She felt no pain at all. So she timidly opened her eyes, wanting to see what was happening. Hiss! When she opened her eyes, she sucked in a sharp breath. The wild boar's mouth was only a few centimeters from her face. She could even smell the foul odor from its mouth. She couldn't understand why, but the wild boar had stopped and did not continue attacking her. What's going on? Wang Qianqian guessed in her heart. Could it be that my screaming scared it? But she had no time to think about this. She quickly crawled out from under the wild boar and moved behind it, away from the unconscious Xiao Qian and Lu Yun. As soon as she got behind the wild boar, it shook its head, as if waking up. The wild boar first lowered its head and realized Wang Qianqian was gone. After looking around and not finding her, it immediately let out an angry roar. Hey, you stupid pig, I'm over here. Wang Qianqian shouted loudly from behind, worried the wild boar would notice Xiao Qian and Lu Yun. Hearing the sound, the wild boar immediately turned around, snorted in displeasure, and charged again. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed again. But unlike before, when she screamed out of fear, this time she screamed on purpose. She wanted to see if her scream could really intimidate the wild boar. And the facts proved that she was right. The wild boar that was charging wildly, after hearing her scream, first lost the light in its eyes, which became very dull, and then its speed slowed down. So that's really it. My scream can scare the wild boar. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed. She was no longer as afraid as before and continued thinking, should I try to use my scream to kill it? This was like using a control skill in a game. After controlling the enemy, the next step would naturally be to attack and kill the monster. However, this idea was quickly rejected, because without a weapon, she didn't think she could kill the wild boar. After all, earlier she had used the big bone club and hit the wild boar's head with all her strength, and it hadn't caused even the slightest damage. Roar! The wild boar quickly recovered, its eyes turning red with extreme anger. However, Wang Qianqian did not give the wild boar any chance to attack. The moment it woke up, she screamed again, once more intimidating it. In this way, back and forth, Wang Qianqian kept doing it again and again. But soon, she discovered that the time her scream could intimidate the wild boar was getting shorter and shorter. At first, she could scare the wild boar for dozens of seconds. Now she could only scare it for a few seconds. At this rate, she would soon be unable to intimidate it at all. After some more time passed. When the wild boar moved again, Wang Qianqian's scream lost its effect. It wasn't that it completely lost its effect, but the intimidation time was too short. The wild boar only paused slightly before continuing its attack. It's over. Wang Qianqian's mind went completely blank, her face as pale as death. When her scream could no longer intimidate the wild boar, she was utterly helpless in front of it. Thud! The wild boar ran across the hard rocky ground, making heavy impact sounds. Each of these sounds was like a death warrant, making Wang Qianqian's face go pale and lifeless. I don't want to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Dying like this would be such a loss in this life. After all, Wang Qianqian was just an ordinary person. To say she wasn't afraid of death would be a lie. So in her panic, such a sentence came out of her mouth. She still wanted to say something, but the wild boar was already right in front of her. Terrified, she shut her eyes. Bang! A loud crashing sound rang out. But the scene Wang Qianqian imagined, of being slammed away, didn't happen. She didn't even feel the slightest pain. What's going on? Wang Qianqian was confused and gathered her courage to open her eyes. This time, what she saw was no longer the terrifying image of the wild boar, but a broad back. Zhao Qian! Wang Qianqian was overjoyed, because the one blocking the wild boar was none other than Zhao Qian, who had just been unconscious. Looking at Zhao Qian's back, Wang Qianqian felt an unprecedented sense of safety. I heard everything you said just now. Zhao Qian turned his head and grinned. Didn't expect that when you were about to die, you were thinking about men. Are you really that desperate to get married? Hearing this, Wang Qianqian remembered what she just said and wished she could find a hole to crawl into, too embarrassing. Get back. Leave this to me. Seeing Wang Qianqian stay silent, Zhao Qian reminded her with a smile. Oh. Feeling safer than ever, Wang Qianqian quickly ran deeper into the cave, away from Zhao Qian and the wild boar. Thank you. At this moment, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted. Although he had been unconscious since entering the cave, in fact, he had been conscious all along, just unable to control his body. So he knew what Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had done for him, and he also knew Wang Qianqian had fought the wild boar alone. So this thank you was necessary. Wang Qianqian's figure paused for a moment. Facing away from Zhao Qian, tears ran down her face uncontrollably. Just one thank you made her feel that everything she did was worth it. Zhao Qian's whole body exploded with terrifying strength. He grabbed the wild boar's tusks tightly with both hands and wrestled with it, and he wasn't losing. That's right. After a day and night of unconsciousness, his strength had improved again, enough to wrestle a wild boar. If he had to carry Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun again now, he could easily bring both into the cave, without a repeat of what happened before. I was worrying about what we'd eat next, with the rain and hail still going on outside. Zhao Qian grinned. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Since you came, I'll gladly accept. As he spoke, Zhao Qian continued to increase his strength. His arms tensed, and he suddenly threw the wild boar to the ground. Not giving it a chance to get up, Zhao Qian pounced directly, pressing the boar's head down hard and punched it fiercely. Bang! His fist slammed onto the wild boar's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Its struggling became more intense. But with its body pinned sideways on the ground, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. In fact, Zhao Qian wasn't much stronger than the wild boar. The reason the boar couldn't break free was because it was pinned sideways and couldn't use its full strength. It's like a crocodile, its bite force is strong, but its jaw-opening force is weak, so it's easy to keep its mouth shut. This won't work. I can't kill it with my fists. After punching, Zhao Qian felt the wild boar's tough hide and knew he couldn't kill it with just his fists. So he immediately looked around for something to use as a weapon. Soon, he saw the big bone club that had been thrown away earlier by the boar. Without hesitation, he let go of the boar, leapt over, and grabbed the bone club. Snort, snort. Freed from Zhao Qian's grip, the wild boar kicked wildly, used all its strength to get up, and roared angrily at Zhao Qian. Clearly, the boar's aggression had shifted from Wang Qianqian to Zhao Qian. Thud, thud. The wild boar was completely enraged. It charged at Zhao Qian with full force, its speed at least 45 kilometers per hour. In Wang Qianqian's eyes, the wild boar was just a black blur. She felt her eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. But just as the crazed wild boar reached Zhao Qian, it saw him swing the big bone club with all his strength and slam it down on the boar's head. Crack! The force of the strike was huge. The big bone club snapped in half on the spot. As for the wild boar, it was knocked unconscious immediately, unable to control its body. It collapsed heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. With a cold expression, Zhao Qian walked forward, stared at the still-breathing wild boar, and raised the broken bone club high. It's all just to survive. As he spoke, Zhao Qian stabbed the sharp broken end of the bone into the wild boar's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out. Awooh! The wild boar let out a miserable howl and tried to struggle, but Zhao Qian pinned it down tightly. As more and more blood drained from the wild boar, its struggling weakened, until it finally stopped, only twitching occasionally. Phew! Zhao Qian let out a breath and said to Wang Qianqian, "It's done. Come over." Wang Qianqian ran up quickly, stared at the dead wild boar in disbelief, and said, You're too strong. You actually killed such a huge wild boar with your bare hands. Your strength is getting crazy. Are you even human? Before, Zhao Qian's strength was just a bit above average, still within the range of a normal person. But now, Zhao Qian's strength had far surpassed that. Calling him a humanoid monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. I just saved you, how can you insult me like that? Zhao Qian was speechless. He clenched his powerful fists and said, "If I'm not wrong, my changes are related to this deserted island." Wang Qianqian quickly asked, "What kind of connection?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "I just know there's a connection. I don't know the details. But we can ask Sister Yun. She's so smart, she'll definitely know what's going on." "Oh no." Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead and suddenly said, "Xiaoyun got soaked in the rain yesterday and slept on the ground. She seems to have caught a cold. I can't wake her up no matter what." Zhao Qian quickly said, "Take me to see her." Wang Qianqian led Zhao Qian to Lu Yun. Zhao Qian squatted down and touched Lu Yun's forehead, discovering that her temperature was indeed very high. "Zhao Qian, what should we do now?" Seeing him silent for a long time, Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. "I'm going out." Zhao Qian said with hesitation. "Out?" Wang Qianqian didn't understand. "Go where?" Zhao Qian turned to look outside the cave, where it was still raining and hailing, and said, "Outside the cave." "No, absolutely not." Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's words. She pointed at the terrifying hailstorm outside and said, "How can you go out in this kind of weather? Even if you're superhuman now, you can't withstand that hail." "Superhuman? Is that how you compliment someone? I have to go." Zhao Qian touched Lu Yun's forehead again, his expression serious. "Sister Yun's temperature is too high. She needs treatment right away. But the medicine I collected earlier is all in the suitcase, so I have to get it back." Back when he woke up, he had collected many suitcases, and some of them contained common medicines. He gathered all those medicines and stored them safely in a suitcase for emergencies. If it weren't for saving Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, he would have already brought those suitcases into the cave. When Wang Qianqian heard that Zhao Qian was going out to save Lu Yun, she fell silent. She didn't object as strongly as before, but when she looked at the hail outside the cave, a worried look appeared on her face. The extreme weather outside couldn't even be described as terrifying anymore, it was a disaster. Thankfully, this extreme weather was only happening on this island. If it occurred in a city, who knows how many lives would be lost. Wang Qianqian didn't want Zhao Qian to go out mainly because she didn't want to feel helpless again. But to save Lu Yun, she could only agree to let Zhao Qian go retrieve the suitcase. "In this weather, how are you going out?" Wang Qianqian asked. "I plan to remove the T-Rex skull and use it as a shield to go out," Zhao Qian said after thinking for a moment, rubbing his chin. The T-Rex skull was very large, completely capable of acting as a shield against the hail. The only problem was that the T-Rex skull was already decayed, its hardness greatly weakened, and might not withstand the hail. If it broke, he'd have to take the hail head-on. Even with his now enhanced physical strength, he didn't think he could endure that. That could work. Wang Qianqian recalled the large T-Rex skull and agreed it could cover one person. She asked, "But are you really willing to use the T-Rex skull? If it gets damaged, it'll lower the skeleton's value. Saving someone is more important." Zhao Qian said seriously. Although he didn't want any damage to the T-Rex skeleton, he didn't want to watch Lu Yun die even more. So no matter what, he had to get the suitcase and treat Lu Yun. "You're that noble?" Wang Qianqian was doubtful. She had seen people turn against each other over money. "On a deserted island with limited food, I've given you food, water, and shelter for free. Isn't that noble enough? Zhao Qian replied. Don't make it sound like I'm useless. I just saved you, remember? Wang Qianqian argued. True. Want me to repay you with my body? Zhao Qian joked. Get lost, you pervert. Wang Qianqian blushed and wanted to say more, but her stomach growled. She rubbed her belly and looked at Zhao Qian. I'm starving. When you come back, find some food. I don't care if it's those gross bugs, I'm just too hungry. Food? Zhao Qian glanced at the already dead wild boar. Is a 400-kilogram wild boar not enough for you? Or did you forget, that wild boar is our food now? Hearing this, Wang Qianqian froze for a moment, then showed an awkward but polite smile. Maybe she'd been too scared by the boar and didn't want to think about it, so she hadn't even considered eating it. I'll give you the wild boar's brain to eat, maybe it'll help yours? Wait, no, pigs are dumb, eating its brain might make you dumber, or maybe this wild boar is actually smarter than you. Zhao Qian said, laughing loudly. Zhao Qian, I'm going to kill you. Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and charged at him. A real man doesn't fight with women. I'm going to get the suitcase. Zhao Qian dodged while laughing, then went deep into the cave and removed the T-Rex skull. To be honest, the T-Rex skull was quite heavy. Even though his strength had increased during his coma, he still felt its weight. But fortunately, the distance wasn't far, a round trip would only take 20 minutes. He could handle that. I'm off. Zhao Qian carried the T-Rex skull to the cave entrance and shouted back at Wang Qianqian. Be careful, Wang Qianqian reminded. Yeah. Zhao Qian nodded, then dashed out without hesitation. Bang bang bang. The moment he left the cave, fist-sized hailstones slammed onto the T-Rex skull, making loud thudding noises. Luckily, the skull was strong enough, even under a storm of hail, it wasn't damaged. Zhao Qian let out a breath and ran toward the suitcases. His speed had also improved. A trip that used to take over 10 minutes now took only a few. All 4 suitcases were still there, but 2 had been smashed by the hail, and rainwater had soaked everything inside. The clothes inside were soaked through. Good thing the medicine suitcase wasn't damaged. I'll bring the 2 intact ones back first. Zhao Qian still had to carry the T-Rex skull, so it wasn't possible to carry all 4 suitcases at once. He decided to take 2 back first. As for the remaining suitcases, he'd deal with them after the storm. They mostly had clothes, which weren't afraid of water or hail. He tied 2 suitcases to himself, grabbed the T-Rex skull, and was about to head back. But after a few steps, he suddenly thought of something, ran to a tree, and broke off a bunch of branches. Now they had food, but no firewood. To avoid eating raw meat, he planned to bring back some branches. As for how to light wet branches, he'd figure it out later. After gathering the branches, Zhao Qian carried the suitcases and firewood and headed back. Maybe because of all the stuff he was carrying, the return trip took longer. But even so, the total time was under 30 minutes. I'm back. Zhao Qian returned to the cave, immediately opened the suitcase, found the cold medicine, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Give Sister Yun the medicine first, then pick out some clothes to lay under and cover her with. Okay. Wang Qianqian nodded quickly and took the medicine. Once she left, Zhao Qian looked at the wet branches he brought back and began to worry. It was already hard to start a fire with dry wood, so how was he supposed to light these wet branches? Although it was very hot when they first arrived on the deserted island, after 2 days of continuous rain and hail, the temperature on the island had now dropped significantly. And inside the cave, it was even colder than outside, so they absolutely had to make a fire. Otherwise, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's physical condition, they wouldn't be able to last. In fact, the fact that Wang Qianqian hadn't fallen sick like Lu Yun had already surprised him. The fire-starting tools are still here, but they're soaked and probably unusable. As Zhao Qian spoke, he took out the fire-starting tools. Just as he suspected, they were completely soaked and couldn't possibly dry out anytime soon. He let out a bitter laugh. He had thought the wet branches would be the main problem, but he hadn't expected everything to be a problem. Looks like I'll have to find substitutes. Zhao Qian rubbed his chin and, after thinking for a moment, said, the wooden stick can be replaced with small broken bones from the T-Rex skeleton. As for the wooden base, I remember I didn't take the torch from the first cave exploration. I can split it in half and use it as the base. For kindling, I can look through these clothes. There's bound to be something suitable to use. Wet branches can't be used directly, but I can burn the clothes first. As long as I get a fire going, the wet branches won't be a problem. With that, Zhao Qian quickly began to act. First, he picked a bone of the right size from the T-Rex skeleton. Then he found the torch he had discarded during the first cave exploration. Although the surface of the torch was damp, after splitting it open, he found the inside was still dry. Finally, he picked a few pieces of clothing suitable for burning and began trying to start a fire. SSSSSS. The bone rubbed against the base continuously. But perhaps because the cave environment was too damp, Zhao Qian felt like he was using every bit of strength he had just to make the base darken and spark. He didn't even dare breathe, holding his breath as he transferred the sparks to the kindling. But before he could even blow on it, the spark went out. Once. 5 times. 10 times. Even with his rich fire-starting experience, in this damp environment, it took Zhao Qian many attempts to finally get the kindling lit. He immediately placed the prepared, easily flammable clothes on top. As a pungent smell began to rise, the clothes caught fire. Actually, getting to this step was already a success. But Zhao Qian still didn't dare relax, because the wet branches hadn't started burning yet, and he couldn't keep burning clothes. Compared to wood, clothes on this island were non-renewable resources. Zhao Qian found some thinner branches, shook off the water, removed the leaves, and placed them over the fire to dry. As steam rose from the branches, they dried out and were thrown onto the fire. Crackle, crackle, the wet branches began to burn. Once the fire was lit, a faint light appeared in the previously pitch-black cave. Just seeing the light seemed to dispel much of the cold. Zhao Qian, you're amazing, you actually started a fire during a rainstorm. Wang Qianqian ran over with a bright smile when she saw the flames. Almost killed me. Zhao Qian complained, then asked, is Sister Yun's condition stable now? Wang Qianqian shook her head. She's already taken the cold medicine, but her temperature hasn't gone down. Do you think maybe the medicine isn't working? Zhao Qian rolled his eyes. You think cold medicine is some magic cure? Medicine takes time to work, you can't rush it. Oh. Wang Qianqian didn't argue back. Not because she had learned her lesson, but because she was too hungry to waste energy arguing. When are you cooking? Right now. Zhao Qian was actually hungry too. He turned to look at the wild boar and said, but it'll take some time. The boar hasn't been processed yet. Even though the wild boar had been killed, cleaning and preparing it would take a lot of time. Most importantly, Zhao Qian had never done this before and would have to figure it out as he went. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Wang Qianqian urged impatiently. Out of gratitude for being saved earlier, she chose not to argue this time, and Zhao Qian, wanting to save his strength, decided to ignore her provocation. Zhao Qian dragged the wild boar to the cave entrance, found a sharp-edged rock inside the cave, sharpened it a little, and started processing the boar. He first skinned it, then cleaned the innards. It took him 4 to 5 hours to barely finish processing the over 400-kilogram wild boar. This meat is enough to last a long time. As for preservation, we can freeze it, smoke it, or salt it, Zhao Qian said with a smile as he looked at the processed boar. The boar was huge, not just 1 or 2 meals. Even a whole month might not be enough to finish it. To prevent it from spoiling, they had to find a way to preserve it. There was hail outside the cave for freezing. Even if the hail stopped, they could smoke or salt the meat, the important thing was not letting it spoil. Let's eat this piece first. Zhao Qian cut off the best piece of meat from the wild boar, skewered it with a stick, and started roasting it. The rest of the meat he covered with hail from outside the cave to freeze. Before long, the roasting meat gave off an irresistible smell. Wang Qianqian couldn't even focus on Lu Yun anymore. She ran over, hugged her knees, and stared straight at the meat. Mind your image, your drool is dripping from your mouth, Zhao Qian said speechlessly. He used to think celebrities were above it all, but now he realized they were just ordinary people. I'm starving to death, who cares about image? Hurry up. Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry, I won't let you starve. Zhao Qian added, aren't you celebrities always trying to lose weight? Aren't you on a diet? I'm warning you, this is pork. It'll make you fat. Of course I diet too. Wang Qianqian shivered as she recalled, everything I ate every day was prepared by professionals. They said it was healthy, but it tasted awful. I was always starving, and my agent watched me all the time, making me weigh myself every few days. Gaining even a little was unacceptable. Zhao Qian had heard that dieting as a celebrity was painful, but he hadn't realized how bad it really was. If being a celebrity is that miserable, have you ever thought of quitting? Wang Qianqian asked instinctively, if I quit, will you support me? Right after saying that, Wang Qianqian regretted it, afraid Zhao Qian would reply like in a movie, sure, I'll take care of you. But in reality, she overthought it, and underestimated how blunt Zhao Qian was. Zhao Qian looked at her with a disgusted expression and shook his head hard. Support you? You wish. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt a bit of regret. Originally, he had just asked casually, but he didn't expect Wang Qianqian to latch onto him, wanting him to support her. He wasn't a fool. How could he possibly agree? Of course, the most important reason was that with his income, He couldn't afford to support a big celebrity. You. Wang Qianqian saw the look of disgust on Zhao Qian's face and was instantly so angry she wanted to curse. In the country, she was a top-tier celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Who knew how many people dreamed of supporting her? Yet Zhao Qian looked down on her like this. Was he even a man? Enough, eat the roasted meat. Afraid that Wang Qianqian would really latch onto him, Zhao Qian immediately took the nearly finished roasted pork from the fire, sprinkled some salt on it, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Giving her something to eat should shut her up. Wang Qianqian did want to say something else, but seeing the roasted meat in front of her, her stomach growled again. Unable to care about arguing with Zhao Qian, she grabbed the meat and started eating in big bites. With the first bite, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief, then picked up another piece of raw meat, skewered it, and put it over the fire. After eating, it was already afternoon. Outside the cave, the rain and hail were still falling, showing no signs of stopping. After such a long period of rain, the hail had nearly covered every corner of the deserted island. With so much hail, it had already begun to change the island's temperature. Anyway, Zhao Qian felt that the temperature was getting colder and colder, even sitting beside the fire, he was still shivering. Because of that, he put on several layers of clothes and lit several fires inside the cave, trying to dispel the cold as much as possible. Is Sister Yun's condition getting better? Zhao Qian used a bottle to collect water, boiled it over the fire, and handed it to Wang Qianqian to warm herself. Much, much better. Wang Qianqian, shivering from the cold, quickly took the bottle and hugged it to her chest to feel warmer. The weather on this island is just too strange. It was unbearably hot a few days ago, and then came this endless rain and hail. It's been almost 2 days now. When is it going to stop? Zhao Qian shook his head. Don't look at me, I don't know either. I just went out to gather firewood, and the dark clouds didn't show any sign of clearing. Wang Qianqian said, next time, gather more firewood. That way we won't have to keep going out. The first batch of wet branches had long been used up. Zhao Qian had gone out twice more and brought back more firewood. But with several fires burning constantly, firewood was used up quickly, and they'd have to go out again soon. Zhao Qian also knew he needed to gather more firewood, but the weather outside was too harsh. The fact that he could get firewood at all was already lucky. There was no chance to bring back extra. He didn't want to waste words explaining this to Wang Qianqian, so he simply didn't reply. Cough cough. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly started coughing violently, immediately drawing Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian's attention. Wang Qianqian rushed over and asked with concern, Xiao Yun, are you okay now? I'm much better. Although Lu Yun said this, her face was pale, her breathing weak, she was still very frail. Do you want to eat something? Wang Qianqian asked again. I don't want to eat, just a little thirsty, Lu Yun said weakly. I'll get you some water. Wang Qianqian said, then reached into her clothes and pulled out a bottle of water. This bottle was the one Zhao Qian had just given her to warm herself. If Lu Yun hadn't asked for water, she wouldn't have been willing to give it up. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment when she saw this and reminded her, mind your image. But Wang Qianqian didn't care and casually said, it's not like I'm walking a red carpet right now. There's not much image to maintain. I just know it's freezing and I need to warm up. Lu Yun also felt the bone-chilling cold and asked, why is it suddenly so cold? Zhao Qian explained, you've been unconscious for a whole day. The rain and hail outside never stopped. The entire island is now covered in hail, so the temperature dropped sharply. Didn't expect I slept for that long. Lu Yun's face looked stunned. She turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, what about the wild boar? Zhao Qian killed it with his bare hands. Wang Qianqian continued, actually, we really have to thank that wild boar. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have anything to eat. Since they came to the island, they had barely been able to fill their stomachs. Later, they were lucky to catch a coconut crab as emergency food, but Wang Qianqian wouldn't let them eat it. Then during the move, the crab got lost, and their only food reserve was gone. If that wild boar hadn't suddenly appeared, they would have gone hungry. And with no idea when the rain and hail would stop, that would have been extremely dangerous. Because even if they weren't starved to death, their condition would have greatly declined, and their ability to handle danger would have dropped too. At that point, even a small accident could have killed them on the island. So in a way, that wild boar barging into the cave had saved them. Bare hands killed a wild boar? Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, her expression even more shocked than Wang Qianqian, who had witnessed the whole thing. She was so shocked because she knew how dangerous wild boars were. A 400-kilogram boar was absolutely not something a single person could kill. Not just one person, even 10 people couldn't kill a wild boar with bare hands. Wild boars simply aren't the kind of animals humans can kill barehanded. Yeah. Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously and explained what had happened, including her own fight with the wild boar. After Lu Yun heard the whole story, she frowned deeply and didn't speak for a long time, clearly lost in thought. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't disturb her, quietly waiting at the side. After a while, Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Are you starting to suspect that the changes in your body are related to this island?" "Yeah." Zhao Qian nodded firmly and said, "I'm very sure. I used to be just an ordinary person, but since coming to this island, my body has been changing in many ways." He had once suspected that he naturally had this kind of ability and it was only awakened on the island. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that was unlikely, so he dropped that idea. "I knew it, last time when I couldn't open that coconut no matter what, he smashed it open in one hit. I said he was strong, but he didn't take it seriously." Wang Qianqian had a "see, I told you" look on her face. "You guessed right. The changes in your body are related to this island," Lu Yun said. Then she paused, looked at Wang Qianqian, and said, "To be precise, it's not just you, Qianqian's body has also changed. She just hasn't noticed it yet." As soon as she said that, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were stunned on the spot. Immediately after, Wang Qianqian showed an expression of extreme joy and asked, "Xiao Yun, do you mean I'll become as powerful as Zhao Qian?" "Zhao Qian, let me show you how strong this heroine is." As she spoke, she didn't even wait for Lu Yun to explain and stood up to throw a punch at Zhao Qian. Pa! Wang Qianqian's fist landed squarely on Zhao Qian's chest. In order to get back at him for always bullying her, she used a lot of strength in this punch. However, the happy expression on Wang Qianqian's face disappeared visibly, replaced by a look of pain. She held her fist and cried out. "Ouch! That hurt so much. Xiao Yun, you lied to me." Lu Yun said, "Qianqian, I didn't lie to you. You were just too impatient. You didn't wait for me to finish. Your changes are different from Zhao Qian's." Wang Qianqian asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Yun explained, "Zhao Qian's changes are an increase in physical strength. But your changes don't strengthen your body, they give you the ability to control other creatures." Wang Qianqian had a face full of question marks. Clearly, she didn't understand. "Do you still remember that coconut crab?" Lu Yun asked. "My friend?" "Of course I remember," Wang Qianqian nodded. "If I'm not wrong, you activated your ability unintentionally and controlled that coconut crab." "That's impossible. You don't really think a coconut crab can understand human commands like a border collie, do you?" Wang Qianqian didn't say anything, but deep down, that's exactly what she thought. Only this time, she had gotten smarter. When her thoughts differed from others, she kept quiet. That way Zhao Qian wouldn't have a reason to mock her. She thought for a moment and asked, "If I can control other creatures, why didn't I control the wild boar?" Lu Yun frowned and thought for a moment, then answered, "It's probably because your ability hasn't reached the level needed to control a wild boar. But you were still able to stop its attack using your voice." Wang Qianqian asked, "Wasn't the wild boar scared off by my shouting?" Zhao Qian glanced at her and said, "You think you're a tigress or something? Just one roar and the wild boar is terrified." In fact, he had also been confused earlier about how Wang Qianqian had used her voice to stop the wild boar's attack. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, he finally understood. The wild boar was stopped by Wang Qianqian's ability, and it had nothing to do with her shouting. He had thought it before, wild boars weren't the kind of animals that could be intimidated by noise. "If I were a tigress, I'd eat you first." Wang Qianqian snapped back, then sighed. "I feel like my ability is too weak. Besides the coconut crab, I can't even control a wild boar." "Your ability isn't weak at all, you just haven't developed it yet," Lu Yun said, then added, "Or do you want to wrestle a wild boar like Zhao Qian?" Wang Qianqian froze for a second, imagined herself wrestling a wild boar like Zhao Qian, and couldn't help showing a disgusted expression. She did envy Zhao Qian's power, but as soon as she imagined wrestling a wild boar, she shook her head quickly. No matter how little she cared about her image, she had never thought about wrestling a wild boar. That image was too much to bear. At this moment, Zhao Qian asked, "Sister Yun, have you figured out where this island is? Why did it give us such strange powers?" Lu Yun didn't answer right away. She glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, "I'm tired and need to rest. Let's talk about this later." "Xiao Yun, are you hiding something from us?" Wang Qianqian asked immediately, noticing Lu Yun's hesitation. "That's enough." Zhao Qian pulled Wang Qianqian aside and said, "Sister Yun still has a cold and is very weak. Let her rest first. When she's better, she'll tell us." Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Aren't you curious where we are?" Zhao Qian shrugged casually. "Where else could we be? Of course we are on Earth. What, you think we left the planet? You're being unreasonable. You're lawless. You're homeless. You're stirring up trouble." You're unloved. That's not an idiom. None of your business. As they argued, Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian somehow ended up competing in idioms. Although Zhao Qian easily outmatched Wang Qianqian in education, she cheated, using anything that had 4 characters, whether it was an idiom or not. In the end, Zhao Qian lost. Late at night, because it was too cold, Wang Qianqian had gone to sleep early, so Zhao Qian had to stay up for the night watch. He sat by the fire, trying to curl himself into a ball to avoid the cold. Cold? Once Wang Qianqian was completely asleep, Lu Yun quietly got up and came to sit beside Zhao Qian. It's okay. Zhao Qian replied, then asked, Sister Yun, why aren't you sleeping? Lu Yun said calmly, I'm thinking about something. I can't sleep. Zhao Qian seemed to understand and asked, is it about the thing you hid from her today? By her, he meant Wang Qianqian. Actually, not only did Wang Qianqian notice that Lu Yun was hiding something, he did too. But he knew Lu Yun must have her reasons, so he didn't ask and even helped lead Wang Qianqian away. It's not that I want to hide it from Qianqian. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it, Lu Yun said with hesitation. We've been stranded on this island for so many days, her mental strength has grown a lot. She didn't even flinch when facing a wild boar. What could she possibly not handle now? Zhao Qian said with interest. Zhao Qian, do you believe in time travel? Lu Yun asked. Like in novels? Zhao Qian asked back, then shook his head. Honestly, I don't. When he was in school, he fantasized about time travel, but as he grew up, he realized that novels were all fake. Even a lot of real-world tech wasn't as powerful as advertised, so of course he didn't believe in time travel. After saying that, he seemed to understand something and looked at Lu Yun, asking, you mean, we've traveled through time? Yes. Lu Yun nodded seriously. Do you have any proof? Zhao Qian asked blankly. Yes. Lu Yun said, you told me before, anywhere on Earth has human trash. But this island doesn't. And the T-Rex skeleton you found, T-Rexes went extinct millions of years ago, but that skeleton looks fresh. The weather on this island is extremely abnormal, it's not the kind of weather Earth should have. On Earth, weather patterns are trackable, otherwise there wouldn't be weather forecasts. And lastly, the changes in your body and Qianqian's, you both gained supernatural powers. All of this points to one thing, we're no longer on the original Earth. Zhao Qian listened to what Lu Yun said, and the more he heard, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't say anything out loud, in his heart he already began to believe it somewhat. After all, Zhao Qian knew all the evidence Lu Yun gave, he just never thought in terms of time travel before. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Qian asked, Sister Yun, where do you think we are now? Lu Yun frowned slightly and said, from an ecological perspective, we should still be on Earth, but it might not be the original timeline. Not the original timeline? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, do you mean we've traveled to ancient times? Lu Yun nodded and said, not ancient times, but an even more ancient period. Have you ever heard of the Gundaya civilization? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, no. Lu Yun explained, the Gundaya civilization appears in Maya legend. This civilization appeared in the First Solar Age, and it has another name, the civilization of superpowers. Superpowers. Zhao Qian immediately thought of the changes that happened to him and Wang Qianqian. Isn't that what superpowers are? Could it be that they had traveled to the time of the Gundaya civilization? Do you know more about the Gundaya civilization? Zhao Qian asked after thinking for a moment. The Gundaya civilization is millions of years older than our time of existence. Whether this civilization really existed is another matter, so naturally there isn't much knowledge about it, Lu Yun said. When Zhao Qian heard that the Gundaya civilization was millions of years old, he understood that no trace of such a civilization could possibly remain, and whether it even existed was still up for debate. Not to mention such ancient times, even the Xia dynasty is not widely accepted by many Western scholars because no confirmed artifacts or relics from the Xia dynasty have been found. Not even artifacts from the Shang dynasty contain records of the Xia dynasty. And the Xia dynasty was only 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, let alone a civilization from millions of years ago, like the Gundaya civilization. Seeing Zhao Qian fall into thought, Lu Yun continued, actually, even if we did travel to the Gundaya civilization period, the timeline doesn't seem to match, because even in that period, Tyrannosaurus had already been extinct for over 60 million years. Its skeleton couldn't possibly look like it does now. So there is another possibility. Zhao Qian quickly asked, what possibility? Lu Yun answered, that we have traveled to a parallel world similar to Earth. The ecosystem is roughly the same as Earth's, but there are essential differences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian didn't express his opinion, but his brow furrowed even more. According to Lu Yun's inference, they had either traveled across timelines or traveled to another world. In either case, they were no longer in their original spacetime. Just the thought of being in a strange world made him uneasy. Can we still go back? Zhao Qian drew a deep breath and asked. I don't know, Lu Yun shook her head. I understand. Zhao Qian didn't say anything more. He stood up, feeling a bit at a loss. But at this moment, Lu Yun said, I know it is hard for you to accept this. Actually, I am just like you. I don't dare believe that just by taking a plane we mysteriously traveled through time. Family, friends, colleagues, everything we once knew no longer exists. But we must pull ourselves together, otherwise we will never survive in this strange world. Also, I told you this secret because I hope you can help hide it from Qianqian for now. If she finds out the situation, she might collapse. Zhao Qian looked at the resting Wang Qianqian. He didn't speak, but he nodded. He and Lu Yun were both insignificant people in their original world. Even if they had traveled, they could barely accept it. But Wang Qianqian was different. In her original world, she was a top celebrity. Although she might not be famous worldwide, she was well known within Asia. Suddenly traveling through time, losing the career she worked so hard for, and her psychological endurance not being very strong, she might actually collapse. The next day? The rain and hail outside the cave still showed no sign of stopping, and this was already the third day. Standing at the cave entrance and looking outside, the ground was covered with thick hail. Many dips and low spots were filled with rainwater. If the cave weren't positioned so high, water or hail would have poured inside. Although they couldn't leave the cave, Zhao Qian didn't waste time. He found a different bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton and began polishing it, intending to make a weapon. Before last night, he wouldn't have wanted to damage the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. But now, he no longer cared. Shii. Zhao Qian placed the Tyrannosaurus bone on a rough stone and repeatedly polished its edge. With continuous friction, white and slightly red bone powder appeared on the stone. This was a strange bone. When choosing a suitable bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, he found all the bones were already decayed except this one. This strange bone seemed as fresh as if taken from the recently dead Tyrannosaurus. During polishing, he also found that the hardness of this bone was very high, it felt almost like iron. And to grind this bone, he had already used up 2 whetstones just to barely make the bone resemble a weapon. To fully shape it, he needed at least 2 more whetstones. Zhao Qian, come out quickly. While Zhao Qian was polishing the bone, Wang Qianqian, who was at the cave entrance breathing fresh air, suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Qian didn't know what was happening. Instinctively holding his bone blade, he rushed over. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw Wang Qianqian pointing outside with an excited expression. He frowned and asked, What's going on? The dark clouds have parted. The rain and hail have stopped. Wang Qianqian pointed at the sky excitedly when she saw Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian looked toward the sky. Just as Wang Qianqian said, the dark heavy clouds were indeed dispersing, and the long mist sun appeared, shining on the island. Although the island's temperature was still low, the sunlight on the body felt warm and comfortable. And as the dark clouds parted, the rain and hail also stopped. This meant they could finally leave the cave. However, before Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian could stay happy for long, the smiles on their faces froze as they stared blankly toward the distant sea surface. They saw a gigantic hurricane suddenly appear on the sea surface dozens of nautical miles from the island. The hurricane was filled with black clouds from the sea up into the sky, and there were many lightning bolts like electric snakes constantly flashing within the hurricane. What was most frightening was that the hurricane seemed like a barrier, completely isolating their island from the outside world. Soon, Lu Yun, whose cold had not fully healed, was forcibly pulled out by Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian pointed at the distant hurricane and asked, Xiao Yun, quickly look, what is the situation? Lu Yun had just been resting in the cave and had not witnessed the formation of the hurricane, so after being pulled out, she was also shocked by what she saw. She was stunned for a moment, then pretended not to care and smiled. Isn't this just a very ordinary hurricane? What's so strange about it? Ordinary hurricane? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yun, thinking that even if she was going to lie, she should at least come up with something sensible. Could such a strange hurricane be an ordinary hurricane? How could Wang Qianqian possibly believe such a lie? However, Zhao Qian still overestimated Wang Qianqian. She said, You really scared me just now. I thought it was the end of the world. I didn't expect it was just an ordinary hurricane. Is the range of a hurricane really this big? Lu Yun probably didn't expect her temporary lie to fool Wang Qianqian. Her expression became a bit unnatural, and she explained, although the smallest hurricanes only have a diameter of a little over 100 kilometers, those large hurricanes can have diameters of more than 2,000 kilometers. Wang Qianqian showed a surprised look. So the range of hurricanes is this terrifying? I thought hurricanes were those long tubes that kept spinning and moving. Long tubes that keep spinning and moving? Another strange name was added. Zhao Qian internally wanted to complain. He knew what Wang Qianqian meant and explained, what you are talking about is not called a hurricane. That is called a tornado. It is a different thing from a hurricane. Tornado. Wang Qianqian silently noted the name, then asked, are hurricanes dangerous? Should we leave the cave? Maybe because she was scared by the earlier rain and hail. When seeing abnormal weather, Wang Qianqian first thought about safety. Not exaggerating, as long as either Zhao Qian or Lu Yun told her there was danger, she would definitely not leave the cave. Compared with when she first arrived on the deserted island, she was much more cautious and had grown a lot. We should be in the center of the hurricane. Compared with other areas of the hurricane, we are still relatively safe, Lu Yun said, then continued, however, with this kind of weather, the rescue team will probably be delayed for a long time again. Unexpected weather happens, there's nothing that can be done about it. This time Wang Qianqian took it in stride. This answer was beyond Zhao Qian and Lu Yun's expectations. Originally, they thought Wang Qianqian would throw a tantrum, but they didn't expect her to agree so easily. Now that the sky is clear, we cannot sit idle. Zhao Qian began to assign tasks and said, Sister Yun will still be responsible for making salt. If possible, make more salt. I want to use it to cure the pork. That way the pork can be preserved for a longer time. Lu Yun nodded and said, after the sky clears, the temperature on the island will rise a lot. If the pork isn't stored properly, it can spoil easily. So, I'll take care of making salt and storing the pork, smoking and curing it using several methods. Okay. Zhao Qian had always trusted Lu Yun, so he agreed right away. Then he looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, what do you plan to do? Wang Qianqian scratched her head and awkwardly said, my original task was to find fresh water and materials to build a shelter, but now these two problems are both solved, so there's nothing else I need to do. Actually, when she heard Zhao Qian's question, Wang Qianqian's face blushed. Since she came to the deserted island, she had hardly done any proper work. The tasks had been completed with the help of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Even with a thick skin, she still felt embarrassed. How about this? Find the remaining suitcases and move them into the cave, and also collect some firewood for the next time extreme weather appears, Zhao Qian said. No problem. Wang Qianqian had no objections to the task and nodded willingly. But Lu Yun spoke up, Zhao Qian, this deserted island is not safe. Qianqian being alone is dangerous. Give her another task. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian also thought of the scene where he encountered the wild boar. At that time his physical strength in all aspects was above that of an ordinary person, yet he was still barely holding on. If Wang Qianqian encountered danger, it would basically be a dead end. He thought for a moment and said, Sister Yun is right. The deserted island is not safe. Let's change her task. Wang Qianqian asked, change to what task? Zhao Qian pointed outside the cave at the hail everywhere and said, you collect hail and move it into the cave for storage. What is the purpose of doing this? Wang Qianqian frowned slightly, thinking Zhao Qian was taking care of her, and her expression was a bit displeased. Zhao Qian explained, of course it's to make an ice cellar. Think about it, on hot days, having a cup of iced coconut juice would be such a pleasure. We can also store food. What if it melts? It will definitely melt, but only part of it. A lot can still remain. Besides, the temperature deep inside the cave is very low. The hail won't melt that easily. With nothing else to do, Zhao Qian explored the cave again. This time he explored for a long time, but still did not find the end of the cave. However, he found that the deeper he went, the lower the temperature. Some places were even close to freezing. Putting hail at such a temperature, even if it melts, it would be slow, and could completely be used as an ice cellar. It turns out that's how it is. Alright then. Wang Qianqian had nothing more to say and could only nod. After Zhao Qian arranged the tasks, he left the cave and walked toward the direction of the sea. Today he had two tasks. One was to go to the original camp and find the remaining suitcases, and the other was to catch some fish to bring back. If possible, he also wanted to dig up some wild vegetables. Although they had been eating wild boar meat in the cave for several days, they could not eat pork continuously. Otherwise, they would have a nutritional imbalance, which was not good for the body. Besides, after eating pork for several days, he was somewhat tired of it. However, he did not go directly to the seaside where the fishing tools were placed. Instead, he went to the original camp. At this moment, the campsite was completely changed. All the suitcases that remained had been smashed by the hail, and the clothes inside were scattered around. The only thing he was lucky about was that not too many items were missing, and he even found coconuts that he hadn't taken. Creak. Just as Zhao Qian was about to pick up a coconut to drink, he suddenly heard a sound like scissors and immediately stopped. Then he saw a coconut crab come out from behind the coconut, waving its large claws at him, as if telling him that this coconut belonged to it. You're just like your stupid former owner. Can't you tell how big the gap in strength between us is? Zhao Qian squatted down and looked at the mighty waving coconut crab with an evil smile. The coconut crab in front of him was exactly the one Zhao Qian had caught earlier. It was originally intended to be kept as a food reserve, but Wang Qianqian firmly refused. Since they weren't lacking food, it ended up becoming her pet. Of course, thanks to Lu Yun's explanation, they knew the coconut crab had been enslaved by Wang Qianqian's ability and obeyed her commands. Maybe because its owner was kind of dumb, the coconut crab seemed to have some dumb traits too. Pop pop. The coconut crab blew bubbles and waved its giant claws, as if protesting to Zhao Qian, how could you compare me to my master? She's not worthy. Zhao Qian looked down at the showy coconut crab, stroked his chin and said, I heard coconut crab claws taste good. Should I give them a try? Click. Just a moment ago, it had been waving its giant claws. But the instant Zhao Qian finished speaking, the crab froze. Then it slowly retracted its claws, lowered its body, and timidly backed away, pushing a coconut in front of Zhao Qian. It understood what I meant? Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking for a moment, he tested it again. Don't be afraid. Your claws will grow back anyway, that's a racial trait of yours. We shouldn't let that go to waste. As he spoke, he slowly moved toward the crab and reached out his hand. This move terrified the coconut crab. Its little legs moved frantically, trying to escape Zhao Qian's grasp. But there was no way it could get away. Zhao Qian reached out quickly and grabbed the crab in one go. The coconut crab instinctively waved its claw and tried to pinch Zhao Qian's fingers. If you dare pinch me, I'll eat you whole. Zhao Qian spoke quickly while getting ready to let go. Although his body was very strong now, a coconut crab's claw could crack open a coconut. He didn't think his skin was tougher than that. If it pinched him, his fingers could easily be broken. Click. The crab stopped again, slowly withdrew its claw, and obediently let Zhao Qian hold it. That's really amazing. Looking at the now docile crab, Zhao Qian was sure it could understand him. He couldn't help but guess, could it be because of Wang Qianqian? The coconut crab had lived on a deserted island. Before they ended up here, it probably hadn't even seen a human, let alone understood human speech. The only thing different about the crab now was that it had been tamed by Wang Qianqian. So if it could understand human language, it had to be related to her. He had thought Wang Qianqian's ability was just to enslave beasts, but apparently it could also make enslaved creatures understand human speech. Looks like Wang Qianqian's superpower is stronger than it seems. There are still many abilities that haven't been developed yet. Zhao Qian said, clenching his fist and murmuring, what about my superpower? Is it really just physical enhancement? At first glance, physical enhancement sounds impressive, but in reality, it's quite limited, especially against modern weapons, where it's even less useful. Because as long as you're a carbon-based life form, no matter how strong your body is, it can't resist modern weapons. Actually, even without modern weapons, sharp ancient weapons could still hurt him. His power had a low upper limit. In contrast, Wang Qianqian's ability had a very high ceiling. At a small scale, she could enslave mosquitoes, cockroaches, and flies to gather intel or spread viruses. At a large scale, she could control tigers, elephants, whales, and sharks, and build an animal army. Thinking about this, Zhao Qian turned his gaze to the coconut crab and, watching it blow bubbles, mumbled. What a shame. It's a great power, too bad Wang Qianqian is a bit of an idiot. If someone else had her ability, they'd at least be enslaving lions or tigers. But Wang Qianqian? Besides the coconut crab, all she did was scare off a wild boar. If Lu Yun hadn't pointed it out, Wang Qianqian probably wouldn't even know she had superpowers. Zhao Qian only dwelled on the power issue for a moment before getting busy. He opened all the suitcases, poured out the rainwater, and took out the soaked clothes to dry them, to prevent mold or rot. After finishing all that, he left with the coconut crab. But instead of heading to the beach, he went into the forest to look for fallen trees to dig out pulp worms. Pulp worms were his bait for fishing. When he retrieved the fishing gear later, he'd need to refill it, otherwise, no fish would enter. In the forest, Zhao Qian found that the situation was better. Aside from some broken branches from hail, hardly any trees had fallen. It looked more like a slightly heavier rainstorm had passed. Soon, Zhao Qian found a dead tree and started chopping it with a bone knife. Breaking open the hard shell of the tree revealed the inner parts damaged by the pulp worms. With a bit of digging, several thumb-sized worms appeared. Don't just stand there, help me dig for pulp worms. Or I'll eat you, Zhao Qian threatened the crab fiercely. Pop pop. The coconut crab blew bubbles, as if saying, "Fine, I'll help, just stop threatening to eat me all the time." Reluctantly, the crab extended its giant claw. What Zhao Qian had thought was hard tree bark was effortlessly cracked open. And so, with one man and one crab working together, they quickly gathered all the worms from the dead tree, dozens of them, all pretty large. In fact, he didn't need that many worms for bait. Zhao Qian planned to eat the extras. Although they weren't short on food, fried pulp worms with a bit of salt were definitely a delicacy. After digging up the worms, Zhao Qian finally headed to where he had placed the fishing tools. Since the tools were in seawater, the rain and hail hadn't damaged them, they were still intact. And the traps had caught quite a few fish. A quick count showed there were 12. If it were a bit bigger, it could have caught even more, Zhao Qian said regretfully as he looked at the trap. It wasn't greed, it was just that food was extremely important for survival on a deserted island. If they hadn't been lucky enough to find a wild boar hiding from the hail, they would have gone hungry for days. Going hungry for one day was fine, but 3 days in a row would seriously weaken him. So he planned to stock up on food while the weather was good. "I promised to teach Wang Qianqian how to make fishing tools. I'll do that when I get back, she can make a few more," Zhao Qian muttered. Then, he refilled the fishing traps with bait, put them back into the sea, and left. By the time Zhao Qian returned to the cave, it was already evening, and the sky was completely dark. As soon as he walked into the cave, he saw Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun roasting meat in front of a fire. But maybe because the two of them weren't very good at it, one side of the meat was completely burnt, while the other side was still bloody. "This is not how you roast meat." Zhao Qian walked up, and after confirming that the meat was truly inedible, he casually threw it out of the cave. "I can understand that Wang Qianqian can't cook, but Sister Yun, you can't cook either?" Wang Qianqian's family was well off, so she didn't need to do things like laundry or cooking. But Lu Yun's family wasn't well off, so she should have known how to cook. Lu Yun blushed and explained, "When I was at home, my parents wanted me to focus all my attention on studying, so I didn't learn much about cooking." Zhao Qian understood the reason after hearing this. With a family background like Lu Yun's, getting into Peking University wasn't easy. Besides talent, she had to study very hard. Her family supported her as well and never let her do housework, telling her to focus only on studying. As a result, she was kind of a high scorer with low practical skills. But there was no helping it. How many students does Peking or Tsinghua University accept each year? Without the determination to cross a bridge guarded by thousands of troops, it's almost impossible to get in. "I'll do it," Zhao Qian said and was about to clean the fish he had brought back. But after just a few steps, he stopped and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "When I went back to the previous campsite today, I found your coconut crab and brought it back for you." As he spoke, he opened the suitcase he had brought and took out the coconut crab. The crab, just out of the suitcase, was unfamiliar with its surroundings and shrank back cautiously, afraid of angering Zhao Qian. But soon, it heard its master's voice, turned around excitedly, and ran over with its little short legs. Right after that, with its master around, the coconut crab became arrogant again, waving its big claws at Zhao Qian and blowing bubbles non-stop. If he wasn't mistaken, it was provoking him. "Zhao Qian, how could you put it in a suitcase? What if it suffocated?" Wang Qianqian complained to Zhao Qian. "I was carrying so much stuff, do you think I had a free hand to carry it?" Zhao Qian asked in return. "You could have just let it walk on the ground and follow you," Wang Qianqian said. "You think it could keep up with me at that speed?" Zhao Qian asked again. "If I had to wait for it, I probably wouldn't have made it back today." Actually, he hadn't wanted to put the crab in the suitcase either, but he was in a hurry and had no other option. Being locked in the suitcase all the way back naturally made the coconut crab unhappy. Wang Qianqian felt that what Zhao Qian said made sense, and couldn't find an excuse to argue back. So she chose to be unreasonable and said, "Anyway, it's your fault. Boss Crab said you either apologize or fight it one-on-one." "Boss Crab? You're really talented at naming things." Zhao Qian silently mocked Wang Qianqian in his mind, then looked at the crab and said, "Apologizing is impossible, so let's fight. I've always heard coconut crab tastes good, and now I finally get to try it." Crack. Pop pop. However, this time the coconut crab wasn't afraid. It waved its giant claws and blew bubbles non-stop. "All right, I'll grant your wish." Zhao Qian felt provoked by the crab and, feeling embarrassed, said to Wang Qianqian, "Let it go, I'll fight it one-on-one." Seeing Boss Crab so full of energy, Wang Qianqian thought she couldn't back down as the master, so she immediately let go. The coconut crab, which had been waving its claws, froze the moment Wang Qianqian released it. It looked up at Zhao Qian, then turned around and placed Wang Qianqian's hand on its body. Crack. Pop pop. The coconut crab's arrogance returned, waving its claws at Zhao Qian and blowing bubbles. Zhao Qian was amused and frustrated. He had seen dogs act tough only when on a leash, barking wildly at people. But once the owner let go of the leash and told it to fight another dog, it would chicken out instantly. He never imagined he'd see the same behavior in a coconut crab. At this moment, Wang Qianqian also realized what was going on. She hugged the crab and said, "Boss Crab, we're civilized people and crabs. Let's not stoop to the level of a brute like him." Zhao Qian looked at the two idiots, smiled bitterly, and went off to clean the fish. In his heart, he reminded himself to avoid getting into fights with Wang Qianqian and the coconut crab. These two fools would first lower his intelligence to their level, turning him into a fool too, then defeat him by outnumbering him. Too dangerous. Zhao Qian cleaned the fish and returned to the cave. He brought out all the prepared ingredients. This meal wasn't just grilled fish. There were also pulp worms, mushrooms, wood-ear fungus, and wild vegetables. Zhao Qian found some branches, cleaned them briefly, and skewered all the food on them, kind of like barbecue. "Why did you catch pulp worms again?" Wang Qianqian couldn't mentally accept eating bugs, so as long as there were other foods, she would never choose pulp worms. "We've always grilled pulp worms before, but this time I want to try frying them," Zhao Qian said. "Even though they look ugly, they taste really good when fried." In Zhao Qian's hometown, during summer, people would catch a kind of insect at night called zhilao ho, the larva of a cicada. Zhilao ho didn't look good either, but when fried, it tasted better than many delicacies, really delicious. Pulp worms and zhilao ho were both bugs, and they tasted similar, so he didn't want to miss the chance. "Frying?" Wang Qianqian was stunned and said, "If you want to fry pulp worms, you at least need oil, right? Where do we have oil?" "Of course we have oil." Zhao Qian chuckled, then ran into the depths of the cave. When he came back, he was holding a piece of snow-white fat. This piece of fat came from the wild boar. Compared to domesticated pigs, wild boars didn't have much fat, so he had been reluctant to use it. "You're going to render lard?" Wang Qianqian saw the fat and immediately understood what Zhao Qian meant. "That's right." Zhao Qian grinned and said, "Eating lard makes you gain weight easily. I'm a big star, there's no way I'm eating that stuff." Wang Qianqian looked proud and was very firm. "I'm not forcing you to eat it," Zhao Qian said, and didn't bother with Wang Qianqian anymore. He went outside and found a stone slab. The slab was slightly concave in the middle. Though not by much, it could barely be used as a pan. Zhao Qian cleaned the stone slab, placed it over the fire to heat, and after the water on the surface had completely evaporated, he cut a piece of fat with his bone knife and placed it on the stone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the fat touched the hot stone, it made the sound of frying. Looking closely, you could see yellow lard starting to collect at the bottom of the slab. On the scorching hot stone slab, more and more golden yellow lard appeared, giving off a tempting aroma. Although animal oil is not as healthy as vegetable oil, it has a special fragrance that vegetable oil lacks. So even Wang Qianqian, who had firmly said she wouldn't eat it, couldn't help sniffing and swallowing her saliva. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the lard in the fat was fully rendered out, the fat shrank and became smaller, eventually turning into black, tiny cracklings. Zhao Qian took out chopsticks he made from tree branches, picked up the cracklings, sprinkled a bit of salt on them, blew on them twice, and popped them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The cracklings were crispy and made a crisp sound when chewed. After eating, Zhao Qian showed a satisfied expression. "Sister Yun, try it too." Zhao Qian handed the chopsticks to Lu Yun. "Okay." Lu Yun hesitated slightly, then took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of crackling, blew it cool, and put it into her mouth. Her situation was different from Wang Qianqian's. She didn't need to control her weight, and she had eaten cracklings as a child, so she didn't reject them. Seeing Lu Yun eat the crackling, Zhao Qian asked eagerly, "Sister Yun, how does it taste?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "Not bad." Zhao Qian recalled, "I used to eat it often when I was a kid. After growing up, it's hard to find. If we hadn't slaughtered that wild boar this time, we probably wouldn't even get the chance." Lu Yun nodded and said, "I haven't eaten it in years either. I didn't expect it to still taste so good." Gurgle. Listening to their conversation, Wang Qianqian stared straight at the cracklings. She had never eaten cracklings and didn't know if they were really tasty, but the smell was genuinely tempting. She couldn't stop herself from drooling. However, she felt embarrassed to speak, since she had just strongly said she wouldn't eat it. If she asked now, it would be slapping her own face. In the end, it was the attentive Lu Yun who noticed and picked up a piece of crackling, handing it to Wang Qianqian. "You can't eat too many cracklings at once. There's only a little left, so help us finish it, okay, Zhao Qian?" "Can't eat too many cracklings?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, clearly understanding Lu Yun's real intention, and reluctantly nodded, "Yes, Sister Yun is right. Please help us finish it." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian said pretentiously, "Actually, I don't want to eat it, but since you're begging me, I'll kindly help you." After saying that, she grabbed the crackling and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch crunch. Wang Qianqian chewed the crackling. Whether it was because she was hungry or happy to finally eat it, a smile appeared on her face. Zhao Qian didn't want to bother with Wang Qianqian, who got a free snack and still acted spoiled. He took out the cleaned pulp worms and carefully placed them into the hot oil on the stone slab. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As soon as the pulp worms touched the oil, it sizzled violently. Oil droplets splashed everywhere, scaring Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, who didn't know how to cook, into quickly backing away. In contrast, Zhao Qian stayed calm. He stirred the worms with his chopsticks to make sure they cooked evenly. In just over 10 seconds, the worms gave off a tempting aroma, and their surfaces turned golden yellow after being fried. When a skewer of pulp worms was done, Zhao Qian sprinkled some salt on it and started eating. Fried pulp worms were a bit different from cracklings. Cracklings were crispy all the way through, while fried pulp worms were crispy on the outside and tender inside, making them taste even better. "Do you want some?" Zhao Qian held one skewer of worms while frying another and asked Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. "No, thank you." Lu Yun politely declined. She truly didn't like eating pulp worms. "I don't want it either. Just looking at it makes it seem gross." Wang Qianqian turned her head proudly, but her eyes kept glancing at the pulp worms in Zhao Qian's hand. Lu Yun saw this and knew Wang Qianqian was craving it again. To ordinary people, celebrities seem very wealthy and can eat whatever they want, but in reality, celebrities control their diets very strictly, especially someone like Wang Qianqian, who relied on her figure and looks. Her agent always told her what she could and couldn't eat. Over time, many celebrities become very greedy for food. They want to try everything they see. That's why viewers often see some celebrities gain a lot of weight after not appearing for a few months. After being stranded on the island, with no one watching her, Wang Qianqian had begun to let go. "Give me a skewer," Lu Yun said. "Sure." Zhao Qian knew Lu Yun was asking for Wang Qianqian and didn't mind. After frying a skewer, he handed it over. Lu Yun took it, thanked him, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. "You can only eat one skewer." "I didn't say I'd eat it, Wang Qianqian swallowed her saliva and tried to deny it. But before she could finish, Lu Yun put the fried pulp worms into her hand. "I know you too well. There's no one else here, don't be shy." "Hee hee." Wang Qianqian gave an awkward laugh, stopped pretending, and started eating the worms. Zhao Qian was sure, from Wang Qianqian's satisfied expression, that she didn't dislike pulp worms at all now. Should I find a chance to make her eat one raw? The image of Bear Grylls eating pulp worms popped into Zhao Qian's mind, and he couldn't help wanting Wang Qianqian to try it too. It was a pity they didn't have a phone. Otherwise, filming it would definitely make the headlines. This meal went on until late at night. Of all the food Zhao Qian brought back, only a few fish were left, everything else was eaten. Zhao Qian put the remaining fish into the ice cellar. Yawning, he said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, "I blocked the cave entrance with branches and stones. Even if there are wild animals, it's unlikely they'll come in. You can rest easy tonight." After speaking, Zhao Qian took the clothes he used for sleeping and went to the cave entrance. Even though the entrance was blocked, he still decided to guard it just in case. That way, he could be the first to notice if anything happened outside. Unknowingly, all three people in the cave fell asleep. Not long after they fell asleep, a shadowy figure silently appeared outside the cave in the dark. From its posture, it looked like a monkey. It arrived at the cave entrance, sniffing nonstop as if looking for something. Finally, it seemed to find something. Using both hands and feet, it ran over and picked something up from the ground. At that moment, if Zhao Qian had been there, he would have recognized that what the figure picked up was the burnt wild boar meat Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had roasted earlier. Zhao Qian had thrown it out, thinking it was inedible. The figure looked very happy, squatted down, and without caring whether it was clean, grabbed the half-cooked wild boar meat and began eating. But after just 2 bites, the figure paused, hesitated, and then disappeared into the darkness with the wild boar meat. The next day, Zhao Qian got up early. He moved away the branches and stones blocking the cave entrance, walked outside, looked around, and kept muttering that something was wrong. "Zhao Qian, what's wrong?" Lu Yun saw Zhao Qian acting strangely and walked over to ask. "Last night, I heard movement outside the cave, so I wanted to check what animal made the noise, but I didn't find any animal footprints," Zhao Qian said truthfully, looking down at the ground. "Maybe you've been too tense these days and imagined it?" "Qianqian and I didn't hear anything last night," Lu Yun said. "Impossible. Zhao Qian shook his head firmly and asked, "Last night, I threw out the burnt pork you made, do you remember?" Lu Yun nodded, "I remember." Zhao Qian continued, "After I woke up, I checked the area around the cave several times and found that piece of roasted meat was gone. So, there must have been an unknown creature here. If it had been before, he wouldn't have cared about such a small detail, but now they were on a deserted island. This island might look safe on the surface, but it was full of mystery. If they wanted to survive, they had to pay attention to every small detail." After hearing that, Lu Yun instinctively looked at the ground around them. Sure enough, the piece of roasted meat was gone, and her brows furrowed slightly. "What do you think it was?" Lu Yun asked. Zhao Qian shook his head and said with a serious face, "I don't think it was an animal. Judging by the footprints, it looked more like a human." "A human?" Lu Yun was startled and asked, "How could there be other humans on this island? Could it be that you were mistaken? Maybe it was some kind of primate?" Zhao Qian shook his head again. "Primate footprints are very different from human ones. I'm sure these were human footprints." As he spoke, Zhao Qian took Lu Yun to a footprint. Although it was faint, from the general shape, it really looked like a human footprint. In fact, Zhao Qian was also shocked when he first came to this conclusion. If he was right, then there weren't just 3 of them on this island, there was a 4th person. Actually, Zhao Qian didn't mind having one more person. On a deserted island, the more people, the better the chances of survival. But the problem was, the other person didn't seem to want to meet them, hiding in the dark and watching them. That made Zhao Qian feel uneasy. "Can you identify who this person is?" Afraid Zhao Qian might misunderstand, Lu Yun added, "I mean, is the person from this world, or a passenger who was on the plane with us?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and shared his opinion. "Most likely, the person is a native of this world. If they were like us, they probably wouldn't hide, and they weren't wearing shoes either. People from cities can barely stand stepping on acupressure mats, let alone walking barefoot through forests and mountain paths. Only someone who grew up barefoot, with thick calluses on their soles, could move freely like that. So, since they weren't wearing shoes, they probably weren't a plane passenger. But..." Zhao Qian thought for a bit and asked, "According to your theory, we should be in the Gondaya civilization period. Did humans exist at this time?" The intelligent species of the Gondaya civilization looked very different from humans. On average, they were 2 meters tall, and the males had a 3rd jade-green eye. Lu Yun recalled and said, "The oldest southern apes go back millions of years, even older than the Gondaya civilization. So humans should have appeared during the Gondaya period. Would one intelligent species allow another to exist?" Zhao Qian asked. The history of biological evolution is a process where new species wipe out old ones. If the new species isn't intelligent, it might unintentionally cause the extinction of the old ones. But if it is intelligent, it will eliminate any potential threat for survival, like how some country almost wiped out the natives of a newly discovered continent. So Zhao Qian didn't believe the Gondaya civilization would allow another intelligent species to exist. Maybe humans at that time weren't very smart. That's the only explanation. "So, what are you planning to do?" "The other party is hiding in the dark, so we can only defend ourselves. I want to build a door for the cave. Using branches and stones can only block unintelligent creatures. If it's an intelligent one, such barriers are useless." So he wanted to chop wood and build a heavy door, one even a wild boar couldn't break. That way, even if the other person had bad intentions, the door would keep them safe. "That's a good idea," Lu Yun immediately agreed. Zhao Qian had to go out every day to find food. Only she and Wang Qianqian stayed in the cave, and if danger came, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But with a door, it would be a different story. If a wild boar appeared, they could just close the door and stay safe. "Then I'll start building it today." Zhao Qian looked toward the cave and said, "I'll go into the forest to find some materials. You talk to Wang Qianqian. Don't tell her there are others on the island." "Don't worry, I know what to say." Lu Yun understood what Zhao Qian meant and nodded. After deciding to build the door, Zhao Qian entered the forest to look for trees of suitable size. Too thick wouldn't work, he was alone, and cutting thick trees would be too much. But too thin wouldn't work either, thin wood wouldn't make a strong door. After a long search, he picked trees slightly thicker than his arm. With this size, the workload wouldn't be too big, and the door would still be sturdy. After selecting the trees, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, hesitated a moment, then struck the tree hard. Then he checked the knife. No chips. No damage. This strange bone, found on the T-Rex skeleton, was much harder than Zhao Qian expected. This bone knife is way better than that kitchen knife that can't even smash garlic. If I used that to cut trees, the trees would think the knife was scamming them. After cutting down a tree, Zhao Qian checked the knife again, still no chips, barely even dull. Without realizing it, it was already noon, and Zhao Qian had cut over 10 arm-thick trees. He tied them up and carried them back. But as soon as he returned to the cave, he sensed something was wrong. Wang Qianqian was crying, and Lu Yun was comforting her. What happened? Zhao Qian quickly dropped the trees and rushed over. Wang Qianqian didn't answer, she just kept crying like she'd been terribly wronged. In the end, Lu Yun explained, around noon, Qianqian and I were cooking when a wild man suddenly broke into the cave. A wild man? Zhao Qian tensed. He hadn't expected his fear to become reality so soon and quickly asked, where is he? Are you crying like this because he hurt you? That's not it. The wild man just stole our fish, Lu Yun said, then paused with some embarrassment, but, the wild man wasn't wearing clothes. Not wearing clothes? Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Wang Qianqian and said, that wild man wasn't wearing clothes, so you must have seen everything. If anyone suffered a loss, it was the wild man, not you. You didn't lose anything, why are you crying? Just think of it as watching a streaking show. You don't get to see that kind of thing often. If we had a phone, you could have filmed it and posted it on social media, it would have gotten lots of likes. Wang Qianqian, who had been crying, seemed to snap out of it after hearing what Zhao Qian said. Her sobs got quieter, and finally she wiped her tears and stopped crying. Right. I was the one who saw him naked. He's the one who lost out, not me. Why was I crying? Also, such a pity, the phone was lost in the plane crash. If not, filming it and posting it online would have gone viral. Thinking this, Wang Qianqian suddenly smiled through her tears. Seeing that Wang Qianqian's mood improved, Zhao Qian realized that his words had comforted her, but that wasn't his intention. So he added another jab. Don't be so happy just yet. Haven't you thought about what it means that the wild man only stole the food and didn't do anything to you? What do you mean? It means, in the eyes of the wild man, you're not even worth 2 fish. Zhao Qian didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was fully clear. And after hearing this, the smile on Wang Qianqian's face instantly froze, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. It was a strange kind of feeling, just like when Wang Qianqian had first met Zhao Qian and worried that he had bad intentions toward her, but Zhao Qian told her she was overthinking it. Even though it meant she was safe, for someone who always thought of herself as a beauty, it was a huge blow that made her doubt her own attractiveness. Sister Yun, can you describe the wild man to me? Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and asked. The wild man looked about 7 or 8 years old. He wasn't wearing anything, was dirty all over, very skinny, moved fast, and was East Asian. Lu Yun tried to recall more details. He seemed very hungry. That's probably why he rushed in while Qianqian and I were cooking and stole our food. He also made a few sounds, but we couldn't understand them at all. Zhao Qian stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said his thoughts, judging by the wild man's age, it's impossible that he's the only one on this island. He should have parents, so that makes at least 3 wild people. But I'm more inclined to believe there's an entire tribe of wild people on the island. Wang Qianqian, hearing there might be so many, asked right away, couldn't the wild man be like us, someone who ended up here after the plane crash? Very unlikely. Zhao Qian shook his head slightly and explained, first of all, our situation is rarer than winning the lottery. Having us appear here once was already unbelievable. The odds of it happening a second time are basically 0. Second, this wild man is only 7 or 8 years old. To be able to survive on a deserted island, you'd need at least 1 or 2 years of experience. That means 1 or 2 years ago he was only 5 or 6. Without an adult wild man to raise him, there's no way he could have survived here. Lastly, for a tribe to reproduce stably, they can't have too few members. Otherwise, there would be inbreeding, and the tribe would go extinct. There was once a question, if only 1 man and 1 woman were left on Earth, would humanity go extinct? The answer is definitely yes. No debate. But then another question came up, what's the minimum number of men and women needed for humanity not to go extinct? The answer is debated, but the most widely accepted number is 98. In other words, to maintain genetic diversity and ensure the survival of the species, you'd need at least 98 people. Could a single island really support an entire tribe? Wang Qianqian asked again. That depends on how big the island is. Zhao Qian paused and looked at her, saying, don't forget, we've only been on the island a short time. We've only explored a small part. We have no idea how big it really is. At first, the 3 of them thought they were on a small island. But that was just their assumption. Since they hadn't explored the whole island, they had no way of knowing its actual size. If it's just a small island, its resources definitely couldn't support a tribe. But if it's a large island, then the situation changes completely. Just think, the largest island on Earth is Greenland, with an area of 2.2 million square kilometers, about 1/4 the size of China. So what should we do now? Wang Qianqian was getting nervous and said, there are only 3 of us, and there's a whole group of wild people. We don't stand a chance. What if they catch us and eat us? If they're starving, they definitely will. Zhao Qian thought for a bit and answered seriously. Wild people don't have a moral code. Everything they do is for survival. So when they're hungry, they won't hesitate to eat people, and they won't feel guilty about it. Wang Qianqian was so scared she couldn't speak. Lu Yun quickly comforted her, Qianqian, Zhao Qian is just teasing you. Wild people wouldn't eat people that easily. Besides, this island has plenty of resources, they have food and won't choose to eat humans. Really? Wang Qianqian asked with a terrified look. Really? Lu Yun nodded hard, then gave Zhao Qian a look and asked, Zhao Qian, tell the truth. Am I lying? You're not lying. Zhao Qian didn't treat Wang Qianqian like a person in that moment and continued, actually, you don't need to be so scared. What I said just now was just my guess. I don't really know how many wild people are on the island. After speaking, he thought for a moment and added, this little wild man has already appeared twice. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll show up again. I want to use a long-term plan to catch a big fish. Lu Yun was stunned when she heard that, then realized what Zhao Qian was thinking and asked, you want to use the little wild man to figure out the situation of the wild tribe on the island? Normally, in this kind of situation, people would avoid trouble. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the number of wild people could easily be more. Going to provoke them wouldn't be wise. But based on what she knew about Zhao Qian, he wouldn't choose to hide without first figuring out the situation. That's right. I plan to catch the little wild man. Just as Lu Yun guessed, Zhao Qian nodded. In his mind, several plans were already forming. Late at night, a tempting smell of roasted meat wafted out from the cave. Carried by the wind, the aroma spread in all directions and drifted far away before gradually dissipating in the air. At this moment, on a big tree not far from the cave, a dirty, skinny child with messy hair was crouching on a branch, eyes fixed on the cave, occasionally sniffing. Gurgle. The smell was too tempting. The little wild man kept swallowing his saliva, and his stomach kept growling. But he didn't rush into the cave like he did at noon to snatch the food, because there was a tall male inside the cave. Compared to those 2 panicking females, this male gave him a strong sense of oppression. He knew very well that if he barged into the cave to steal food, he would very likely be caught by the male. He must not be caught. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. However, the little wild man didn't care. He was like an experienced predator, his eyes locked tightly on his prey, body completely still. Just then, he saw a piece of roast meat thrown out from the cave, and afterward, the cave gradually fell silent, and the entrance was covered up. He knew the male and females inside the cave were going to sleep. Still, he didn't act and kept waiting on the tree. His father had told him that the most important thing for a successful predator is patience. No one knew how long had passed. The little wild man felt the time was about right and climbed down the tree using both hands and feet. The way he descended looked just like a feline. His body stuck closely to the trunk, hands and feet tightly gripping the tree, agile and completely silent. After landing, he seemed unaccustomed to walking on the ground and still used all 4s, moving quietly like an ape or monkey, silently approaching the cave. Reaching the forest edge, and looking at the nearby cave, the little wild man stopped. Looking at the cave, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His instinct told him to turn around and leave without hesitation, but when his gaze landed on that piece of roast meat, he couldn't resist and walked out of the forest. The little wild man was extremely cautious. He looked around every few steps. It wasn't a long distance, but he took a long time to cover it, then quickly picked up the roasted meat. It was a piece of meat with both fat and lean parts, already cooked, giving off an irresistible aroma. He didn't bother to clean off the dirt, or maybe he didn't care, and bit directly into the fatty part. Instantly, his hands and mouth were covered in oil. This kind of fatty meat that kids usually dislike was, to the little wild man, the most delicious thing. He didn't even chew before swallowing it. But after taking one bite, he didn't eat a second. He froze in place, lost in thought. Why aren't you eating? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The little wild man was startled and jumped back instantly, biting the meat in his mouth, crouching on the ground like a beast, ready to attack at any moment. It was that male. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? Why was he here? The little wild man was full of confusion. He clearly didn't understand that this was a trap Zhao Qian had set for him. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Can we talk? Zhao Qian raised his hands, smiling, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. At the same time, he slowly moved forward step by step, inching toward the little wild man. He wanted to wait until the distance was close enough to strike suddenly and catch him in one go. Whoa! The little wild man was very alert and didn't give Zhao Qian any chance to approach. He growled like a beast and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to stop, watching the little wild man cautiously. However, just when Zhao Qian thought the little wild man was going to attack, he suddenly turned around and darted into the forest at high speed. Damn, I got tricked. Zhao Qian froze for a moment, realizing the little wild man had used the same trick he had used to scare off wild boars. A civilized person actually got fooled by a wild man. What a loss of face. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian pushed off the ground and shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the little wild man. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. In the dark night, one big and one small figure darted rapidly through the forest. No one knew what the little wild man was thinking, but Zhao Qian became more and more shocked as he chased because he found that even with his enhanced body, he had no real advantage. It wasn't that the little wild man was faster. Zhao Qian was definitely faster, but the wild man was too agile in the forest. Zhao Qian felt like he wasn't chasing a wild man, but a monkey. Every time he got close and tried to grab him, the little wild man would quickly change direction and escape from his hands. This wild man is too agile, too hard to catch. Zhao Qian was shocked and thought, since that's the case, let's compare stamina. I don't believe you can outlast me. Zhao Qian's strength, stamina, and speed had all been enhanced. Even if he couldn't catch the wild man with speed, he believed he could wear him down with endurance. Once the wild man couldn't run anymore, catching him would be easy. However, 10 minutes later, Zhao Qian spread his legs, gasping for breath, sitting under a big tree. Huff huff. Damn, this wild man's stamina is insane. Huff. I just can't catch him. It wasn't that Zhao Qian's stamina was weak. Running at full speed for 10 minutes was already impressive. But what crushed him was that the little wild man seemed tireless. His speed never dropped, and he completely outclassed Zhao Qian in endurance. I should have known not to use this method. Zhao Qian's original idea was to set a trap and let the little wild man walk into it. But when it came time to do it, he realized that building traps took too much material and time. It wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. So he thought, his body was way stronger than a normal person's, and the little wild man was only 7 or 8 years old. As long as he showed up, Zhao Qian was sure he could catch him. No need for a trap. In the end, he had severely underestimated the wild man, and let him escape. Looks like my endurance is only better than an average person's, but no match for a wild man. After a bit of thinking, Zhao Qian understood why he couldn't catch him. Modern people take cars to go out, hardly exercise. Even though he was slightly better, his weekly workout was limited. But the little wild man was different. Surviving on a deserted island meant constantly searching for food and avoiding beasts. That demanded strong stamina, like he was training non-stop. No wonder Zhao Qian couldn't compare. Forget it, better head back. Zhao Qian looked in the direction the wild man had escaped, reluctantly turned around, and muttered, if Wang Qianqian asks, I'll just tell her the story of Zhuge Liang capturing and releasing Manhwa 7 times, and say the wild man wasn't escaping, he was let go. With her intelligence, she definitely won't catch on. Rustle rustle. The little wild man held the roasted meat in his mouth, running wildly through the forest. Only after Zhao Qian stopped chasing him did he finally stop, panting heavily. Although his stamina was stronger than Zhao Qian's, it wasn't by much, so running at full speed for over 10 minutes also pushed him to his limit. He stopped on a large tree, took the roast meat out of his mouth, and gasped for air. Looking at the fragrant roast meat, the little wild man swallowed his saliva repeatedly but held back from eating it and instead grinned. After resting a bit, the little wild man continued moving through the forest. Compared to when he was escaping, his pace was much slower now, so he didn't feel tired. An hour later, the little wild man had crossed nearly half the forest and arrived at the lake where Zhao Qian had previously been. He stopped in front of a giant tree. This tree was dozens of meters tall, with a trunk diameter of 3 to 4 meters, considered a very large tree in this forest. The little wild man first looked around cautiously. After confirming there was no danger, he wrapped his arms around the giant tree and started climbing up. When he reached a height equal to about 5 floors, he stopped. This area was the densest part of the tree canopy. Hiding here, even if Zhao Qian walked directly below, he wouldn't notice the little wild man. However, the little wild man wasn't here to hide. This spot had a tree hollow similar to a woodpecker's nest but much larger. The little wild man crawled into the hollow. Inside was a large space. Going all the way down to the bottom of the hollow, he found an adult wild man lying there. Unlike the little wild man, who was completely naked, the adult wild man was bare-chested but wore animal skin over his lower body. The adult wild man's breathing was weak. Looking closely, his body was covered in wounds, all the same shape, round holes about the size of a pinky finger. Strangely, none of these wounds were bleeding. "Father!" The little wild man called softly in the wild man's language. At the sound of his call, the adult wild man slowly opened his eyes and stroked the little wild man's head. "Father, I found more meat. If you eat it, you'll recover faster." The little wild man offered the roast meat he himself couldn't bear to eat, to the adult wild man. "You went to that cave again?" The adult wild man glanced at the meat and asked with a cold face. "Yes." The little wild man didn't dare hide anything and nodded. "I still don't know how to hunt. I can't find meat, so I had to steal theirs." "Father, eat. You'll get better faster." The adult wild man softened his tone. "I told you not to go because I'm afraid you'll get caught. Didn't you say there's a dangerous male there?" The little wild man didn't hide it and answered honestly. "Just now I was discovered by that male. He chased me for a long time. He's fast, but not agile enough, so I escaped." He added, "Of course, compared to father, his speed is far worse." As he spoke, the little wild man looked proud. In his heart, his father was the strongest. But the adult wild man frowned and said sternly, "From now on, even if you can't find meat, you're not allowed to go to that cave. Just bring back some fruits and bugs." The little wild man shook his head. "Father, if you eat meat, you'll recover faster. Eating fruit and bugs takes longer." The adult wild man scolded, "Are you not going to listen to father now?" "I?" The little wild man lowered his head and said, "Yes, father." Though he agreed on the surface, he had already made up his mind. For his father to recover quickly, he would continue going to the cave to steal food. "Father, eat the meat." The little wild man once again handed over the roast meat. "All right." The adult wild man nodded slightly, took the roast meat, and began eating it heartily. The piece of roast meat wasn't small, but it was quickly devoured by the adult wild man. "You, watch closely." After finishing the meat, the adult wild man spoke to the little wild man. "Yes, father." The little wild man named you widened his eyes in the dark, looking at the adult wild man. The adult wild man clenched his fists tightly, and all the muscles in his body instantly tensed up. His sharp muscle definition was comparable to a bodybuilder's. Next, one of the blood holes on his body suddenly started to bleed, and something inside began to be squeezed out bit by bit. A few minutes later, the object was fully pushed out and fell to the bottom of the tree hollow. With the object gone, blood gushed out of the wound, but the adult wild man was able to stop the bleeding by tightening the muscles around the wound. Huff, huff. After doing all this, the adult wild man was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and gasping heavily. After resting a bit and recovering, he picked up the object he had pushed out. His eyes were full of coldness. At that moment, if any one of Zhao Qian, Lu Yun, or Wang Qianqian were present, they would have been shocked to see that the object the adult wild man had forced out of his body was a bullet. In other words, all the blood holes on his body were caused by gunfire. At the same time, inside the cave, Zhao Qian had just finished telling the story of Zhuge Liang capturing and releasing Manhwa 7 times. After listening to the story, Wang Qianqian frowned tightly and didn't speak, as if she were thinking. After a while, she suddenly realized and asked, "Zhao Qian, are you trying to tell me you're imitating Zhuge Liang? Seriously, something that simple took you that long to understand? I almost thought I told the story for nothing." Zhao Qian mocked her in his mind but said with praise, "That's right, I deliberately let that little wild man go." "What's your reason for doing that?" Wang Qianqian first looked confused, then suddenly came to a realization before Zhao Qian could reply. "I get it. You're worried that the three of us aren't a match for the wild tribe. You're afraid that bullying the little wild man will provoke retaliation. So you plan to use the method of capturing and releasing him, to show goodwill to the wild tribe. That way, even if we're caught, they might not eat us." "Damn. That's way better than the reason I made up." Zhao Qian nodded hard and smiled. "Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to get so smart lately. You even figured out my complex reasoning. I underestimated you before." "Of course." Wang Qianqian smiled proudly. "Actually, I'm very smart. I just don't like using my brain. Otherwise, with my intelligence, getting into Peking or Tsinghua University would be easy." "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Zhao Qian nodded like crazy. As long as he didn't have to admit he failed to catch the wild man, whatever Wang Qianqian said was right. Zhao Qian gave Wang Qianqian some exaggerated praise, which made the often bullied big star very pleased, and she happily went to sleep. After Wang Qianqian went to bed, Lu Yun walked over and sat down beside Zhao Qian, without saying a word, just sitting there quietly. "All right then." Zhao Qian knew his excuse wouldn't fool Lu Yun, so he took the initiative to admit, "I lied. That little wild man wasn't let go on purpose, I didn't catch him at all. Luyan didn't dwell on that issue and instead asked, was that little wild man really hard to catch? Zhao Qian smiled bitterly and said, more than hard. He's like a monkey, with amazing stamina. Can you imagine a 7 or 8-year-old kid whose speed is just a bit slower than mine? I chased him at full speed for 10 minutes and still didn't catch him. Really hard to imagine. Luyan responded calmly after hearing that. Even though she hadn't seen Zhao Qian's full speed with her own eyes, she had a general idea. No exaggeration, if he were sent back to the real world to compete in the Olympics, he could sweep all the gold medals in running events. And even with such speed, he couldn't catch a 7 or 8-year-old wild child. That was truly unimaginable. To catch that little wild man, it looks like I'll have to set a trap, Zhao Qian said. I suggest you don't do that. Luyan unusually disagreed with Zhao Qian's approach. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised and asked, why? Luyan explained, we overlooked one issue earlier. If you and Qianqian can gain superpowers, then humans in this world can naturally have them too. You can already see that from the little wild man. Zhao Qian thought back to the wild boy's speed and nodded in agreement. Even if he had lived in the forest for years, his speed couldn't be only slightly slower than Zhao Qian's. That was far beyond a normal 7 or 8-year-old child. He hadn't figured it out before, but with Lu Yun's explanation, he now guessed the little wild man might also have a superpower, or a similar special ability. Lu Yun continued, think about it. If even a 7 or 8-year-old wild child is that strong, what would happen if we captured him? Wouldn't it anger the wild tribe? And we're clearly no match for them. They couldn't even deal with one little wild man. If it were the whole wild tribe, they wouldn't stand a chance. After all, on their side only Zhao Qian was strong. On the wild tribe's side, maybe every single one of them was strong. Zhao Qian frowned. So what do we do now? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, what Qianqian said just now reminded me, we can befriend the wild boy instead of offending the wild tribe. Zhao Qian said worriedly, I'm afraid the wild people won't be that easy to deal with. Compared to those who claim to be civilized, wild people might be easier to deal with. At least they don't scheme to harm you. Lu Yun paused, then asked, do you know the origin of Thanksgiving? Zhao Qian didn't understand why Lu Yun suddenly asked that but still replied, it's an American holiday. I think it has something to do with Native Americans. Lu Yun said, there was once a group of Puritans in England who were persecuted for their beliefs. Unhappy with religious reforms, they sailed across the Atlantic to America. It was winter, they were cold and hungry, and the Native Americans brought them food and supplies. To thank them, they started Thanksgiving. If the story ended there, it would be a touching tale of support across races. But do you know what happened later? Zhao Qian's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, later, to seize Native American land, those people slaughtered them on a large scale, even putting a price on their scalps. After saying that, Zhao Qian basically understood what Lu Yun meant. Lu Yun was trying to tell him, wild people aren't scary, they might even help you in times of need. So it's okay to make peace with them. On the other hand, those who wear the mask of civilization but have evil inside are the ones they really need to watch out for. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Qian followed Lu Yun's advice and didn't bother the little wild man. He stuck to a routine, going into the forest in the morning and afternoon to cut wood, coming back at noon to eat, and going to the beach in the evening to collect fish caught in the traps. Finally, on the 3rd evening, he installed a door on the cave. The door had 3 layers, used mortise and tenon joints, and was reinforced with vines. Its strength exceeded that of a security door. Zhao Qian tested it multiple times himself but couldn't break it down. That night, the 3 of them sat in the cave, roasting fish and chatting. Zhao Qian, weren't you too fierce when you let the wild child go last time? It's been 3 days, he hasn't shown up once, Wang Qianqian said, eyes on the roasted fish, starting a conversation. He showed up. You just didn't notice, Zhao Qian said calmly while roasting fish. Maybe because he was scared by Zhao Qian last time, the little wild man hadn't entered the cave these past few days. Each time, he just watched them from the forest. If Zhao Qian hadn't accidentally spotted him, he would have thought the wild boy didn't come again. But from the fact that he was still watching secretly, it was clear he hadn't given up on getting food from them. Then should we roast a few more fish? Wang Qianqian suggested. He hasn't gotten food from us in 3 days, he must be starving. They weren't short on food now, especially fish. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Qian had taught Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools. Now they had 5 fish traps, and they could catch over a dozen fish a day. They couldn't eat that many, so Zhao Qian stored the extras in the ice cellar. They could take some out whenever they wanted to eat. Up to you. Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently, then added, but if the wild boy doesn't come, you'll have to finish the fish yourself. Don't waste food. Stingy. Got it, Wang Qianqian replied impatiently. Then she went to the ice cellar and took out 2 more fish. Zhao Qian cleaned the 2 fish, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire. Rustle. At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly heard a very faint sound from the forest. The sound was so light that neither Wang Qianqian nor Luyan heard it. Finally couldn't hold back. Zhao Qian's lips curved slightly. He took the 3 nearly done fish off the fire and placed them on a clean stone slab. Zhao Qian, what are you doing? Seeing her roasted fish being taken away, Wang Qianqian immediately asked. Sure. Zhao Qian gestured for silence and whispered, the wild boy is here. I'm going to give him the roasted fish. As he spoke, he carried the stone slab outside the cave, set it on the ground, then returned to the cave. On a big tree in the forest, the little wild man hid himself among the dense leaves. He was confident his camouflage would not be discovered. Although his father had warned him many times not to approach the cave, he really could not find enough food. Without enough food, his father's injuries could not heal, so he could only take the risk and come to the cave to have a look. That male is not often in the cave. There are only 2 females in the cave. I can easily snatch food from them, so I just need to wait until the male leaves. The little wild man you had been observing for 3 days and thought he had figured out every move of the others, so he was confident about what he would do next. This was the hunting method his father taught him, and his father was the strongest hunter in the tribe who never made mistakes. However, just when he was full of confidence, he saw that male walk out of the cave holding 3 fish. After placing the stone slab with the fish on the ground, the male smiled slightly in his direction and then returned to the cave. At that moment, you felt cold all over. He clearly understood that the camouflage he was proud of had been seen through by the male. He could not understand how the other had seen through his camouflage. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and escape. But he had just turned when he stopped in place and looked back at the 3 roasted fish on the stone slab. What does that male mean? Why did he put the fish outside? Does he want to give the fish to me to eat? Or, are these 3 fish deliberately used to lure me? Once I go out, he will immediately grab me. In this situation, according to father's teaching, I should escape. But father needs food to heal. After struggling with these thoughts, he finally made up his mind, he would take the 3 fish. Although he knew his idea was dangerous, he was confident he could escape from that male. That male was only faster than him, but not more agile or enduring. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. He lowered his upper body and slightly raised his lower body, looking like a feline about to pounce on prey. Then his legs suddenly pushed off strongly, and he rushed out of the forest at high speed, grabbed the 3 roasted fish, and quickly returned into the forest, running away as fast as he could. However, he soon discovered that the male did not chase him, and had not even stepped out of the cave. Why didn't he chase? Could it be that these 3 roasted fish were truly given to me to eat? You looked at the roasted fish in his hands and guessed at Zhao Qian's purpose. However, he did not think for long, because his attention was caught by the aroma of the roasted fish. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Ever since his father forbade him from going to the cave to snatch food, the only food he could find every day was sour wild fruit and some insects. These foods contained little energy. For his father to eat enough to prevent his injuries from worsening, he would have to eat a lot, and so most of the time the little wild man went hungry. But today, he had snatched 3 fish. Fish contained more energy, and he could eat one. Just this one. You picked the smallest of the 3 fish and happily began to eat. 1 fish was eaten quickly, and he looked at the other 2 with lingering appetite, but in the end he controlled himself. He just could not understand, why did the fish made by the 3 people living in the cave taste so much better than the fish made in the tribe? Inside the cave. Since Zhao Qian had put the 3 fish outside, the 3 of them outwardly talked and laughed, but in fact were all paying attention to outside the cave. When you came out of the forest, Wang Qianqian excitedly said, Zhao Qian, that little wild man has appeared again. I know. Zhao Qian's lips slightly curved, showing a slight smile. Then hurry and go catch him. Wang Qianqian did not know that Zhao Qian had already changed his strategy and immediately urged, aren't you going to learn Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Manhwa? Seeing that Wang Qianqian had not forgotten this matter, Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, I have already captured him a 2nd time. You didn't even move. How is that a 2nd capture? Let me ask you, with my speed, as long as I chase him, can he run away? Not able to run away? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then shook her head hard. Since witnessing Zhao Qian kill the wild boar, Wang Qianqian already saw Zhao Qian as a Superman. A Superman catching a 7 or 8-year-old little wild man would naturally have no suspense and could easily catch him. Then that's done. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Qian's mouth, and he said, "Since I can catch him if I go after him, then can't we say that as long as I see him, it is equivalent to catching him?" Ah? Wang Qianqian was silent for a moment, then scratched her head and said, "It seems like that logic, but you didn't catch him with your own hands." Zhao Qian explained, "I did this to save time. You've seen it, ever since the last time I caught him, he hasn't dared to come close for 3 days. If this time I catch him, he probably won't come near again. How would I catch him 7 times? So as long as I can lure him out, it's counted as catching him. This logic isn't wrong, right?" After hearing this, Wang Qianqian hesitated for a long time and said, "It seems not wrong. Qianqian, your roasted fish is ready." Seeing that Wang Qianqian was tangled up by Zhao Qian's words, Lu Yun immediately handed her a roasted fish to end the topic. She could not let Zhao Qian continue talking, otherwise Wang Qianqian would be completely confused, which would seriously affect her image as a smart and clever person. At the same time, she glanced at Zhao Qian, as if to say, "Qianqian is already slow to react, and you use your words to confuse her, so bad." The next few days. As long as Zhao Qian sensed the little wild man, he would take out part of the food he made and put it outside the cave on a stone slab. At first, the little wild man was still very cautious, but after a few days, seeing that there was no danger, his vigilance became less strong. However, the little wild man was still careful, and each time he would wait until Zhao Qian returned to the cave before coming out. He never allowed Zhao Qian to approach. Zhao Qian was not anxious about this. He believed that even a wild animal, after so many days, could feel his goodwill. On this day, Zhao Qian was making roasted pork. Perhaps because the little wild man still had not become fat, this time he cut a very large piece of roasted pork and brought it outside the cave. This piece of roasted pork was more than a full meal for the 3 of them. "Come out. The roasted pork is placed here for you. I'm going back." Zhao Qian placed the roasted pork and loudly called toward the little wild man's direction. After shouting, he turned around and was about to return to the cave. However, this time, just as he turned, he heard a rustle from the bushes, and then the little wild man actually walked out of the forest. Seeing this, Zhao Qian was a bit excited. This was the first time the little wild man came out before he left. This showed that the little wild man's vigilance toward him had decreased again, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before the little wild man was no longer afraid of him. Thinking this, he did not look back, not wanting to scare the little wild man, and directly returned to the cave. After several days of contact, you discovered that the 3 people living in the cave seemed to have no ill intentions toward him. Every day, as long as he came to the front of the cave, that powerful male would bring food out and let him take it away, and never chased him again. Relying on the food provided by that male, his father's injuries had healed a lot. At present, only 2 blood holes remained, and then he would fully recover. As long as his father recovered, they would be able to hunt on their own. When that time came, the first thing he would do would be to come and thank these 3 people. He was going to become a tribe warrior in the future. After eating someone else's food, he had to repay it. So much meat. While he was thinking, he saw Zhao Qian bring out a very large piece of meat. He was extremely excited. The energy from this piece of meat can heal father's injuries. That's great. Perhaps because he was too excited, or because his vigilance had lowered, he actually walked out of the forest. And that male he feared had not yet left. He had been careless. But he soon realized his worry was unnecessary. That powerful male did not chase him, did not even look back at him, and walked straight back into the cave. At this, he was completely relieved. He picked up the roasted meat, did not stop, turned around, and ran wildly toward the tree hollow. There was only one thought in his mind, to let father eat this meat and recover. Rustle, rustle. You moved quickly through the forest, the roasted meat held in his mouth, leaving behind a strong fragrance all the way. Very soon, he arrived in front of the giant tree, climbed up quickly, and entered the tree hollow. "Father, father." As soon as you entered the hollow, he shouted excitedly. At this time, only 2 blood holes remained on the adult wild man's body. The previous ones had mostly already scabbed over. The adult wild man's complexion was much better than before. After hearing Yu's voice, he opened his eyes. "Father, meat, a lot of meat." Yu handed the meat he had obtained to the adult wild man and said excitedly, "Eat it and you will recover." Seeing such a large piece of meat, the adult wild man was also a bit surprised and asked, "Was it still given to you by that male from the cave?" "Yes." Yu nodded hard, paused, and continued, "Today when I saw so much meat, I was too excited and came out of the forest before he left. I was very scared then and worried that the male would chase me, but he didn't." The adult wild man said, "That male is a good person. After I recover, I will hunt a mixed blood primal beast. Then you can take it to thank him." Yes, father. Yu heard this, his face full of excitement, and handed the roasted meat to the adult wild man. The adult wild man looked at the meat and patted Yu's head painfully. He knew that in order to heal him these past days, Yu had suffered a lot and had been hungry almost every day. But there was no way around it. This was the tribe's way of survival. All food in the tribe had to be given to the warriors first. This was not because warriors oppressed the others, but because only by ensuring the warriors' strength could the safety of the others be guaranteed, so that not everyone would go hungry. If a tribe lost its warriors, it would soon cease to exist. No need for so much meat. The adult wild man exerted a bit of force, broke the meat into one large and one small piece, and handed the smaller one to Yu. Yu took it without hesitation, took a big bite, and showed a satisfied expression. The adult wild man smiled and also began to eat his meat. Before long, both pieces of meat were eaten up. After obtaining energy from the food, the adult wild man began to heal himself. He first pushed the bullet heads out of his body bit by bit, then tightened his muscles to stop the wounds from bleeding. Perhaps because his physical condition was better than before, this healing was much faster. In just a few minutes, one bullet was expelled. Only one left on the thigh. Yu watched another blood hole be healed and grinned. But at this moment, the adult wild man suddenly stopped, his face stern and his brows furrowed. "Father, what's wrong?" Yu asked when he saw this. "We are surrounded by yellow demons," the adult wild man replied grimly. "Yellow demons?" Yu sucked in a sharp breath, his face full of panic. Yellow demons were not primal beasts, but ordinary creatures in the forest. Individually they were not strong. He could crush one with a finger, but yellow demons hunted in groups. A group of yellow demons had the strength to make mixed-blood primal beasts fear them. Once, he had personally seen a powerful mixed-blood primal beast eaten alive into a skeleton by a group of yellow demons. "Hurry and get out of the tree hollow. Don't be trapped inside," the adult wild man quickly reminded the stunned Yu. Yu came back to his senses and did not dare hesitate. He quickly climbed out of the hollow. As soon as he climbed out, countless rustling sounds rang out below him. He instinctively looked down and saw that the trunk of the giant tree was already covered with yellow ants. These ants were 1 to 2 centimeters long, with strong and powerful mandibles. If Xiao Qian or Lu Yun were here, they would definitely recognize that these ants called yellow demons by the wild men were army ants. However, these army ants were much larger than ordinary ones, and much faster as well, completely unlike the same species. "Father, we are surrounded by yellow demons. What should we do?" Yu asked anxiously in panic. The adult wild man looked at the situation, immediately scanned the surroundings of the giant tree, and finally fixed his gaze on another tree more than 10 meters away. "I will throw you onto that tree." "Father, what about you?" Yu looked at the last remaining blood hole on his father's body. This blood hole was on the thigh and greatly affected his father's mobility. Otherwise, this distance of more than 10 meters would be something his father could easily jump. "Father is a warrior. I have a way to deal with yellow demons," the adult wild man said. Yu still wanted to say something, but the adult wild man had already grabbed him and forcefully threw him toward the nearby tree. Although Yu was very thin and not tall, he still weighed 50 or 60 jin. And the distance between the two trees was more than 10 meters. Even Zhao Qian, with enhanced strength, could not do this. Yet the adult wild man did it. Yu's body flew like a cannonball, crossing more than 10 meters and landing on another big tree. Crash! Yu flew toward the other tree, his body falling uncontrollably. Fortunately, his reaction was very fast, and he grabbed a tree trunk in time, preventing himself from falling. After stabilizing himself, Yu looked at his father. Just as he had guessed, his injured father could not jump over and could only keep climbing upward while facing the yellow demons. Yu knew that if he did not find a way to save his father would definitely die. But how could he save him? Just as Yu was at a loss, he saw the huge mountain peak, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.